moment. He's got nowhere to run here. He's going to get caught out. He repels. Caught out. Elizabeth Eddie's there with a lantern again. Kicked in. Straight away exploded. Gurp and Kevin pile the damage down. And it's an ace for Birdium. There's a knockup. Selfie dives in. Gonna focus on the Reckless. The Super Hot Crew might be able to push for the win.
Gentlemen, and welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and here alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry once again, as we bring you day 2 of our 16-game Super Week.
Yes, we have 6 big games to play today, and now that we're on the downslope of the summer split, the teams will need to bring their A game if they want to stay in the running for a possible spot at the 2014 World Championships.
But before we get to those games, let's take a quick look back at some of yesterday's highlights. First up, well, it was the LCS record set by XPeke at 21 minutes 51 seconds. It was slightly adjusted. We were a little bit too late on that.
Yeah, 1 second quicker than we had reported yesterday, and breaking Froggen's record from last week from the same game. Soaz pulled out a top lane Ziggs, managed to dominate up in that top lane, and it's interesting to see Soaz follow that up with the top lane Lee Sin, so having some fun with champions.
Yeah, we'll see what he brings out today. That one, of course, wasn't the only exciting champion, as Overplow played Xerath, and Creaton, he finally picked up Tristana in Europe.
So it was great to see Overpower returning to that trend of playing those slightly different mid lane champions. It ended up performing pretty well, and his team secured the win. On the same token, Creaton grabbed that Tristana for the first time in Europe, but we have seen it over in North America and in Korea. You can argue the merits of his build, but it was nice to see Europe picking up another ADC, and hopefully we can see that trend continue.
Also alongside him was Zyra. Zyra support, is it back? That's the question. Played in 3 out of 5 games yesterday. Will it be rejoined by Ashe?
Well, Woolite's Ashe left a lot to be desired, but I think part of the reason that Zyra is back and why it's quite an exciting turn of events is the changes to support items, the more expensive, I just forgot the word. The heal, cleanse, Mikhail's Crucible, thank you. It just means that there's more options because Zyra's rushing that Leandra's Torment, doing very well with the heavy disengage alongside the likes of Nami. So new supports and hopefully, as well, seeing more options.
Nami, new favorite as well. Of course, you were sending us your favorite moments from the games as the hashtag LCS big plays. So let's take a look at the top 3. First up, this was from the SK versus Gambit game. Svenskern's flashy footwork. It came in from @Saberwolf, and he said that flash kick to make up for the dodged ward jump was very flashy. Well played, Svenskern. This was your 3rd most talked about play.
Tower was so low, no point for Gambit to do anything.
Edward caught out, kicked in straight away. Soul Shackles comes out. That's going to be enough.
SK went on to him. We saw the kick flash from Svenskern is kicking back to the team. They get a kill. Darren Till running behind him. But by this point, Gambit were too weak.
Such a great kick. Starts the animation and then flashes to make sure it's the right direction.
Can't react that quick.
No, nor can I. Well, the next one is also from Fnatic versus Rocket, and this features some flashy teamwork. This comes to us from @Shingeki no Momo, I think. That XPeke play, getting the kill, then taking the Thresh Express. So sneaky. This was your 2nd most talked about LCS big play.
Have to back away from this one. They're looking to engage. Jumping. Counter-strike. Lands on 5 members. Peke comes in. Shockwave does get himself a kill, and a lantern from Yellowstar pulls him to safety.
Beautiful play by Fnatic. They jump in, XPeke flash away, gets a kill, and then just takes the lantern to safety.
I said at the start, they have to back away. They didn't listen to me, and that was what you get. So Fnatic went and took that win. Then, of course, there was Shook's incredible Lee Sin mechanics versus the Super Hot Crew. This came in from @NeonLol, and he said, Shook makes flashy Lee Sin play Q to a minion, W to a ward, and then flash ulti rise kick back into Froggen. This was your most talked about moment in the European LCS yesterday.
So at least there's that small respite from the rest of the crew, but I think they're going to dive selfie.
Oh, there's the Q, and he gets the kick onto him as well, and that is typical Shook, ladies and gents. They take the damage onto the support. The minions actually being pushed back from the turret. It doesn't matter. Alliance get the kill onto Selfie.
So they did dive selfie, and a lot of Lee Sin plays yesterday. You guys at home, remember to tweet the awesome moments from today's games to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays.
Now it's time for a look at the table as we head into the day. Alliance have a comfortable hold on first place now with a 13 wins and 2 losses. And they're on a 6-game win streak, while SK Gaming, well, they are 3 games behind them in second place at 10 and 5.
Yeah, and right behind them are Fnatic in third. They played fantastically yesterday to go 2-0, and Millennium have dropped down to 4th position with 8 wins and 7 losses. Having lost 2 out of their last 3 games, they've got to stop the rot before that gets worse.
And those standings may change further as we kick off the day with the top of the table clash between Alliance and SK Gaming. Then Rockout will be taking on Millennium, and then the Super Hot crew will face off against SK Gaming.
It will then be the turn of Millennium versus Gambit, followed by the Copenhagen Wolves against the Super Hot crew, and we'll close the day with the clash between Fnatic and Gambit Gaming.
So for more information about the schedule, the teams and the players, head over to lolesports.com, where you can find all that and much more.
Yeah, follow all of the teams on the road to the Summoners Cup, and you can vote on today's matchups. Just give a thumbs up on the schedule to the team that you think will win each matchup, and we'll check in before each game to see how each of you have voted.
And to find out how you can join us here in the Cologne studio to watch the European LCS live, just click on the tickets at the top of the page. So let's head over to Twitter and let us know, which team do you think has the strongest dual lane in European LCS and why?
I hate this question because it's so relative. It's so relative. But I do think you cannot deny the power of Tabs and Nif.
Yep.
They are just doing so
Top of the
phenomenally
table
well.
pairing.
I'm also a big fan of Mr. Rolls and Kasing. I think they're a great pair, and I rate Mr. Rolls quite highly. So you guys at home, send your answers to us at LOL Esports, with this time the hashtag LCS, and we'll read our favorite responses later on in the show.
Now it's time for our first match of the day between Tabletop in Alliance and SK Gaming. These two teams have been vying for the top of the standings, but in both of the previous encounters, it has been Alliance that has come out on top. Most recently, while on the road in London, Alliance took SK Gaming in a one-sided match where Froggen on Yasuo picked them apart piece by piece. But if you look at yesterday's performance versus the Super Hot crew, it might have been a victory for Alliance, but they struggled to close out the game despite the big lead they built up early on.
Yeah, so in yesterday's match against the Super Hot crew, Alliance found ways to open up a sizable lead before they would lose a significant team fight, and then they would blow that big lead. And this actually happened several times over the course of the match. While Alliance did eventually win the game and close it out, it does demonstrate small weaknesses in their play. I think in general, Alliance have just shown that they can deal with SK Gaming, they're 2-0 up, along with the rest of the European LCS. But winning this game is where Alliance can ensure a head-to-head advantage over their closest competition in terms of potential tiebreakers at the end of the split.
Absolutely. For SK Gaming, this match has to be the proving ground. If they can't take a win over Alliance this split, then it will surely cause some doubts in their minds as they close onto the playoffs. SK Gaming took down Gambit yesterday and dismantled them by securing all of the dragons, not really being challenged.
No, they really weren't, D-Man. SK just looked patient, they looked confident, and, in particular, N-rated on Morgana. He landed a bunch of bindings that secured multiple kills. Svenskeren on Lee Sin, he had some really flashy moments, and it was a great start to Superweek for the team, as they must be looking to catch up to Alliance, and picking up a win will help them out. I think they're going to need to exhibit the same level of control if they want to defeat Alliance here today, and they need to deliver a strong performance against the league leaders, because if they don't, they're never going to be able to challenge for that top spot.
Well, despite the 0-2 record against a very confident Alliance, SK Gaming's Jesus isn't intimidated by his all-star opponent in the mid lane, while Candy Panda, he likes the idea of taking down the #1 team in the European LCS.
SK again. Actually, it's looking really good against them this season. We are 2-0. We know how to beat them, so it should be under 3-0.
We don't want to lose to Alliance again, so we're going to prepare a lot for them, but I wouldn't say we prepare any more than the other teams.
Being the leader, we don't really want to drop any games. It's very important for us to keep winning, so we will definitely prepare our best for every single game.
The longer the season goes, the better we will get, and we will catch up to them at the end of the season.
We kind of overrate them ourselves in our mind, and it gets to us, and we just play really bad against them. I don't know why. And we need to not overhype them and consider them like a normal team rather than Alliance.
It's always fun to play against a high-skilled player like Froggen. I've personally done really well against him in our matches. For me, it's nothing special. Like, I play against people on his skill level every day.
Compared to the other teams, and they're not improving that much, honestly. I would say it's pretty weird with SK. They have been pretty good for the entire split, but I haven't really seen much improvement in how they have been playing.
They're the best team right now. It's always a good challenge, and they're the team to beat, so we will beat them.
For me, the standout thing in that video is how SK actually talk about Alliance. It's only been a split. They finished 4th in the playoffs. But now the top of the table, they're already talking about the mental attitude of coming up against this top team.
And it's not the same message across the team. Freddy is saying we overhype them. Candy Panda is saying, you know, we've just got to try hold back. And Jez is like, whatever, I deal with Froggen every day. So we're going to have to see who comes out on top.
Well, let's check out the lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, it's Alliance. That means Wicked's in the top lane, Shook is the jungler, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs is the AD carry, and Nif on support.
And on the red side, it is SK Gaming with Steady Freddy in the top lane, Sven Skaren playing the jungle, Jez is in the mid lane, Candy Panda on AD carry, and Enrated playing the support role.
So let's take a look and see how you predicted this match will play out. According to the votes on LOLesports.com, you gave Alliance by 84%. That is a big, big vote for first versus second place.
That is a very big vote, but I distinctly remember a 93% or 94% vote in favor of Alliance in a game they lost against the Super Hot Crew many weeks back. So, you know, public opinion does matter, and standings matter. They're 2-0 up, but we'll see if Alliance can deliver. They are chasing that all-time win record of Europe of 9 wins, which they have the possibility of hitting at the end of the Super Week.
Yeah, they're going to get a perfect Super Week. We'll see how that works out for them, of course. The other team to beat them was Gambit as well. Let's not count. They're the only 2 teams to beat Alliance so far this season. Pick and bans are about to get underway. Let's see how this one works out.
So the obvious picks of Kale, Kassadin, are definitely ones that I think will be considerations here. I'm also interested to see if Enrated or Nif go for the likes of Thresh or Morgana, or, you know, alternate between them. But one of the big stories for me is whether or not Shook or Sven Skaren get their hands on Lee Sin. Shook has played Lee Sin 9 times this split. Sven Skaren has played it 8 times this split. It is definitely a de facto go-to jungler for both of these teams, and I feel Shook and Sven are currently the strongest Lee Sin's players in the jungle in the European LCS.
Well, the fact that SK have banned out Elise tells you they may be focusing towards it. Freddy's Aatrox banned out there. He's been playing that the last few games. Of course, Zig's taken away, kind of a standard, that one. Jesus has been picking that one up. It does mean that Kale's still out there, Kassadin's still out there, Yasuo's still out there. A lot of big top laners, mid laners for Froggen and Jesus. We'll see what will the next ban be. SK, considering this one, there's a lot of thought going into these pick and bans. These are not coming thick and fast. It is Aurelia, so that's another top laner. That may open up Renekton for Freddy. Yeah. Kale going from Alliance.
Another top laner. Wicked has played that Kale in the past. We've seen her mid, we've seen her top multiple times. I want to just contrast quickly the faces of Alliance today in comparison to Super Hot Crew yesterday. This is stern and focused.
Twisted Fate. Kassadin was banned out. It leaves Yasuo open. Jax is open. Of course, you've also got Renekton open, and there is the Lee Sin you were talking about. Sven Skaren is going to be the one to lock that in, and Morgana, who has been banned out quite regularly, will be picked up by Enrated.
So the question for me, do Alliance go for their bottom lane, potentially locking in Thresh Lucian, Braum Lucian, Nami Lucian? It is a possibility for Tabs. Tabs could also go Caitlyn if he wants to, and he's been doing a very good job with Caitlyn in recent weeks, you know, especially on 4.10. The Lee Sin lock is not too surprising for me. But my wonder is, does Shook go Evelynn and just play that sort of split push gank with Twisted Fate combination? Or does he want to play a different jungler and surprise everybody? Definitely taking their time on the side of Alliance.
Well, top lane Lulu is what we saw from Wicked yesterday. It is a possibility in there. Evelynn, you would feel, would be the fallback champion for Shook, of course, with Elise being banned out. Jarvan has been picked up by a number of people, but Shook has yet to show that one as far as I remember.
Yeah, you know, Shook has really been sticking to the sort of trifecta of champions. 9 games on Lee Sin, 5 games on Elise. This will only be his 2nd game on Evelynn if it gets locked in. And in terms of the duo, in yesterday's composition, Alliance ran Caitlyn and Zyra as their duo lane. And the Zyra was primarily to deal with a very aggressive, in-your-face dive set of champions, and that is a very quick lock-in from the SK side.
But that is a Caitlyn choice over a Lucian choice. Orianna also being locked in. Maybe Jesus thinks he can go for that record, but Cogmore gets picked and locked by Tabs alongside Nami.
So a lot of late game damage. There's a decent front line with Evelynn and the Lulu combination, in addition to the disengage power that Nami offers. This is something we touched on in the pregame, is how important the ability to disengage can be. What I like about Alliance's comp is they can impact side lanes very effectively with the Evelynn and the Twisted Fate combo. For SK, with Renekton, with Lee Sin, they're going to be looking to get in your face and get ahead as early as possible.
Well, Freddy pulling his 100% win rate on that Renekton on the line here, up against Alliance. Does give him a champion he knows full well. The question is, will they be buddy system in their jungle? It looks to me like I think that's what they're going to go with.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is something that Alliance may be slightly more inclined to go towards, and the reason I say that, if they go for the buddy system, SK's got the opportunity to try and push lanes quite quickly. With the Caitlyn and her long range very early on, she can punish towers in those lane swap scenarios. In addition to having that Renekton and Lee Sin, who are great at the early stages of the game, I feel SK are the ones with the priority to make early moves, because they're going to have a power spike at an earlier stage than Alliance will.
Well, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Now that you've seen the picks and bans, do you still think Alliance will win it? 84% of you did before. Tweet hashtag AllWin or hashtag SKWin to @LOL Esports. We'll check out the results shortly. Twisted Fate, of course, picked up by Froggen once again.
Yep.
A very successful champion for him over the last few weeks.
And he pulls gold cards every time he ganks.
Yesterday
without
was scary.
Fail. Without fail. We had a fantastic tweet saying he couldn't use the football skin because he never pulls red cards unless he intends to.
Doesn't send anyone off.
No, definitely not.
Good guy Froggen, after all.
The one thing that I do like about SK's comp is it has the ability to punish Alliance's composition in the early stages of the game. Lulu needs time to ramp up. Twisted Fate needs time to ramp up. Kog'Maw needs time to ramp up. So while they're on that ramping, it's up to SK to make the plays.
Let's see how they do climb that ramp. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Blue team starting out as Alliance, the current #1 team, and they have a 2-0 record over SK Gaming, who are going to be starting out as the red team. We'll see whether we have any level 1 plays. Obviously a difference between the two top laners. Doran's Ring, of course, versus the Doran's Shield. Expected. But I want to see how they're going to start these level 1 fights.
Yeah, and very importantly is how Alliance handle the protection of tabs. If you look, you're going to have Glitter Launch, you're going to have Wild Growth, of course, and the disengage from Nami. But if Renekton or Lee Sin manage to deliver that command attack and dissonant shockwave combo onto tabs, there is a very real possibility of him getting blown up super early on in those fights. And that's what SK will be looking to do. For the time being, neither team has gone for any sort of aggressive or even defensive wards. All trinkets, with the exception of wickets, are available, and we need to watch for the next 30 or 40 seconds. It looks like it's going to be a standard defensive start to the game.
Yeah, nobody going too aggressive early on, 1 minute 10, so a long time before the buffs even spawn. You can see Froggen still hanging around in that death bush just off the side. Shook is keeping Jezzas occupied, just out of vision, of course. He's stealthed up as Evelynn to see whether it's looking like they want to go for that red invade alliance, but I don't think it's going to work out for them because there is a ward in place. It will spot them coming early, and you can see Svenskoren and Freddy are already in place waiting.
Yeah, so nothing exciting going to happen in the early stages of the game, but I do, I'm casting my mind back to, I think, an SK versus Super Hot Crew game where they also ran a Renekton and a Lee Sin combination, also on the red side of the map. And in that matchup, I was worried about SK's mid to late game scaling opportunities or abilities. And no, it was Gambit actually. And they just played so aggressive after the 15 or so minutes. They got like 1 or 2 key items and then just started challenging over and over and over and picking as many fights as possible in their opponent's jungles. I want to see if they're going to do the same thing with their comp.
You can see a couple of SK fans have woken up, but it's still 69% to Alliance in the vote. So you guys feel that, of course, Froggen on that Twisted Fate have got the edge. We'll see how it works out. Nif taking a good pilt over Peacemaker from Candy Panda there. Didn't catch any minions with it, so he just did the full max damage on him.
Yeah, it's actually very important to note that Nif and Tabs arrived late to the lane. So Candy Panda and Rated are going to have a experience lead as well as a CS lead for these first few levels. But you do somewhat expect that. The very long range of both Morgana and Caitlyn against the lower range Kog'Maw without his Bioarcane Barrage means they can punish. They can use those headshot procs. Luckily, though, as long as Nif has mana, he can sustain through much of that poke.
Well, they know the exact amount required to make sure those CS aren't missed. And it keeps them both hitting level 2 as well. Happy to push out. Shook, of course, double buffed up, as well as Svenskeren. No early invades from them. Tabs going a little bit aggressive and putting some good damage down on Candy Panda.
Very, very good trade. Tabs, with the attack damage bonus from Nif and his obvious Bio Arcane, which is now free on Kog'Maw, just gets all of the range and trades evenly. Candy Panda has burned through his potion and there's no more sustain in this lane. So if he does take more of those trades from being slightly overextended, he's obviously going to fall further and further behind. The other lanes, I mean, Jezz and Froggen appear to just be trading quite evenly.
Finally a red card from Froggen. Not sure if he wanted a gold then, but he pulled a red nonetheless.
I would theorize it helped him with last hitting and farming. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not sure. You're being far too gracious with these pro players. At the moment it is Jezz, of course, with that CS lead. We'll keep our eyes on that one. I don't think Froggen's going to let him get a record, especially one that Froggen set himself the other week. But there we are, having a potential gank. No, Jezz is going to back away. Shook coming down the bottom. Candy Panda low on health down here. Let's see if he goes for it.
If he gets caught by a bubble, he could get taken down. But as long as he dodges the bubble, Candy Panda should be alright.
Oh, got in Yak Prison. That's going to be Candy Panda going now. He's going to try and get away from him. Flash comes in. Shook follows it through. And it's Nif that gets himself first blood.
And they're not over yet. So much damage onto Enrated. That's flash and heal burned from Candy Panda in reply to a flash from Shook. So if Shook wants to rinse and repeat, grab himself another kill down in the bottom lane. First blood was secured by Nif though, so not the ideal target. But regardless, well executed gank. Good bubble from Nif.
Yeah, double assist as well, of course, don't forget. With the jungler involved, there was a flash used by Shook, but nevertheless, if he gets a secured kill, it works out. Svenskeren quickly going for a counter invade. Knows that Shook is not in and around this area, so he's going to steal away the large wolf gap.
So in terms of the CS numbers, even in the bottom lane, Tabs will get some time to pull slightly ahead. I want to highlight why Jezz is ahead of Twisted Fate. Thanks to Oriana's passive of Clockwork Wind-Up, she's got an auto-attack damage modifier that helps her in trades. In addition, you can see how much damage and zoning Command Attack does. So we do see they're considering a dive, but once Shook shows his face, they're going to back away.
Another red card.
Oriana's always going to do well in the early stages, and once Froggen gets some more items, maybe working towards an Athene's, if he wants to go that route, or rush Morellonomicon, that will help him with his wave clear, that'll help him keep further back and trade somewhat more evenly with Jezz's Oriana.
Freddy sticking with his triple Doran's build in this top lane on Renekton. 2 swords along, of course, with that shield. Despite the changes, he's sticking with it. So it's interesting to see how Freddy goes with this one. Remember, they got that big 100% win record. Did teleport back to the tower as well. Wicked yet to go back, so he's going to hold out. I think he wants to get himself that chalice early on. We'll see whether he goes with the triple Doran's ring, of course, which a lot of people on Lulu have been building. He's missing a lot of CS here.
Yeah, and if memory serves, yesterday Wicked did not actually go that route. He went very early Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Well played by Freddy. And I think Wicked's actually got enough money to pick those boots up if he wants to do a similar sort of build to yesterday. Typical, as we're going to talk about, he's going to grab himself Dawn's rings. I'll bet you any money. 1, 2. Yes, there we go.
He cheated.
He cheated. Yesterday I said triple Doran's, he goes Ionian. Today I said Ionian, he goes triple Doran's. End of the day, there's multiple options. Considering Freddy's got so many Dorans, he needs something to continue spamming Glitter Lancers as well as the additional HP to help out in trades. So we may see a fairly extended laning phase from both of these teams. No one's even made any gestures towards Dragons, and in straight up lanes, it generally means Dragons come later.
Yeah, it's something, honestly, we only see the 3.5 minute Dragons maybe once a day at best, whereas of course North America, you're generally seeing it every single day. Just different styles, longer laning phases. Svenskeren spotted out by that ward, that's going to give him vision. Of course, Froggen will be well aware of that. Tab's caught out with the Dark Binding, it's not going to get followed up on though. Candy Panda was worried about the threat of the bubble from Nif.
Very smart play from Tabs. Even though he was caught by the Dark Binding, the Void Ooze just made any sort of engagement difficult. Sven's caught out. Or not.
He's not going to get away unless Froggen flashes. He gets into the gold card. The good wild card follows through. There's good shockwave from Jezz's defensively used along with that defensive ball. And it saves him for now. Flash used by Froggen as well as the Ghost.
Yeah, so as summoner spells burned across the board. Svenskeren ends up trading flash for flash as far as Froggen is concerned. The reason that's important is if Svenskeren can heal and come back to the middle lane next time Shockwave is up, they can punish Froggen. And they also know Destiny's down. So this should allow SK to either make a play in another lane or possibly even consider making some moves for Dragon if they get an advantage in this bottom lane.
Aggression from Nif immediately gets a 90 caliber net out of Candy Panda, keeping him out of range, of course. He's going to be losing out on the experiences. 4.11 changes will be coming on those, of course, the minion changes, but then we are on 4.10 still here, while you guys at home may have upgraded this morning. It is all about 4.10, and Wicked trying to keep that pressure on. The Glitterland's doing work on Freddy right now.
Yeah, all props to Freddy. He's got a decent CS advantage over Wicked in this lane. Every time we have caught a glimpse of him, he is playing fairly aggressively, using the sustain from that Colombic to just keep himself relevant. He's obviously got the 6% lifesteal from both of those Dorans. So he's got decent sustain, and there's no real kill threat from Wicked. Freddy has to make a big misplay or get ganked by Shook to run the risk of getting taken out. And for the time being, teams are very, very even. Jez is still with a small CS advantage in the mid lane, but it's countered by the fact Svenskeren is slightly behind in the jungle.
Froggen going to try and keep his pressure on Jesus. He's going to keep him ticking here, and more importantly for Jesus, of course, every time Froggen goes away, he needs to punish that lane. He needs to take that tower down. We saw it a couple of times. And the pressure almost certainly is on Froggen's turret rather than Jez's. He's being able to keep them away from that one. You can see turret barely touched so far. Bottom lane have hit level 6. Let's see where they go near the thing. The bubble not landing because the black shield blocks it out there, but Candy Panda starting to take that range poke now from Tabs.
Yeah, now that Tabs and Nif have hit level 6, the threat of being caught by a bubble into a knock-up is very high. Good flash from Candy Panda.
Well, the wave used, but that flash is going to be on a much longer cooldown, so Alliance will be relaying that information, and Shook, who is down in this bottom area of the map, may actually look to go for a gank here. We're going to get a lovely siren.
Oh, Nif sounds lovely. We'll have to get Nif to sing that on stage after the game, I think. But a good attempt. I mean, trading Tidal Wave, which is 110-second cooldown, for a flash, which is around 300 seconds, that's a trade you'll take any day of the week. We've already seen Shook ganking bottom lane. Well, Candy Panda had his flash, and he hasn't returned since. Destiny's almost available. Shook should be able to gank. So if SK push at all in that lane, there's going to be the threat of Froggen jumping in there to join a party.
So CS being gifted across there, the Wolves to Froggen. Maybe he feels there's a bit of a challenge laid down by Peke yesterday. I'm not too sure if he's going to be quite catching it. At the moment, Jez is looking strong for it. We'll see how it works out between those two mid laners. Froggen, I think he's got his mindset on ganks more than CS, and he's going to be looking around to try and go aggressive. Let's have a look at Candy Panda and see what he's building here. Of course, we've seen a number of items. We're expecting the Infinity Edge to be started out by him, but he's got the makings of a Blade of the Rune King.
This is a little bit risky. We'll get to the items in a moment because of the fact Destiny is available. So SK Gaming have got 3 members, but they run the risk of being flanked. There's the Destiny we talked about. There's no Tidal Wave. So Alliance feeling a little safe, and we need to see who is going to initiate the fight. SK pulled away, so you know, Dragon's slowly resetting. And if Alliance commit to this, they're coming in from 2 flanks. They decide against it because they didn't have tabs.
They're trying to delay, yeah, they're trying to delay. They didn't have tabs there, but it forces SK away nonetheless, so they didn't get that Dragon down. Alliance happy to just hold on in the lanes for a little bit longer. They're going to keep this wave pushing, and now Nif looking to get onto Candy Panda. That Black Shield's going to have to be so on point from N-Rated if he is to prevent that.
Yeah, and at this point in time, Candy Panda has now slowly started to fall behind in terms of range. As Tabs is getting closer to maxing that Bioarcane Barrage, he'll have a few seconds where he can out-trade with Candy Panda from a safer distance. And if Candy tries to get in range, Tabs can use that Void Ooze to basically zone out, prevent anybody, you know, jumping onto him or closing the distance. So it's an interesting lane, and Candy's now slowly falling further behind CS, considering he was ahead for the first 3 or 4 levels.
Well, Fiendish Codex picked up by Wicked, so he's going to get himself a little bit more shield. Hasn't gone for the Athenes yet, doesn't feel the need to just burn through that mana, happy to just continue. But Freddy, look at this, different stuff for him as well. Spectral Cowl building into the lane.
Well, with the amount of magic damage from everyone in Alliance, I mean, even Cogmore's got magic damage. That's quite a smart pickup. We've also seen top laners rushing Banshee's Veils, not too uncommonly. So bottom lane, Tidal Wave is up, Shook is available, there's no Destiny. So we need to see if Nif can actually send anybody on a surf ride, because one person can get knocked up, while the other will obviously be shielded by that Black Shield.
Well, Flash Soul Shackles is available for N-Rated. If he catches it, that's going to be the prison. The bubble catches on Candy Panda, quickly takes that ride. The Ignite was used, but he's forced back.
Yeah, Summoner Heal burned again. So another Tidal Wave plus Ignite in exchange for that Summoner spell. Svenskeren's moving in, but they stood right on top of a ward. Destiny still not up for Froggen. So Alliance focusing Candy Panda and N-Rated, trying to get Tabs ahead as quickly as possible, and it is working out. The pressure and the presence from their aggressive play means Candy Panda is falling behind.
Oh, I think Jesus would like nothing more than to steal those eighths away, but instead he was forced to back off. Froggen shows himself. This bottom lane still is the focus. Remember, Destiny not up just yet, but it will be shortly. Jesus' job is going to be to keep him grounded, make sure he can't get away. He's going to have the only way to do that is to catch him with a shockwave as he tries to Destiny away.
I do want to highlight the pre-game video where Jesus is like, look, it's Alliance. I'm not bothered. I play against people of Froggen's caliber all the time in Challenger and in solo queue, and he's got a CS advantage over Froggen. Froggen has tried to roam with TF, not been successful yet. And when we... Oh, Candy Panda with another bubble. He must be very thirsty today. When we go back to last year, let's see if Froggen can get Jesus.
Oh, he's going to get the Destiny. That's going to give him full vision as he goes through the bush. Shook comes around again. Shockwave pulls Froggen back, but Jesus is not getting out of this one. Froggen gets the kill, has to flash away. The danger of Svenskeren nearby forces that.
Oh, they're going to go on N-Rated now next.
And you can see N-Rated taking all the damage. Tab's got 1 or 2 more hits, flashes out, and gets away with so little health.
So getting another kill on the board. This time it is Shook plus Froggen that run down Jesus. Gonna steal the buff away, and he has a 2-on-2.
Svenskeren's in all sorts of trouble. He did get the blue, but I'm not sure he's going to get away with this one. Wicked comes around. The basic attack should be enough. Now they turn their attention to Freddy. Froggen joins the party. Gold card pulled. Stun goes down. Wild card's through. Froggen gets himself the kill. It's a double for Alliance.
4-0. I'm not quite sure why SK were going for that invade. They had just lost their mid laner. Svenskeren pulls Freddy down from that top lane, and they just get surrounded by Shook and Froggen. End up giving up 2 additional kills. What was looking like a very even, very close laning phase with actually probably a CS advantage in favor of SK has now gone completely the opposite direction thanks to Alliance ensuring they punish the invades and they're creating opportunities. Shook's ganks have been significantly more impactful than Svenskeren's ganks. And Sven needs to get in the game if he wants to make up this gold deficit.
Well, SK Gaming are going to go straight in for the Dragon here. Of course, Destiny was down. Everything cooled down for Alliance. So this may be SK being able to steal this one. Shook's going to try and get in and smite it away. He has got it available if he was to sneak in, but he's spotted out. That's going to be... SK is going to get the catch on towards it. Shook has to back away. Teleport used by Wicked. A little bit late on the party this time around. The Voidoo's on the wave. Catches beautifully from Nif there. The bubble on towards... Jesus gets him down. One more shot. Candy Panda goes down. N-Rated caught out. He gets stunned out. It's a double for Tabs, and Alliance again get themselves 3 more kills.
3 for 0. They steal the blue buff potentially, and they managed to get, you know, all of those kills into Froggen and into Tabs. They lost the Dragon, yes, but in the big picture, they're going to come out very, very happy. The gold on their carries is absolutely massive. SK Gaming was somewhat split. They wanted to focus down Shook, but the problem they had, they didn't realize that Tabs and Nif were coming up from the river. So because of that fact, it just meant that Nif was able to knock people up and set up a bunch more kills.
Yeah, of course, 2 ultimates used on Shook as well before that fight, trying to desperately to catch on towards him. Bottom tower goes down, Tabs took down. Of course, you saw Freddy taking the top turret down as well. Tabs actually very vocal in the 4.10 patch notes, talking about how, if your enemy is going for an Infinity Edge, you have to force them out of the lane. He's been doing that the whole game. Candy Panda still only got that pickaxe, along with the Berserker Greaves, yet to build anything else, while Tabs, of course, going for the Trinity Falls first.
Yeah, he should be able to finish that, and he just did a moment ago. Very impressive play from Tabs and Nif. They play passive until they were level 4 or level 5. And as soon as they hit level 4, Nif just kept landing key bubbles onto Candy Panda, and he was always at low HP. Now keep in mind, there's no flash on Candy Panda. Shook doesn't have the support of the rest of his lanes, but here comes Froggen.
N-Rated in trouble, gold card pulled. He does stop the stun. I'm not sure if it's enough though. Froggen comes around, a good kick from Svenskeren should save them. But no, Shook actually throwing down his ultimate. They want to catch on towards this one. Have they got the damage? Oh, what a beautiful gold card on Svenskeren. Wild card thrown through. Svenskeren gives himself up as his life. Sacrificial lamb to save Candy Panda and N-Rated.
Again, Alliance just force a kill. They set their sights on a target and they run that target down. With the exception of the first Destiny from Froggen not getting a kill, every single one since then has worked out in his favor. And it just feels like every time SK make a move around the map, Alliance are there to counter it. They've always got a counterplay in mind, and they've built themselves up a 4,000 gold lead before the 20-minute mark.
It's a big, big lead, as you mentioned. 8-0 as well. Alliance are in danger of steamrolling over SK Gaming as they move towards this red buff area. Freddy quickly alerted, and he's back in hell away from that top turret. It is another inner outer turret that they are aiming for, and Alliance are going to take this one with ease.
Look at the vision that Alliance have got on the map. part of the reason they were so confident in running up through that river, they knew where, if and where people were going to be, where Jesus was running. They've got vision in the bottom half, they got vision in the top half. The entire Alliance team has made an informed decision to shove this lane down, and SK are a little late to reply. Jesus is nowhere there, Enrated's nowhere there. Alliance can take this if they focus it down.
They may be able to get in the middle turret, Jesus, but that's going to be an inner for Alliance. The bottom turret still being pushed, and Alliance are pinging it. They're saying, they're still down here. You know what? We can still keep going.
Candy Panda hasn't started to recall yet. Jesus has evened up, so it's going to be 2 towers for 2 in the big picture, but of course that's 2 towers in 1 lane. So an inner turret is always more valuable. Alliance also may get positioning on this mid turret from SK if they shove with a wave. We need to see how heavily they commit, because it looks like SK can get in place to defend.
Jesus does walk past the ward, gives him vision. Froggen's Destiny was available in a second's time. Shook going to get caught out with the Dark Binder. It's just to stop him backing away. Jez is actually taking a look towards that one. He did pull the Shockwave on Shook last time around and didn't manage to do enough damage. He simply hasn't got the burst damage just yet.
No, not enough ability power. And, you know, that Shockwave, it is a game-changing spell if they, you know, hit the right people, and that's it on Froggen.
It's a good land, but immediately flashed out of by Froggen. Dark Binding was wide of the mark. Of course, Froggen able to just stroll away.
Yeah, that looked all too easy for Froggen. As soon as the Dark Binding was coming in, he lined up his flash and very easily repositioned to ensure that skill shot didn't connect. And you know, Froggen was down 20, 25 CS earlier. Now it's only 10. He's made up that deficit, and that's discounting the tower kills as well as the 2 kills and 4 assists that he's grabbed.
He's made up quite a bit, let's put it that way. He's put himself very much in the lead in that matchup between the two.
Hourglass already completed.
Infinity Edge now picked up by Candy Panda. Much needed item for the AD carry as SK look to start grouping now. Of course, Dragon up in a minute and a half. We'll see whether Alliance do manage to push any objectives. We can see Froggen is going towards the top wave. He's going to clear that out. Shove some pressure on towards that top lane. Has got Destiny available if he needs to get down there. Wicked, meanwhile, his teleport's available shortly, but he's just sticking around with the rest of Alliance in the mid lane.
Yeah, we need to see how it works. Look at the damage on the Candy Panda.
Candy Panda taking some big hits there. That's going to be Alliance taking this middle turret. SK not able to react. They've got to be careful. They're going too deep on that one. Tab's taking the kick. Ace and a hole coming through. This is going to turn the damage back around. There's Froggen going straight in. Svenskeren goes down. Shook gets the kill on towards him. Shook goes deep on that one. They can't get on towards Candy Panda. Wildcard thrown out. Froggen tries to catch it. Not going to get on there in the end, but it is. But Candy Panda finally dropped into the ultimate of Tabs from long range, and it's a 3 for 0. 40 seconds until Dragon. It's more the mid turret they've got to worry about.
Svenskeren jumps into the middle of Alliance without really having the full support of the rest of his team. Jesus didn't even have Shockwave for the fight, catches Nif, but it's not enough. The rest of Alliance, they're on the tower.
Tabs gets him down. That's another kill. Tabs starting to rack these up now. If you've got him in your fancy points, he is scoring like gold does for you. That's going to be another turret going down, Alliance. Now they can take this bottom turret as well. There's a big wave there for Froggen. They're just taking everything from SK. 12 to 0 in kills. Not a single reply from SK Gaming. And it's a 20-minute surrender, ladies and gentlemen. Froggen is surprised, as everyone else, as SK Gaming are decimated by the top of the table. 14 wins, 2 losses, Alliance.
Unbelievable performance from Alliance. Their composition always had the ability to flank and to gank with Evelynn and Twisted Fate. And they didn't care about Renekton or Lee Sin. They punished, and they just got in the faces of SK. Not a single death on the side of Alliance.
108 in the top lane, 404 for Tabs. Was it 4? Trying to look for 305 for Froggen. Just dominant performances overall. A 108 from Nif as well. Those bubbles, key. Always on point. Of course, the wave following through, they caught 3 members in that mid lane. SK Gaming just had no reply.
None whatsoever. SK were outplayed in the laning phase. Their strongest suit, as far as SK are concerned, is their mid to late game map movements and team-based decisions. They were never allowed to get there because they were punished so heavily by Twisted Fate, because they were punished so heavily by that Evelynn. And every single time Alliance made a move, they got a kill. There was one gank where it didn't work, and that was trying to punish Svenskeren for an invade. But every other time, top lane, river, jungle, it just all went Alliance's way.
And you know, we talked about the mental edge at the start of the show. They were talking about it themselves, and you can't tell me SK were not worried about that fight, because the mental edge clearly was against them.
Yeah.
And now the rest of the league are going to look at that match and see Alliance getting the fastest EU LCS game, by the way. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident I can say that
Yeah, I
one.
think so too.
20 minutes, 58 seconds, I think it was at the end there.
21:01 officially.
Crazy.
21:01 officially in post-game score.
Got to wait for the Nexus to
With a
explode
few
after
seconds.
surrender.
You know,
Yeah.
cool guys don't look at explosions, but Alliance sure as hell can buy the time to look at them. That was an incredibly dominant performance. If SK did not have a mental block going into the game, they will for the next one. Because SK are a team that scrap and fight and dig in deep. You go back to the spring split, you go back to the beginning of the summer split, and they were always going to 30, 40, 50 minutes because they could, because they had it in them to dig deep and defend and fight hard. They didn't even try against Alliance.
Wow, what a crazy start to the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go over to the stage right now. Shox is standing by with Alliance's Wicked.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Eefje Shock supporter, joined here by the victorious Wicked of Alliance. A fast and swift victory for you guys in the first game of the day. You guys were confident going into this one, I can presume, 2-0 up already. What did you guys think after picks and bans? How did it go?
Well, we got all the pick and bans we wanted. Everything went according to our plan, pretty much. And we just wanted to play it out. And then, unlike Jesse said yesterday, they wouldn't make mistakes. They managed to make a lot of mistakes, and we got an advantage out of that.
So when you have an advantage like that and the team that is second in the league right behind you and maybe one of your biggest competitors going into the end of the season and they surrender, does that give you a confidence boost somehow?
So I feel like in League of Legends it's a lot of mentally, and I think SK is extremely strong, but they weren't on their game for this game. So it doesn't give a huge confidence boost, because if they had played an amazing match and had played really good and we beat them, that would give a bigger confidence boost for me, because I think they're really strong still.
Well, you guys overall also seem very confident. You opting for the Lulu here in this matchup. What do you think of the current meta? How does it suit you?
I think the current meta is a lot of fun right now, because a lot of 1v1s, sometimes there's jungle ganks and so on, but there's not that many 1v2s anymore, and I like that a lot. Also, I learned to hit skill shots, which is nice, because I can actually play stuff like Lulu, so it's good.
Which is nice indeed. Thank you very much, Wicked.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Roccat takes on Millennium. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5.
They're not on TP. They're not on TP.
Kill Jess, kill Jess,
Speed up, Froggen, speed up.
I'm on Candy, I'm on Candy.
Ori. Hit. She flashed.
Kill.
Mark
No flash. Go. Keep going. Get the blue.
Get the blue. I'm on top.
Good job.
Welcome back to the European LCS. I'm joined here at the analyst table by Joe Miller and Martin Deficio Lunga to break down Alliance's win over SK Gaming. Guys, let's start and pick some bans because obviously SK coming in with a solid plan, but leaving the Twisted Fate open, not the best thing to do.
Yeah, I think solid plan probably isn't the word, more of a risky plan because they ban Elise and then they hope Alliance will first pick Lee Sin because Elise and Lee Sin are the two big junglers at the moment. So either they hope for first pick Lee Sin from Alliance and then Jesus can pick up TF, a champion he's been spamming the last few days in solo queue, or they just want to trade them back and forth. Like, so you get TF, we take Lee Sin, we get a strong pick each, but then they don't have a counter pick for the Twisted Fate, so that idea was kind of weird.
Yeah, it was a very weird start to pick some bans for me because we know that Froggen puts a priority in Twisted Fate and has already first picked it in other games as well. To leave that open then and hope that you are going to leave it, I mean, the fact is we can see that Jez has been spamming Twisted Fate, so Alliance know that he's been spamming Twisted Fate. If Twisted Fate's open and Froggen's already taken it before, why would he let Jesus get it? It was just very strange. SK didn't seem really there today.
Yeah, they did mention it also on social media. There was a lot about how many we can't make the mistakes we made last time, but it seems like maybe they realized they made those mistakes and it immediately transcended into the early game as well.
Well, we can at least say they made a lot of mistakes. Like the entire game was actually SK Gaming mistakes. First blood on Candy Panda, he's playing Caitlyn, he has Morgana with him. Black Shield was ready for unrated. The E from Caitlyn, the net was ready, the flash was ready, and yet he actually gets bubbled and ends up dying. I mean, there's no excuse. You can even see the bubble travel from Nami to hit Caitlyn. Black Shield from ready, flash it if you think you're going to die from it. He didn't, first blood Alliance. And then leaving into the Dragon fight, which is the one we're going to highlight now, so we can just pull up the replay on your guys' screen at home. The Dragon fight itself is such a weird decision by SK Gaming and a big, big mistake once we actually get it up here. So it's paused now. Notice how Renekton doesn't have teleport at this point. He already teleported to the top lane. Wicked does have teleport on Lulu, so he can always join in, making it 5 versus 4 in favor of Alliance, of course. And if you just roll the clip here, we even see Candy Panda only has a pickaxe because he was forced to go back early. He couldn't get a BF sword, so he's very weak at this point. They're not able to kill Shook. They invest everything into killing one guy here. Orianna ult is down, Caitlyn ult is gone, and then Nami just comes in, or Nif comes in from his side. Beautiful tidal wave, and 5 members from Alliance can just clean up. Freddy is stuck in his top lane without teleport, and yes, they got the dragon, but it was such a terrible call, and there was no way they would ever get out of it alive, and therefore they just gave up even more gold to Alliance.
And another Black Shield that came in really weirdly halfway through that. Well, Jesus wasn't even in the fight, it was halfway through it. Throw it onto him when you've got the tidal wave and bubbles to come afterwards. I actually think that N-rated today as a whole seemed to be off his game somewhat. Yeah. You mentioned already the first blood, and I'm sure we're going to hear via Twitter and what have you what exactly the problem was for SK today, but that's not the second place SK that we know.
Yeah, a final question about that. We saw that they had 3 different opinions in the pre-video. One saying, I can handle Frog and I play versus those players every day. Jess is Freddy saying, we're scared that makes us make a mistake, and Candy, if we don't make those mistakes, we can handle them. How vital is it for, as a pro team, to go into a game with the same mindset?
I think every team going in with the mindset of not making any mistakes, but if you're nervous going into the game, if Candy Panda and N-rated was nervous in the bot lane for whatever reason, maybe it could be the reason they didn't play like we normally see them play. I mean, Jess in the mid lane looked fine in the laning phase. He got a CS lead against Froggen because Orianna is a very strong laner and Twisted Fate is more just farm and then impact the side lanes instead. But overall, SK Gaming as a team, the calls weren't there. I mean, the misplays just for the players themselves, it was a stomp. I mean, Alliance showed they were the better team, and SK Gaming once again also show the early game isn't the best thing for them.
Yeah, and SK obviously realized this, you know, if you come in with different mindsets, in my opinion, you're never really going to do well. Even if you come in with a bad mindset, it's good if you all have that mindset, because at least you're then on the same page. Although SK were on the same page, surrender after 20 minutes, I mean, they were at a point in the game where they knew that they'd already lost it and probably felt, you know, this is pointless, we're wasting our time with this one, we can go on and prepare for our next games.
Yeah, you do need 4 votes to surrender, so some of them were on the same page. Anyway, they have to talk about this because they still have a match coming up later today, so we can see how they can bounce back from that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's send it back over to Demon and Quickshot for our next match.
Damn, shots fired from Shox. It is time for our next clash as Roccat faces Millennium. For both of these teams, a win means taking a step closer to guaranteeing a spot in the playoffs. And you could argue that a win for Roccat is even more important as it helps them ensure that they aren't looking at a possible trip to the promotion tournament. In London, Roccat went 2-0, taking down Millennium in a match that was very drawn out. And while it wasn't flashy, it was a win, and it did prove, of course, that Roccat can take games off teams that are currently performing well. Yesterday, Roccat battled Fnatic and Wolves. They went 1-1, but even their victory was far from convincing as it took another 50-minute win. After hearing Overpower's interview with Shox, you have to think there are some serious confidence issues within the team right now.
That was a heavy interview, D-Man, and you don't have to think about it. I think it's a fact. They are absolutely terrified in-game. They lack any conviction amongst any of their plays. And even when Roccat are ahead, they still play incredibly scared. And it's a big problem for a team looking to avoid relegation, as you've rightly pointed out. As a team, Roccat actually have the third longest games out of all 8 European teams, taking over 41 minutes per game on average every game. I do want to say some positives, though. I was excited to see Overpower playing Xerath. He did a pretty good job in the grand scheme of things. And seeing Roccat play different champions is what cemented them as a strong team during the spring split. But obviously, it isn't always the best course of action. And I want to see if they do it again against Millennium, who are famed for running assassins in that mid lane.
Well, for Millennium, they managed to take out the league's #2 team, SK Gaming, last week. But they also dropped a match to Alliance. Their style of play, well, has the ability to do well. It does seem a fairly one-dimensional tactic, that's for sure. They tried something new yesterday, but as they have already proven, it didn't exactly work out for them. When they venture away from the pick comp and don't put Kerp on some form of burst champion, they seem lackluster in their gameplay.
Yeah, and yesterday was a perfect example of that. Fnatic banned away all of Kerp's main champions, and he struggled to find any real impact in the game. A bigger problem than Kerp was, in fact, Cottonex, who ran Kha'Zix. It's a champion that is a very risky pick at this level of play, and Cottonex never got ahead on a champion that needs to get ahead, so he was simply bullied around the map and had no presence, instantly being blown up by Pekka's Syndra. I think as a team, Millennium just continue to demonstrate the heaviest swings amongst the teams in Europe. And to explain that further, they either smash their opponents or they get smashed. And they need to think about their picks and bans as well as their in-game decision-making to actually balance that out. Because you can't either be all in or all destroyed if you want to challenge for playoffs and maybe even Worlds.
Well, even though Millennium managed to turn around their performance after facing relegation in the spring split, Rockat's Jankos thinks the team's success hinges on the trackball ace in the mid lane and will look to take down Kerp.
So Roccat is an interesting team. Sometimes they do really, really well, and sometimes not so well.
They seem to struggle sometimes, play good sometimes. I just think they need more consistency.
I think every single team can take game out of Millennium right now. Sometimes they don't know what are they supposed to do, and sometimes they play really good, so it's like 50-50 if they play good or bad.
I think the key factor for Millennium is Kerp. Kerp is just dominant mid laner and he likes to roam.
You just play Roccat and you win against him. There's no strategy to beat him.
Kevin is pretty much the same. He almost always wins the top lane, and if he doesn't, he also don't lose it. He's just very consistent.
I think Roccat has a chance to be in the top 4. They're overall a good team, but sometimes they go for low risk, high reward plays for no reason.
I still think they are one of the best teams in early game, but late game, where they used to be really good, like in the team fights, they kind of lack now. Because early game is extremely solid, and then mid to late game it kind of pulls off a bit.
They won against us in London at least, so they're doing something right at least.
I'm a little confused by that. Connex saying that Roccat are one of the best teams in the early game. Roccat would definitely disagree with that.
Yes, I completely agree. And it's interesting to hear the viewpoints because each of the players is talking from a very personal standpoint. For me, their early game is good because I can't kill them.
I think he's talking about Jankos basically being good early game.
Truthfully, Roccat have just been mediocre at best all split long. And they really need to shake things up. They need to actually get rid of the fear and start playing the game committed, and maybe that'll help them out.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Let's check out those lineups, because on the blue side, it is Roccat. That means it's Zazas in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Sullivan as the AD carry, and Vanda in support.
And on the red side, it is Millennium, with Kevin playing in the top lane, Cottonex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creatine as the AD carry, and J-Ree playing the support role.
So as the teams prepare for Champion Select, let's see how you guys called this game. According to LOLesports.com, 67% of you voted for Millennium. And they are honestly the highest seed in this matchup so far, so it's kind of expected to have the higher vote.
Also, their playstyle definitely counters that of Rocket's. Rocket is a lot slower in the mid game, especially in the mid game. And Millennium are a team that in the mid game, they like to roam around. They like to have Kerp and Cottonex impacting side lanes and generally trying to blow people up. With yesterday's team comp, even though Millennium were somewhat disjointed in the thematic approach, they still had the option or the possibility to blow people up. And we did see both Cottonex and Creatine having some jumps with their Tristana Kha'Zix combo, but they just fell too far behind, and every time they did jump in, Syndra with the DFG being played by Xpeke just went, you will now die. Well, so they can't afford that today.
And that pick and ban phase was actually very important because Fnatic focused Kerp.
Yeah.
And that clearly seems to be a bit of a downside for Millennium. If he gets focused in the pick and bans, if they can't get him on one of those explosive champions, there's a problem. We even talked to them after the game. They discussed it themselves. Like, yeah, we were kind of in trouble in the pick and ban phase onwards.
Yeah, I draw comparisons to Millennium to Gambit last split, where Gambit last split would only win games if Alex Sitch had a good game. And that's exactly what Millennium are now doing. If Kerp doesn't play well, Millennium don't get kills and wins.
Well, Roccat obviously weren't watching the Fnatic game because they've left so much open here. Twitch and Elise have been banned out along with Twisted Fate. That means Kerp's going to get anything he wants here. Kassadin and Kale
Ziggs is up.
and Lulu taken away. Ziggs is out there. LeBlanc is out there. More importantly, one of Kerp's big main champions.
Now, LeBlanc was available yesterday and Kerp opted not to play that. He did go for the Lulu yesterday, this time around banning it away. The reason I highlight the Ziggs is it is an overpower staple. It is something that he's played many times in the past. Considering that Elise is taken off the table and Lee Sin and Evelyn are up, you could also theorize that a jungle pick might be important for Jankos because he's also a comfort one and something that we always say, an AD carry for Celiva. Something that, you know, Rocket have a lot of weaknesses in their pick and ban phase, and the priority will be determined by these high priority picks.
Well, they're trying to force Cottonex onto Elise, it seems. Lee Sin was locked in as the first choice for Rocket. Of course, it means a lot was open, and Millennium do take away that Lucian along with Ziggs for Kerp.
So we're not seeing anything surprising here from Rocket or Millennium in terms of the picks. Because of the priorities and the heavy focus on the AD carries, as well as those jungle bans, jungle picks, it means Cottonex has only really got Evelyn to fall back on. I doubt he's going to run Kha'Zix in the jungle again. It wasn't good yesterday.
I'm pretty sure the team decided that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, well, it happened yesterday. So this is the thing that makes me laugh. They decided now. How could it happen yesterday? Regardless, Evelyn is up, Jarvan is up if they want to go that route. And against Ziggs in the mid lane, Overpow, I doubt he's going to run Xerath. It's too immobile, especially when he starts charging up that Arcano Pulse in his Q. So a lot of time being burned through, and we need to see what he's going to opt for.
Oh, it's going to be Jax in that top lane for Zaz, the champion he's run a few times before. Morgana, of course, also locked in for Vander. Almost the de facto support choice right now, if available, along with Nami.
And it's going to be tough for Rocket to make this team composition potentially work, because yesterday they also ran a Jax top lane into Fnatic. Fnatic ran a Ziggs top lane. So if Millennium really want to surprise people, hell, they could lock in Orianna now and go for something similar. But I don't know if they've got the coordination to play that style. Their team fights are not necessarily as crisp. So with the Ziggs being locked in, I think for Kevin, something like Irelia or Aatrox, maybe Renekton's, a champion that can dive in alongside Evelyn and then use the poke damage from Ziggs, plus that assassination power of Renekton and Evelyn, might be the way they're going to go for.
Yeah, Renekton locked in. I was going to say, I don't see Kevin. He's a bruiser player through and through, not really want to adopt to a Ziggs like Soaz has. Of course, Evelyn was locked in for Cottonex. That Holy Trinity continues throughout 4.10, it seems, in the jungle.
So very standard picks thus far, and on the side of Millennium, you don't really have hard engage. Evelyn needs to flank, Renekton needs to run straight at you, and with a single target stun being the only hard CC on the side of Millennium, Morgana can counter that. I feel like Millennium are leaving their support pick to last to potentially lock in a Leona for J-Re. He's played it 5 times this split. Thresh is available if he wants to go that route and go for the pick option. But I feel like Leona may be something they want, maybe something they're considering. And this may be why we're seeing like the likes of a mobile AD carry. Celiva could go Caitlyn, Celiva could go Corki, but he had a very good game on Corki a few weeks ago.
Well, it is Rise in mid lane. We thought we may get treated with something new from Overpower, but instead he's fallen back to a tried and tested. Not sure how that one's going to work out against the Ziggs in the mid lane. We did see it in Korea last week, I believe it was. I remember seeing a Rise versus Ziggs. As it stands, Corki being picked up once again by Sullivan. Tried this one yesterday.
Yeah, he did, and in terms of the first game that he played, it was Caitlyn and then Corki. My most impressive performance on him on Corki was actually over in London, if memory serves, and you know, managed to put together some strong showings. Corki can do well against Lucian in lane because of the burst factor. He's got the trade with his Phosphorus Bomb along with the Black Shield from Morgana to at least survive potential Thresh engages or Leona engages in this scenario. But Rocket have once again got a team that needs time to scale up. If Jankos is not omnipresent and helping out this Jax or this Rise, they can and will be bullied and pushed around. Renekton's going to make Jax's life difficult, and Ziggs is going to make Rise's life difficult in the early stages of the game. So a lot of pressure on Jankos on this Lee Sin to move around, support the lanes, and try get Rise and Jax to a split-pushing power or team-fighting power spike.
We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, Millennium locking in Thresh as their final champion choice alongside Lucian. Standard lane matchup there against the Corki, Morgana. Corki seen as the counter to Lucian these days.
Yeah, I think counter is probably a strong word, but he's definitely on
equal trade.
Equal trade. Yeah. I think that's a better way to put it. And the one thing that I do like about the Thresh pick is it allows Jerry to put the peel down. It allows Jerry to knock Jax or Lee Sin away with a Flay, put the box down, and zone out multiple members of Roccat. Because Roccat have the same problem that Millennium have in this team comp. They are reliant on a champion either flanking and surprising their opponents, or just running straight at them. So on the odd chance a Dark Binding or a Death Sentence lands, yes, there's your clear engage. But until that point, it's on the junglers and the top laners to run around from the sides and get involved.
It worries me. Deficio said the same thing yesterday in one of the Roccat games. That went on for 50 minutes. We'll see how this one goes, of course, with each team coming out. Who has the edge in this one? Tweet hashtag Roccat or hashtag Millennium or Milwin. Remember to get that one right. To @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you think landed the stronger lineup.
Once again, Roccat have late game scaling. They don't necessarily have the late game decision making to go with their late game scaling team.
But it's okay because neither do Millennium.
That's the thing. Millennium have only ever thrived on pick comps, have only ever thrived when they've got champions that can blow somebody up and then force an objective. With the Ziggs locked in there, with the Renekton, they can force objectives and they can play the siege game very effectively, especially with the Thresh for all of the peel and the protection he offers. But we need to see if they can force those objectives. We need to see if they can move around the map efficiently and strategically enough.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of Superweek underway for day 2 here. And it is Roccat starting out as the blue team up against Millennium as the red team. Who will come out ahead? Will Millennium manage to garner themselves some sort of advantage? Can they start picking people off? Or will Roccat manage to build up their super-powered champions and get it to the late game?
So the two people that I'm going to be watching on Millennium's side this game will be Kevin on Renekton to see how effectively he can either bully Xaxus and how he moves around the map. Secondarily to that is which J-Ree will we see today? Because J-Ree on Thresh has had some incredible Thresh games. And then he has also had some uninspiring Thresh games, is the way I think I'm going to put this one. And, you know, we've seen Millennium dismantle Super Hot Crew during the last split, where J-Ree just landed hook after hook after hook. But, yeah, haven't necessarily seen that same level in the summer split. And it does look like Roccat with a little bit of an early vision advantage, thanks to some jungle wards.
Oh, double ward posted down. And Roccat moving in force, actually, for this one. There is a Millennium ward there, and it's going to get swept very early on. I actually didn't notice that one getting picked up by Overpower.
Yeah, so Roccat with the Psych Out play, that's either going to force Millennium to use another Trinket ward, which obviously gives Roccat the small vision advantage. In addition, it also makes them wonder, are they going to invade? Do they want to invade? Etc., etc. Nevertheless, the ward goes down, and it looks like Roccat are just going to double up, defend their own blue buff. Millennium starting on the red buff side of the jungle as the spawns are coming up. So no invades, no steals on both games of the day.
No.
Advantage Millennium.
Wow, that was very precursive. Expected a bit more from that one, but no. No big fight starting out level 1, and it will be the battle to see who hits level 2 first. Will it be Sullivan and Vandal? Will it be Creaton and J-Ree? The junglers both starting off red and blue start for them. And immediately, Sullivan starting out throwing out his abilities. Overpower not winning that trade, that's for sure.
That was definitely not worth it. With Ziggs having the ability to empower his auto attacks and having the range advantage with those bouncing bombs, Overpower is playing so aggressive. He can't afford to do this.
Ignite already used, chucking down those potions, but he's got next to no health left, and Kerb just trying to bully him out early on here. Zaza's doing the same thing on Kevin. It's funny, we talked about yesterday how Darian goes crazy aggressive on the Jax versus Renekton. Seems that Zazas has been taking a note out of his book.
Cotnex might it.
Coming in for the steal. He's going to come around and fight Jankos. Jankos takes a hell of a lot of damage in the background there from Cotnex. He was tanking up the red buff as well. Remember, Overpower, he's already taken some serious damage from Kerb. Kerb coming around the side there. Red buff taken away. Cotnex gets that. He's going to be forced to flash away. He's into the pit. Jankos follows through and gets himself first blood.
Now Jankos takes some dragon damage. Overpower, or Kerb rather, looking for some pressure. The hook lands onto Vander.
Oh, this is an early engage from Millennium. Do they want it? They catch the shot. Kraton gets himself killed on towards it. Vander bounted through. Double buff for Kraton, as you mentioned. Sullivan taking some damage. J-Re, the death sentence is not going to be up for a while. And that bouncing bomb catching on the side of the map. So it wasn't quite able to bounce on through and Sullivan.
That is a massive swing for Millennium. Yes, they did give up first blood because Cotnex was caught out. But Overpower now has no flash available to him. Vander has no flash available to him. Jankos has got no flash. So if Millennium can set up any ganks, punishing those abilities, that's going to be good for them. More importantly, you've given Creatine double buffs on Lucian. He is going to absolutely wreck this lane if Celiva or Vander try to trade with him. And I want to see how effective he can use these buffs. About a third of the cooldown has been already burned through. And I think if he can come back and grab a decent CS lead, he can bully Celiva and Vander around.
Of course, getting that first blood could maybe build towards that build toward a cut. As you can see, the beginning of it, Zaza's taking some serious punishment from Kevin in that top lane. He's going to have to go back and buy mid lane. Overpower getting caught on. A good play comes out. Kerb goes on towards him. Kerb gets himself the kill. Millennium in the driving seat.
Textbook. Overpower flashes to land the Rune Prison on Cotnex. Cotnex is going to be well aware of the timing available, and thanks to the fact that, Kerb has just got such strong range, that was an easy kill. Cotnex can rinse and repeat and just, keep getting those snowball rolling even further.
Zaza's starting to miss out on a couple of CS there. Bottom lane, we can see Vampire Acceptor was picked up by Kraton on that first back. Of course, he's got himself double buffs. Teleport from Kevin rejoins that top lane. Zaza's under pressure in that top lane as well. Both gone for Doran's Blade and Shield. Coming in armed knights, and Cotnex, he's looking to pay a visit to the top lane now. Nope, going to back off.
Yeah, so in terms of the lane matchups, you can see the supports are only just getting back to this bottom lane. Creatine does go aggressive onto Sullivan, instant rocket jump away. Valkyrie away, rather. But until the supports were there, Creatine and Celiva had actually been farming quite passively, quite patiently. So Creatine not getting the absolute utmost out of these double buffs.
Overpower starting off with a tier as well. That's going to put him even further behind in that lane, while the Chalice is already well underway by Kerb. Zaza's getting caught out with the stun again from Kevin, tries to turn it around, but the aggression is simply not there, and Kevin is not fearful of Zazas anymore.
Yeah, I really want to see how Kevin decides to itemize in this lane. We've seen Renekton's going, Ravenous Hydra. We've seen Renekton's going Blade of the Rune King. And against a Jax and a Ryze who do build tanky as the game goes later, having a Blade of the Rune King on Renekton with 3 strikes from your empowered W is going to shred a lot of effective HP. 8% of current health per auto attack when you've got that above Fury W down. And it will help so much in the mid-game power spike if he goes that route. Overpower still has no flash. It's a counter gank though, as Jankos is coming in from top. So 2v2, they're going in.
Well, Kerb's already thrown out that satchel charge, and that's actually missed completely, so he's going to have to try and run away from this one. Jankos with one more hit. Overpower wants to close in, but Cotnex running defensive duties. They're going to chase him down and see if we can catch him onto range here. Cotnex keep on pushing. Kerb yet to go back. Look at Jankos. He smells blood in the air. Overpower turns the aggression back onto Cotnex, and Millennium this time have to back away.
So good damage from both of the respective junglers and mid laners. And thanks to Overpower getting multiple bounces on that flex on his E, it just shredded the magic resistance of both Kerb as well as Cotnex. So Kank was counted, no kill secured.
So top lane, we saw some pressure there. Cotnex is making a return visit. Remember, Overpower's flash is down. Kerb's is down as well, though, and that's dangerous stuff. Overpower can at least tank some of that damage. This time, Satchel Charge blows him in towards him. Kerb will go down, but Cotnex will get revenge.
So get trading once again, 1v1. Jankos looking to contest with Cotnex, but you can see the focus. Cotnex definitely wanting to get Kerb ahead. If Kerb can get an item lead and a gold lead with Ziggs, he can punish the late game scaling of that Jax and that Ryze. So Millennium putting a lot of resources into that plane. Jerry playing super aggressive.
Yeah, just dodging out, sidestepping away from that dart binding, not going to land. And, you know, Sullivan and Vander actually have kept up quite nicely in this lane, despite the punishment they had early on. Death Sentence not landing again. Kraton's double buff has now worn off. Of course, he got that kill very early on. Phosphorus Bomb traded on towards Kraton, dashes away, making sure that dart binding does not catch on. Overpower's going to get himself blue buff for the mid lane, of course, building up towards that
Catalyst
of the Protector.
Into Rod of
We've got
Ages.
this here on there. Rod of Ages will be picked up. Kerp is going to clear out himself a pink ward.
Successfully accomplished. Millennium done well to keep themselves the kill lead. I really like Cottonex's gank rotations in that mid lane. He definitely punished Overpower while his flash was down, but now that his flash is available, I'd like to see Cottonex trying to impact some of the other lanes. It does actually look like he's moving towards Xazus in the top lane, but there is a ward there, so Xazus should be able to, but it's not a pink ward, they're going in.
Dominus run, he's get caught straight out. Cottonex is going to come in. Xazus is so down, he's not going to get away from this one. The question is, who will be given the kill? It's Cottonex.
So I think may have been better to give that to Kevin, regardless. Very well played. Kevin was able to bait Xazus into a very big fight, completely engaged. And, you know, just all too easy, really, for Millennium to grab themselves that kill. No real pressure on any of the towers, and I think Millennium will be happy with that. The more time that they have to get Cottonex ganking and get Cottonex roaming, the happier that they will be. And they've got a CS lead in every single one of their lanes. So Millennium just pulling further and further ahead. And this is something Rocket have struggled with a lot. They always fall behind at 10 and 20 minute marks against their opponents, especially in recent games.
It's something that the European teams have to look at. And if you think back to Season 3 World Championships, it's something that all of the European teams suffered from, falling behind in lane against the Asian opposition. Of course, that's a worry because coming up soon will be those World Championships. They are getting ever closer. We're already halfway through the season, ladies and gentlemen, so it's not too far away now, even though you may be thinking, looking at your calendar, thinking the October finals date that has been gifted out there is a long way away. Not really for these teams involved.
And look at this, Cottonex once again going to be in the same position as Jankos. I think he's moving around the vision and Overpower's aware of it. So Overpower and Jankos can jump onto Cottonex if he moves in vision range of that pink ward. Keep this in mind, it's in the bush. So this is going to be a 2-on-1. But you can see something's up. Cottonex playing very defensively. The moment Kerp left lane, he had obviously called that Overpower wasn't there, and nothing comes of that potential gank. So good read from both teams, I think.
I think they saw the pink ward going down, which is why Cottonex was sticking right against the edge of that map there, making sure he didn't get spotted out. Instead, didn't go aggressive, backs away. Who will be going aggressive? It's going to be Kraton in this bottom lane. Lantern was thrown out there, not going to get taken. Simply giving the shield across the Kraton.
That was a very good example of how and why Corki can trade with Lucian. With a Phosphorus Bomb, as well as one of those rockets, trading with the piercing light from Lucian and his passive, they come away with relatively the same HP. The one thing is, Salvo's got fairly high mana costs, and he's burning through his mana very, very heavily. So as he continues to spam and trade with Creatine, Jerry and Creatine will just keep pushing forward. And had that death sentence connected, you do feel that Jerry would have gone in.
Very, very close death sentence. Top laners, Bilgewater Cutlass was picked up by Xazus. Last time he backed away, Kevin's just returning to lane, got himself the Giant's Belt along with the Vampiric Scepter. We'll see how that trade goes towards him. Of course, it does mean Millennium are going to go aggressive. Teleport available for Kevin, but not for Xazus. So you've got to feel that Millennium are going to take this dragon with ease.
Yeah, no one from Rocket is around. They have no vision of the dragon pit. So other than an educated guess, seeing people leaving their lanes, Rocket were not in position to contest that dragon. And truthfully, they wouldn't want to. When you see that Ziggs is up, Evelyn's up, you don't want to fight in those stages. So wave has been cleared here by Kevin. And this would need to be a very aggressive dive from Rocket. There's no minions yet. Overpower got spotted.
Overpower just showed himself, yeah.
Yep, he stepped out. That was an overpowered gank, definitely.
That was a novice mistake, honestly, from Overpower. That's clearly showing the pressure that is on their shoulders right now to keep getting victories. Xazus has pushed that wave in towards the top tower. Kevin is just going to be very cautious in his approach, but Cottonex, of course, showing that Overpower's up there. He knows Jankos would have been alongside him. It gives him time to come in, clear out the pink.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at the last backs, with the dragon, the kill Creatine has got a Blade of the Ruined King completed at 12 minutes on the clock. He is 700 gold ahead of Salivar. And if you're going to compare combat effectiveness, Salivar is going to be 100% reliant on getting an ability damage, followed by a Sheen proc, and then trying to back off. Because if he gets into an auto-attack battle with Creatine and his Blade of the Ruined King, Creatine is going to destroy Salivar. So I expect Creatine and J-Re to get more aggressive in this bottom lane, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Cotnex trying to set up some ganks because of that big power spike.
Salivar's going to have to be cautious. He hasn't got Vander alongside him right now, so J-Re could honestly just come along and zone him out. Now Vander does rejoin. We'll see how this trade goes between them. Top lane is very clear between them, so nothing going on up there right now. This is the absolute focus, this bottom lane pairing, now that Creatine has that new item.
Yeah, and we'll see how that works out for him in terms of this top lane. Cotnex again repeat gank, and Xaxus, can he get away this time?
Well, Xaxus did have Flash available to him last time, didn't use it. This time, Agony's Embrace does not catch on Xaxus, and he may well be able to get away. Hey, diving on towards a Jax on a turret is a dangerous thing at the best of times, and this time, Flash was burnt and saved.
Well, at least they got his Flash, so Xaxus can be punished for it later. There is a fair amount of damage on this top lane turret, so had Xaxus backed away, Kevin and Cotnex could have taken it down. Xaxus does have the support of Jankos, though, so tower is defended for the time being. And this is definitely one of the longer laning phases that we have had. 13.5 minutes has just been at single dragon, and the teams look fairly content. It's interesting to see Millennium let it go this long because of the fact there's a rise in Jax at scale. 2v2, here come the junglers.
Oh, he's going to have to slide away. Kevin almost caught out, but he goes back aggressive, and straight away Xaxus is in trouble. The kick from Jankos simply launches him to the side, and still the kill goes the way of Millennium.
J-Re can turn this around if he wants to.
Dark Binding on J-Re. Let's see which way he's going to go. Salivar Black Shield, a great hook on Vander. J-Re follows through, throws down his ultimate. The damage from Creatine still not really focused there, and Salivar actually putting down more damage than Creatine.
Yeah, definitely the case, but Creatine wasn't getting too many auto attacks, and he held on to the culling as well. What they did do is they burned Flash from Salivar and Flash from Vander. So even though effective HP is in favor of Roccat, Millennium come out ahead in terms of the summoner spell trade.
Creatine taking some damage from that Phosphorus Bomb, forces him back away. We'll see how it works out for him. Jankos coming around here. He's going to find J-Re. J-Re already in a dangerous situation, puts the ward down, will spot him out there. He knows he's got the support of Cotnex, and they're thinking of going towards a death sentence. Didn't throw it out. Overpower looking to try and zone Kerp away from this blue buff area. He's going to have to run through mines. What are you doing, Overpower? He's going full on aggressive. He's completely got out of position. Magret Photobomb not even close to landing from Kerp there. The Ignite going down. Overpower diving deep on this one. He will get himself the kill, but where the hell is he going to go?
Here comes Cotnex. He's coming in from behind. The rest of Millennium are trying to respond. Look for Creatine and J-Re. They want to find Roccat.
Oh, J-Re caught out. Jankos putting the damage down. Overpower comes in. He explodes him. And now the Dark Binding catching on towards it. Kevin teleports in, slides on through, and takes down Overpower. And well, Millennium having a couple of mistakes there as Overpower just goes insanely aggressive.
Very sloppy play, I think, from both teams. Overpower obviously going very, very deep without much support from the rest of his team. He tower dove past the inner turret in the mid lane. Millennium were also unable, that's close, were unable to react. Not only did Roccat come out ahead, 1 for 2 in terms of kills, they also got the teleport down from Kevin because Kevin was forced to respond. So tower secured as well as red buff. So a lot of action very quickly, and Roccat showing signs of life. Roccat committing to plays regardless of their strategic value.
One thing is absolutely sure, you cannot leave a Jax alone in lane for too long, because Xaxus, you can see he's already on the tower in the top lane. He's taken down the top outer turret. Now he's still putting some damage on towards the inner turret. He's already shredded half the hit points off. Absolutely going horrendously wrong for Millennium in the lane phase there. Roccat just gaining everything from that crazy play of Overpower.
All of that was just for a red buff. That was what Kevin teleported down to do. Yes, they got a kill on Overpower, but they stole a red buff away. And I do feel like Creatine was very hesitant on the culling. You've seen him just use the culling there to clear out the minion wave, and he didn't use it in the fights that had landed previously. He did have enough mana for, the jungle invade and the jungle combat, but he's just playing safe, holding on to it. There's a lot of vision for Millennium, so this should be a fairly safe invade. 2v2, no AD carry.
Salivar going to be the focus. Now they're going to turn it straight towards Vander. Soul Shackles is pulled out there. Creatine's still not with them. Not too sure why they're going into this 2v2. Cotnex going to try and put the damage down on towards him. Quickly turns it back around on and towards him. And that was incredibly bad play from Millennium. I don't know what they're doing right now.
Cotnex I can only theorize, wanted to avoid the Soul Shackle stun. And he tried to move away from it, the whole time taking auto attack damage and pokes from Saliva. Instantly going down and was out of range for the hate spike. Ooh. So he couldn't actually kill Saliva at the end of the fight. So Saliva gets away, gets himself his first kill of the game, and he grabs himself a red buff. It's all just a little messy for both of these teams at the moment, and Rocket are the ones that are coming out ahead.
I'm not going to argue there's kills. That's what counts for me. 6-5 so far. Millennium have that advantage. It's 1,000 gold differential. Dragon is up. Pink wards are falling left, right, and center as Overpower gets another one to the joy of the crowd. Not going to get that one, I'm afraid. And Millennium now moving its position for this Dragon.
So I want to actually say that an aggressive Roccat is a positive thing for the team, because one of their limiting factors in all of their games previously is how passive they were. They almost seemed content to just let their opponents win because they were playing to not lose as opposed to playing to win the game. So while these invades and these movements seem chaotic and interesting, it is positive for a team like Roccat, who have generally been much slower and generally been much more afraid to do anything.
Speaking of afraid, Kirby's been throwing those mines down at his feet every single time he goes near anyone. He's so fearful of something jumping on his head, just like Zazas can do. Instead, this time the mines will clear out the minions. Saliva and Creaton been going head-to-head down this bottom lane. Creaton, of course, with the CS advantage, did have that double buff early on, so not too surprised by that one. Mid lane, Overpower, he's fell behind on Kerb, but got himself those 2 kills and assists.
Yeah, and it is something you do also expect in terms of that map. Next, he's found Saliva and Jankos.
This time around, Jankos kicks him away. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to land, completely whiffing out there, and that's a couple of big spells burnt by Millennium.
Yes, but they did get the Dragon's Rage kick out of Jankos as well, so the engage power is not there if the Dragon fight were to break out. A lot of the AoE is down, so I feel if a fight were to break out here, the pressure's on J-Ree to get a good box and to zone Rocket out. Let's see how effective it is.
Teleport coming in, didn't see exactly, he's coming back, see behind them, so Overpower's the only man that they're chasing away. Creaton was zoned out single-handedly. Flash jump being caught out with the counter strike. Creaton taking very low on this one. They're going to focus on towards him. The question is, can Millennium react? They managed to catch down a support. Saliva dives in towards them. Zazas comes in, pounces on towards Konex. Konex going down. Roccat trying to back out of this one. It's a 2-for-2 fight. But with Zazas and Overpower still alive, you've got to feel Roccat are the stronger of the two. Look how aggressive he's going. Straight in towards it. Dead Sentence pulled in. The rest of his team not on the same page. Now the counter strike comes in towards Kevin. He goes down. Konex gets another kill. On towards Overpower right off the side there. Konex taking so low. Jankos on towards J-Ree. Zazas does not get Konex down. It's a 3-for-3 in the end.
3-for-3 in the big picture, and another team fight that is just all sorts of messy. Creaton was completely out of position. Take a look at this. His whole team is running up through the river. Now, yes, you can't really predict a flash leap strike engage from Zazas, but Creaton should never have been that far away from his team to begin with. I like the box usage from J-Ree, albeit it may have been a tiny bit too early. He could have afforded a few more seconds to be more disruptive in this sort of mid-game or mid-fight stage. And another scenario, Overpower now decides to pull a Creaton, and he just commits by himself without the support of his team, which obviously ends up costing him his life. If Rocket didn't have such strong duelists, this could have gone worse. But both teams making a multitude of mistakes and coming out even in terms of kills and gold at the end of it.
Yeah, you got to wonder if Overpower had have gone in with Zazas, then suddenly it would have been different. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Binding landed. J-Ree this time going to focus up. Sullivan caught in. Death Sentence on him. Rocket have to disengage. The question is, can they? Kevin's going to try and catch on towards him. Mega Inferno Bomb only catching on the back side of Jankos. This time, Millennium will get that Dragon.
So this time around, it's Roccat with a positional error. Even though they were throwing out all of their CC, it ended up being somewhat of a bait. They landed the connection onto J-Ree, and as Roccat moved forward, their whole team didn't commit. You needed Overpower and Zazas in the front line. They weren't. Saliva gets caught, so Millennium get the second Dragon of the game. And a whole lot more kills for Kotonix. 5, 2, and 5. He's got 100% kill participation for his team, because he's really been the one that's been starting fights and engagements for Millennium.
Yeah, that's a very fed Evelyn right there. That could cause some serious problems as these fights start to develop, especially if it keeps so crazy aggressive there. The minions are going to take down that tower. It's the first one of the game for Millennium. We saw, of course, Roccat peeled off. They got the red buff stolen away. Jankos managed to get in and get that one. Zazas cleared out that top wave as well. So everybody's going to step back and buy themselves some items.
So Millennium have extended their gold lead ever so slightly. But the last time they did, it was Roccat that forced things back. Roccat moved themselves around the map and forced the fight that gave Jankos his 4 kills. I actually think we need to do some number crunching on Rockat's side, because in the games that Roccat play, Jankos secures a whole lot of his team's kills. Had those 4 kills been distributed to Overpower, to Celiva, to Xaxus, it could even accelerate their late game spike that they're looking for.
A lot of Ward fans in the house today, that's for sure. That's another one going down. Vanda this time helping out on that one. HC Legion actually, first item completed correctly for Vanda, so interested to see. The supports, of course, have changed a fair bit in 4.10, and that is one of the items we have seen them falling back to.
Yeah, and you know, with that Mikhail's Crucible, the name that I do remember at this stage of the day, it's just opened up these different build paths. And unless there is a lot of CC on your opponent's team, we've not seen that item very often at all. And my most interesting one is noticing which Threshers decide to go for the Relic Shield or going for the Ancient Coin builds, as Jerry is obviously working himself towards that face of the mountain. Currently got a Targon's Brace built in there. And I believe the makings of an Aegis himself with that Negatron Cloak and Ruby Crystal.
Good Dark Binding on Kerp, followed up. Gradually, Jankos careful, almost caught out with pink bait. Top tower does go down. Kevin was the one that bullied that one out, so that gives a 2-2 even trade in towers. Millennium focusing on this mid turret, trying to push Roccat away from it, but got to be careful, because if they do get caught out by one of those Overpower Rune Prisons, it will be a big problem for whoever's involved.
So this is good to see, though. Millennium are grouping, they're sieging, they're using the power of a blue buff Ziggs to try and shut the tower down. This is a strategy that they don't often use because they're so reliant on their burst damage. They did realize that Kevin had no teleport, so he has in fact come to join the team, and this is just going to be a 5-man stack, using the power of Ziggs and the blue buff to go for the tower.
Oh, Jankos thought about it. Rune Prison called on Kevin. Jankos wants to kick someone, but no easy targets. Kraton was the one he was focusing on towards. Kraton quickly used that Blade of the Rune King onto Jankos, and Roccat defend it briefly as they try and push back on towards it. Millennium did get themselves that middle turret. Scrying Orb used. Xaxus looking to get involved.
Very important to actually note that Xaxus used his teleport for the impending team fight, and Kevin was able to slice and dice to safety, and we actually seen Kraton using his Blade of the Rune King, but it's not going to be enough to defend this inner turret, because Xaxus, again, he's looking for a fight, and the rest of Roccat, they're returning the siege with a siege of their own.
Yeah, the Connex is actually looking to flank around himself, so if they were to push too hard, he would have come around the back. So cautious play from both of these teams, but with that tower not there anymore to back them up, Roccat is suddenly feeling the need to back away from this one. They're also lacking a little bit in the vision, as are Millennium. If you look across the board, the siege has been going on for so long that all the wards have timed out, and everybody's having to get back out there and get themselves some vision to start pushing the way. As Kraton is going to farm out this big bottom wave.
Yeah, if you contrast this game to the previous game, you can really see a difference in the number of wards being placed. We're at 25 minutes on the clock. There are 4 sweepers on the side of Millennium and hardly any wards in their inventory. They really need to get some river and jungle vision for plays, and I expect that to happen in the next 30 to 40 seconds in anticipation of the dragon fight. Both of these teams have attempted to fight around the last dragon, and they should both be aware of the timer. So let's see if Roccat can put their hands on it. Keep in mind though, Kevin's got teleport, Xaxus does not. So it'll be up to Xaxus to move himself into the right area of the map to be relevant.
Pounces in there, doesn't quite catch Kevin, sliding away. Kevin 2-0-5, going about his business quietly at the moment in that top lane, whereas of course Xaxus almost got that Trinity Force complete, will be getting stronger as this game rolls on through. Overpower as well, we saw it of course with Selfie yesterday for the Super Hot crew. Those Rise will become strong. Everybody knows it. Everybody's seen a late Rise. Once they get incredibly strong, all items built up, they are very tricky to shut down. Unless, of course, you catch them out like Frogman was doing.
Yeah, if you can position yourself correctly, you can focus them down. You know, Overpower, he's got that Rod of Ages, he's stacking it up. I think it's actually getting very close to completed. Is completed, in fact, along with that Seraph's Embrace. I want to see where he goes with his tanky items, because there is a good mixture of both physical and magic damage on the side of Millennium. So, you know, a Frozen Heart would not be a bad idea. Reduce the attack speed on this Blade of the Rune King Creatine. The only problem for Roccat is they do need to get through those death sentences, Agony's Embrace, minefields. So we'll see if they can make that work for them. Now, Millennium, 2v2. 2v much more now, as Rocket have got support. Doesn't look like they're going to get their hands on this blue buff.
Taking that blue buff away from Overpower is a pretty big deal, that's for sure. Jerry hooks on towards it. Millennium are looking for a full fight here. They've got a ward down.
Celeba's not there.
We can see Cotnex, he can smite this one away and will take it, and that's going to take it off towards Overpower. Jerry caught out, dart binding on Cotnex. He's going to be the focus, has to use that Agony's Embrace to get the shield on him, and slides to safety on the Lantern.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, it was Cotnex that smited that blue buff, did manage to get his hands on it and nick that away from Roccat. And all of that happened because of the fact that Celebar was shoving out the bottom wave. Celebar was getting rid of those minions and trying to force Millennium's hand. So Dragon is up. Again, not all that much vision. So teams are playing with instincts and spidey senses. Let's see if Rocket can look to engage, because again, there's no super hard engage with the exception of that Counter-Strike.
Millennium dangerously grouped up close together there. Zazas was eyeing up another flash Counter-Strike on towards them. They bought themselves some time in this mid lane. Rocket take that, throw it down the now, even 3-3. Rocket are still pushing here. Millennium are slow to react to this one. I think this is going to be a trade in a turret for Dragon.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. Curb did use his Mega Inferno Bomb, but I doubt it's going to be enough. You could see that Overpower was in fact tanking the objective. So Dragon for inner turret. Rocket, I think, will probably be happier with that trade. They will be able to start team fighting for the next Dragon or the following one, but they've got the inner turret down in the mid lane, which allows them to rotate for buffs. But now all of a sudden it's Rocket who caught with the pants around the ankles, and Millennium looking to siege.
Well, remember, Overpower tanked up that. Of course, Celebar was taking a lot of damage, so they can't get involved in this one. Overpower caught out around the side. Connex, vision given to them, but Millennium, they're going to try and get themselves in the inner turret, but Rocket are there, all trying to defend this one desperately. That tower going down though, and Millennium get themselves another. They are even at 4-4 apiece. Both mid lane turrets all down.
It's just a little bit of a comedy of errors here between teams. No, Millennium opt to go for Dragon, Rocket punished by going inner turret. Rocket then slow to back away and defend their tower, so Millennium punish. And it just seems that every time one team makes somewhat of a misplay or is out of position, their opponents do punish them for it. So, you know, good play from Millennium to at least bring themselves back ahead again in gold. But it is still a small gold advantage, only 4,000. And at some point, Rocket are going to start doing very well. Rocket's Jax and Rise will start punishing the likes of Renekton and everyone.
The main thing it seems to be is they're more reactive players rather than actually thinking ahead. They're not deciding, this is going to happen, so we need to make sure this and this is covered off to prevent us losing out on it. And they just seem to be not doing that right now. Millennium going to try and force the aggression once again. Dark Binding not the land. Pink Ward being cleared out, and that Dragon that's taken away. Baron vision from Rocket. Rocket are going to maybe sweep in and try and do the same. 30-minute mark about to be reached by these two teams. No CS records being hit despite the crazy aggression. 18 kills actually now. That was actually in about 20 minutes. We haven't seen a kill for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it's also Overpower that actually gave up both of those CS records. Overpower's playing Lulu into Orianna and simply had no lane presence. Has done a better job on Rise, mostly because he's been the target of Kerb's auto attacks and poke. So Kerb hasn't been focusing as heavily on that CS. Ooh, that death sentence went wide. Jankos should be able to walk away. Millennium again looking to set up a siege. We need to keep our eyes on the mana pool that Kerb has got available to him. He's picked up that Void Staff, and I think Millennium can theoretically siege. They just don't want to get jumped on or flanked by Zazas. That's the big thing for them. So side vision is very important for them.
Yeah, side wards from Rocket. Oh, Jankos this time around caught out with the stun. Hooked in as well with the death sentence. A lot of damage going down towards him. A good play. He does manage to jump away from this one. There was no follow-up.
Too early on the play actually from Jairi. If he had hesitated to try to interrupt that safeguard, could have worked out in his favor. Nevertheless, does allow them to force Jankos away. So they've just looks like clearing up vision. Yeah. You know, if they'd done more damage or killed Jankos, maybe they would have started it, considered it. But it's one of those situations you actually don't want to clump up, because there's a lot of AoE damage from Rise and from Corki with the Gatling gun, the rockets, the fast response. Next, he's got two.
This time Agony's Embrace is used. Mega Inferno Bomb catching both of them where they stand. Jankos goes in aggressive though. Connex taking a hell of a lot of the brunt of the damage there. Creator wanted to get the vision on towards them to finish them off, but they've got to be so cautious of Zazas flanking around the side.
Two flashes burned on the side of Millennium from Cotnex and from Jairi for that engage, and they don't manage to pick up the kills onto Overpower and Saliva. They were able to get away thanks to the tankiness that Overpower has actually built up for himself. But again, Millennium trying to punish Rocket for being somewhat out of position. Rocket just shoving out the wave and getting collapsed upon. I think we're going to be in for a Baron dance of fairly epic proportions here between these teams because of the fact that they're relying on their opponent's missed positions to be punished by their, either flanks or they're just straight up, I run at you, bro, to start a fight.
Well, bottom lane pushed in. That's going to get reacted to by Xazus. He's got his home guards. He's going to steam straight out of there. Still no tanky items built up by him. Mercury Treads, of course, to prevent himself getting locked down too long. That wave is going to get cleared out. Kevin himself got that teleport up. Overpowered this time. Blue buff is picked up. Baron started off. Scrying Orb not available for Rocket. It was used early on. They will get vision though. Here comes the teleport. Xazus coming in. Jankos tries to get a little bit too close, but immediately is forced away by the Cullen. He hasn't gone down yet though. Baron being peeled away from by Millennium, and this is a delayed fight. Xazus once again is waiting for the counter strike to come back off cooldown. J-Ree getting caught out with the Dark Point, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb catching onto two of them. Rockat's going to get focused on towards, but the damage is going down nicely from Overpower. He's still alive around the side there. Caleb does manage to get himself one kill. Celebar replies. He goes back on towards Kevin, gets himself a second, and now it's a 2 for 2 between the two teams. Rocket have to peel away from this one though.
2 for 2 and completely even. Top laners and supports going down, and Millennium do not pick up the Baron. So Rocket a little late to respond, forced to use the teleport. So in the grand scheme of things, Millennium could potentially play a split push game to try and take advantage of that. Rocket and Millennium are just throwing everything at each other, and because neither team can 100% lock down their opponents, all of these fights just get messy. Celebar is untouched as Millennium are trying to focus on Overpower and Xazus, and Overpower manages to get away thanks to that very beefy shield from his Seraph's Embrace. And you have to give props for Celebar. He had a good positioning. He got a lot of damage down with his Trinity Force and Infinity Edge. So, it's good from both sides, but it is also sloppy because they're not getting onto the same targets and not focusing them down quickly enough.
Chunk of pink wards being picked up by Rocket. Let's see if they can make use of them. 59% of you now, that vote's down to definitely swinging. Millennium still in the driving seat. They were ahead, of course, in the original vote. Still only a 3,000 gold advantage. Dragon up in 2 seconds. Rocket already in position for that one. That's going to draw that gold ever so closer. That won't last very long. And actually, Millennium might get caught out of position if they try and go too hard on this one.
Yeah, there's so many members of Rocket nearby. Keep in mind, Kevin can join the party as long as a ward goes down. But there's not that many wards on Millennium's side. 4 reds and a yellow trinket, in comparison to 4 reds and a blue trinket for Rocket. So a lot of vision denial is on the cards. And both teams are just looking for team fights. Both teams are just looking for straight up engages because they haven't actually put much effort into the split pushing or much effort into the tower pressure. I do think Rocket have done a better job because almost every time you look at the mini-map, there are minions pushing Millennium's bottom in a turret. So they are doing a good job of keeping that lane pushed out.
Blue buff taken away from Kerb. The problem, see how the cooldown affects on him as Rocket continue to farm out just about everything close by. Celebar actually down the bottom golems, taking that away, but again, Millennium have got no vision of the jungle area of even themselves. They've only just warded that out. They've really just got those few wards, and Rocket way ahead in vision right now over Millennium. You can see they're sweeping out, making sure they've got the Baron pit covered off here. And Millennium, without a scrying orb, have to try and get them some vision in towards this river area. Xazus trying to jump on towards Kevin. He's just going to slide away. He's got the support of Cotnex. Not going to follow through.
All too easy for Kevin. And while Rocket do have the vision advantage, let's see if they can use it. Because having the vision advantage means you either punish your opponents for missed positions or you pull them into areas you want them. Cotnex gets spotted out, so you're going to have a 2v2, but I think Overpower and Xazus would most likely come out ahead in that particular scenario. So again, it's just both teams battling over vision supremacy, not necessarily battling over objective supremacy with vision, if that makes any sense. Kevin, there's our pink ward, and Millennium just brute forcing their way in. They've grouped up, and they're going to take over. Baron pit control vision shortly.
Yeah, Rocket simply stepped away from that one. Didn't want to fight for it. Let Millennium come in as a 5, sweep through, clear all the wards.
I think we could have predicted that. 41 minutes is Rocket's average game time.
I reckon they're going to do it again now, and Rocket are going to come in and put all their wards down.
So you see, like this is the point. Instead of making use of the vision to try and bait, like if Rocket wanted to pull a Baron bait, they could have backed away, allowed Millennium to get all the way up, and maybe lull them into a false sense of security. Try push out the waves. But because Xazus doesn't have teleport available, Rocket don't really have that. We'll send someone away and we'll make you think the teleport time is long enough to cause a problem. And unfortunately, neither team is really really demonstrating any sort of ability or tactical plan to take their opponents.
This is actually potentially a problem, although Jankos starting out the Baron himself was not the whole issue. Roccat could try and sell him a dummy and actually two-man it with Zazas and Jankos.
Oh, definitely the case. Zazas with Blade of the Rune King and that Trinity Force can shred through Baron with somebody tanking it up. And, you know, even with the sort of engaged long-range spells connecting, nobody is around to respond. Nobody's around to make a play happen. I would love to have seen Millennium trying to push out the bottom wave or push out the top wave and
pushing the mid.
You know, just get the power of Zig's bombs under a tower in your advantage. If Millennium had more wards, they could ward up the blue or the red side of Rocket's jungle and then just try and pull Rocket towards them. Use the peel and the bombs and the range of Ziggs and Thresh. Now, Kevin, not even at threat because Jankos doesn't want to boot him backwards. You don't want to kick Renekton into the middle of your team.
No, they're going to go and clear that top wave, clear out the wards, and do the same again. Rinse, repeat. This is honestly a serious problem that the bottom teams always face. And you know, you look at the likes of SK, despite the fact, of course, they did just get destroyed by Alliance. They do not generally have these problems. They know ways around it. They see, they read the game 2-3 steps ahead, and it seems that Millennium Roccat, they're just simply reacting and not reading the game.
This is the thing that teams like Alliance and SK and Fnatic yesterday do, is they force a tower. They will go through the jungle, they will take advantage of your lack of vision, and they will just sneak a tower away. With the amount of armor that Cotnex and Kevin have built up, they are, you know, easily able to do that. Saliva is in the mid lane. This means Millennium want to go in. Let's see if Zazas can get away.
The catch on towards Zazas. Good dart binding. Zazas steps away. Saliva's on towards the inhibitor turret. That's going to be Zazas. Oh, he jumps away with the counter strike. No, he's going to get caught with the Mega Inferno bomb. The Wolf catching on towards him, but that's going to be the inhibitor turret going down. Saliva catching on to that. Millennium only got a kill. They didn't get the Baron. They didn't even go towards it. And Saliva and Overpower, they've taken the inhibitor. Millennium totally caught out. Jankos stopping Cotnex in his tracks. Vanda's coming around the side. That's preventing them from backing away. And Roccat finally make a play.
Yeah, with the super minions in that middle lane, that's going to give them the tools to make the plays that they want. And Millennium committed so many objectives to that kill. Ultimates, rather, to the kill. I have to say, LCS big play goes to the Blue Wolf because it trapped Jax from getting around. Now they've caught Kerp out.
Kerp caught out. J-Re's instead going to be the focus target, but there's not enough damage focus on towards him. Roccat got to be careful. There's still only 4v5 here, which is why they're stepping away. Zazas is up in 6 seconds, and he has teleport available, which is why Millennium, they're too late to start this Baron. Look at the bottom lane. He can even go there.
We need to see if Roccat peel away from that one. With a 4-man, they could still contest in the Baron pit, but they want Baron dealing damage from the back line. Overpower has no flash available. He's looking to cut them off. Overpower's going to come from the back line if they want to start the fight, and instead, they've just scared Roccat away. And because Zaz has teleported to Baron, he cannot teleport to bottom.
That wave is going to cause problems in the bottom wave. I think Roccat are going to get themselves another tower here. There's a massive minion wave down that bottom area. You can see the range minions doing all of the damage. It's another turret for Roccat that's going to go down, and Millennium, they've just spent way too long. They had the advantage, and they've thrown it away, trying to bait the Baron, and Roccat didn't fall for it.
Yeah, that's it. Millennium jumped on a kill opportunity, and that was a positive play from Roccat. Roccat did bait Millennium. They didn't use Baron. They used the potential of kills by showing champions in other lanes, and Millennium just took it. Hook, line, and sinker. Now, with super minions in the middle lane, the pressure is once again on Roccat to do a similar thing. Get some vision down in different areas of the map, and then try to push these side lanes. Minions have taken the bottom lane, but it took, I'm going to say 13 or 14 minutes from the first time that I've seen Saliva shoving that wave out and Zazas shoving that wave out to get the tower. And we need to see if Roccat can be more effective getting the top inner turret down.
But gold lead is now going to go to Roccat as this dragon goes down. Everybody, of course, close to level 18, apart from Vanda, who, of course, is only level 13. Nevertheless, for the first time in a long time, Roccat have the lead. They steal away the blue buff, and Millennium are kind of floundering here. They haven't really got a response to Roccat. We talked about it at the start. Roccat, they are a late game team.
Yeah, the problem for Millennium is they don't have anybody that can deal with Zazos' Jax. With Blade and Trinity Force, and we'll see what he upgrades his Chain Vest and Megatron if he goes GA, not sure. But regardless, with his tanky stats and the damage he can put out, he is a great one-on-one duelist. Renekton does have an item advantage for the time being, but very shortly will not be able to handle Jax alone. So super minions have been shoved out. Millennium are forcing Rockat's hands. Once again, Overpower's looking to cut off Millennium. He wants to come in from behind, flank them, and prevent their exit. And I think he's got a good attempt. I think they're going in. Here's the fight.
They're going to try and turn Cotnex, so taking all of the damage, front-loaded. Overpower comes around the back, just explodes the AD carry. Cotnex scored out. He's going to be the next focus. Overpower does go down. It's a trade, even back and forth. Kevin taking all the damage. Zazas, if he can pounce on towards him, will get another kill. Kevin goes down. It's Celavar that gets that one. Curve, though, still pretty low. Does manage to get on towards Celavar. It's a double there. Zazas is going to turn the damage around the lands and pulls him in, but Jankos gets himself a double. Comes back around. Curve goes down. Gets a shutdown nonetheless, but Rockout come out on top. They get themselves the ace.
Now there are super minions pushing through towards that middle of the base. Zazas and Vanda are setting their sights on more objectives and more towers. Another team fight that, in theory, looked okay, but took such a long time for Overpower to get involved that he just got blown up. So the two things to note, Creates in the back line is about to get melted, and as he gets shut down by Jankos and Overpower, the rest of Millennium are able to get some good damage and split up the team of Rockat. So this ends up meaning Millennium can trade 3 for 5. The problem is, it is very late in the game, and that scary Jax that we talked about is monstrous. He survives the entire fight, manages to get away, and actually grabs that top lane inhibitor as well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So, 2 inhibitors now down for Millennium. That advantage they had, they must be looking at this game. They need to check out the replays and think, what did we do wrong? We stood around and we basically cleared wards for 30 minutes.
What did we do wrong? Not a lot. What did we do? Nothing. That's the problem. It's not proactive enough. It's not forcing objectives. It's not putting yourself in positions where you can punish your opponent and create a lead. Instead, you're waiting for your opponent to make a mistake. And Rockat, while they made a few mistakes, they weren't big enough to really cost them. You know, Rockat are just down 4 towers to 9. They've got super minions in the top lane, an exposed inhibitor. And what did Millennium do? They go clear some more wards.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's obviously easy for us to look at the whole map. We have the whole view of the situation. It's very different for the teams themselves. But Millennium are going to look at this and think they get caught in this situation so often, so long they have these Baron dances. And again, when they have that split pusher, they go with 4 and 1. Kevin will go up the top, Zazas will go up the top. Kevin will go down the bottom, Zazas will go down the bottom. They need to be pushing multiple lanes if they want to try and go for the Baron.
I completely agree with you. And when Millennium have the lead, yeah, we have the luxury of full map vision. Hell, Millennium can buy wards to get it. They've caught Kevin, and they're going in.
He's going to lock in there, but Cotnex tries to come around the side. Agony's embrace. Jankos goes aggressive on towards this one, kicks him back in there. Zazas is going to lock him up with the counter-strike, and he goes down. Now J-Ree's going to get focused upon. He gets turned down there. Kevin's trying to do tanking as much as damage as he can. Mercury Inferno Bomb stops Rockat in their tracks, but it's a 2 for 0.
So managing to catch Kevin, and unfortunately because Millennium are not on the same page, they just get melted under the pressure and the focus of Rockat. Baron has respawned, sitting there. And I just think, you know, for Rockat's side, they've got enough of a lead and they've got champions that can force team fights. They don't need to be afraid. As long as they're grouped up and not separated, they can simply overpower their opponents. And they've grouped up as a 5-man, 4-man, rather, and going to get the second inhibitor.
Flash is available for that man in the middle. Inhibitor will go down, and Overpower and crew maybe will back off, and you can see Jankos already moving towards that Baron pit. 13 seconds on the spawn for Cotnex. This time around they could start it and take it. Pink ward having to be used to clear out vision, but there's no reason why they shouldn't just go straight for it.
No, red buff secured on the way out. There's very little Millennium can do. And I just think Rockat, they waited patiently. Is it stolen? No, not this time. You know, Rockat did a good job of holding out. And while it was made easier because Millennium didn't play super proactively, you know, we said it in picks and bans. If this game goes late, Zazas can split push, Overpower's become a monster. And it just is hit that point where Millennium cannot burn through absolutely everybody.
Quick silver slash has been picked up by Celavar. He's going to make sure he doesn't get locked up this time around. Avoiding Kevin has been the man that's been throwing himself towards him along with J-Reed. So Rockat with the Baron buff. 2 inhibitors down for Millennium. Now going to focus, it seems, on the bottom lane. They want to do it by the numbers, tutorial style, take every single tower and inhibitor down. Rockat clearing out all of their jungle, and all 5 members moving en masse in towards this blue buff and bottom lane.
And they could have done that with Zazas a little earlier, but you know, that is of course hindsight. With super minions in 2 lanes, I think they're just going to play patient. And now we can see how and where Rockat decide to engage. Because they do have a GA Frozen Heart, Randian's Omens on multiple champions. They can even tower dive. And I think that might not be a bad idea for them. If you force Millennium to start a fight when they're slightly split up or when they're not really prepared for it, you can just use your champions that have so much damage and so much, AoE to shred through people. Celavar's also got that blue buff, so he's going to be able to continually spam all of his spells and make Millennium's life even more difficult.
Oh, Kevin, you don't want this fight. Overpower's going to be joining you. Connex tries to come around the side, but look at that. Kevin shredded half the hit points off him before Overpower comes around. While this is happening, they're pushing the bottom lane now. That's going to be an inhibitor that forces on. It's a 3-2 split. They're trying to defend this one off. Connex taking damage. Ozazas jumps on towards him. The rest of Millennium peel up there. Can they get the damage down on Roccat because they're leaving themselves exposed down the bottom? Mega Inferno Bomb not going to get the kill. Roccat do not manage to finish off Grayson. Oh, it's a risky fight. That's only a Guardian Angel he popped. Jankos comes back around, gets on towards it. Kevin caught out. Jankos gets hooked in. He will go down. Now Roccat come back around. They will get themselves the inhibitor. Meanwhile, they didn't get anything in the bottom. And that was a 1-for-1 trade. But that top laner, that big tank, is no longer with Millennium.
No, he is not, but they did get the GA down from Xaxus. The thing is, Xaxus and Overpower were in a 2v3 situation with Millennium, and arguably, you could say they could have been winning. Xaxus and Overpower were half in, half out. Overpower full retreat, Xaxus decided to re-engage and carry on fighting. If Celavar and the rest of Roccat had not returned, Millennium may have been able to pick up some more kills along the route, and look at that gold difference. Roccat, being 3,000-4,000 gold down, have now accelerated to close to 8,000-9,000 gold up.
It's a big swing, that's for sure. It all stood around that deliberation, that lack of decision-making, honestly, on Millennium's part. Nobody willing to risk it. We talked about Roccat, how scared they were of risking any big decisive movements. Well, Millennium absolutely caught doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I do think that Roccat should probably have put more emphasis on getting that bottom lane tower and inhibitor. If they had lost Jankos and Xaxus, maybe one of them in the process and the other had made it out, but they got the objective, it could have worked out. Especially considering there's no Nexus turret. But they decided to go for the team fight, decided to try and make that play, and end up losing. Jankos puts a big stall button on their siege, and we're just going to need to see how they actually break this one down.
Well, everybody is back in the lanes for Roccat. Going to push this one through. Baron buff still on them, only for another sort of 10-15 seconds though. That's going to wear off very soon, so that won't be available on this push. Big minion wave in the top lane. Cotnex is going to defend that one off, but Roccat realize that. They know that they can cause a bit of pressure on towards them. They have to try and make it count now. Zaza's caught out there, leaps away. Not going to happen this time around.
Yeah, but Celavar's off on the side lane, so if anyone from Millennium jumps onto him, he could be in trouble. The 4-man stack from Roccat, definitely setting their sights on an inhibitor, and there goes Jerry!
Oh, didn't want that one, that's for sure. Kicks him away. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing the damage it should do, and coming around the site. Celavar, he's not caught out, has to Valkyrie away. Gets out just alive, but look at the Nexus. The super minions are coming in towards that turret. Roccat are just keeping them busy here. Cornex, if Millennium lose out this fight, they will lose out their base. Kevin's taking up all the damage, but there is a Jack just beaten on his backside. He goes down. Cornex, he can't even get involved. He can't even tank the super minions. He's too low on health. The rest of Roccat can move in and finish the game.
It looks like they may want to. There's a 65-second death timer on Kevin. Xaxus has teleports available, so he can rejoin the fight for the potential final push. Celavar has lifesteal stole. Got a lot of HP back from minions as he gets the bottom inhibitor turret, and Roccat may be setting themselves up. Xaxus has rejoined the fight.
Inhibitor going down. Jankos and Overpower on towards that one. That middle wave. Bottom wave is also being punished. You can see Celavar putting the damage down on towards him. Overpower gets that one down. Super minions continue following through. They're in the top lane. They're in the middle lane. Roccat keep on pushing through. That one Nexus turret just needs a quick breath of air. There it is. He's going to see going towards it. Xaxus takes down that bottom inhibitor. He's going to move on through Millennium in desperate force. Now, Kevin, 24 seconds until he respawns. Roccat keeping the pressure on towards Millennium. Cotnex doing what he can in defensive duty. Still no Dark Binding will land. The Millennium.
I'm not sure
Roccat the nail, but I don't think they can do it.
Roccat haven't got the memo that you've got to hit the Nexus, and they finally jump in. Jerry's down. This is the final fight.
Can they keep them at bay, though? The culling coming out from Creaton has a lot of damage on it, but just not focused. Kerb gets caught out. Sonya's hourglass pop there. Sullivan does go down, but Kerb will follow. Jankos now. Kevin respawns. Get out there, but good. Lock up with the Rune Prison. Overpower trying to catch on towards him. A lot of damage back and forth. They need to keep the super minions off this Nexus. For now, Millennium survive.
Roccat need to hit the damn Nexus if they want to finish the game. They dwindled, they waited, they tried to get the super minions up before committing to a fight or before committing to blowing the Nexus up. And because of that delay, it allowed Millennium to get a lot of damage down onto Roccat and for Kevin to respawn. So that ends up giving them a 4v2 for a few minutes time. You can see Roccat have regrouped, they've spent some of their money, and they may want to reapply the siege. There's still fairly high death timers on the side of Millennium. Roccat just really struggling to get that final hurdle dealt with in Creatine. He can't even deal with the super minions.
Yeah, he's struggling here. He needs the help of Kevin. He's pulling him towards the fountain instead, though. Not going to hit the Nexus. The rest of Roccat moving in force here. Xaxus comes around still. Death timers on 3 members. And Millennium having to use everything. Kraton's going to be careful. He gets kicked back on towards the fountain. They're focusing on towards Kevin. Kevin tanking everything up here. They've got to be dangerous here. They're going to get straight on towards the Nexus. Xaxus takes it down. And Roccat takes the win over Millennium.
It wasn't pretty, but it worked out. Roccat making Millennium lose 3 games now. 3 out of the last 4 games for Millennium have been losses. And for both of these teams, there's so much to talk about in terms of decision making, in terms of objective play. It was sloppy, it was messy. In the late game, it was all Roccat.
However, while we did say that, Roccat clearly were lacking in their decision making. If you look at the last 7 games, they're 6-1 up.
Can't disagree with that.
That's a record you can't complain at, despite the fact clearly they're lacking confidence, clearly they're lacking decision making, but they've won 6 of the last 7 games.
Yeah, they are doing very well. I mean, Roccat have had indecisive victories, and you think of the 2 games at London that went 50+ minutes. You think of this game, 52 minutes. Why they didn't just jump on the Nexus when there were 4 members up, you can argue that. When you've seen how quickly Xaxus burned through it, yeah, of course there were more members, so yes, it is more difficult to get the Nexus down.
Well, we know Kevin can't catch people around the Nexus.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, that's a little low. But again, you know, just problems for Millennium. They didn't siege. They did it once for 1 tower. Didn't group up, didn't split push. Neither did Roccat. Xaxus was so rarely in a side lane with teleport available. And I just think there's still so much to learn for these guys, especially if they want to stand any sort of chance in playoffs. Because the gap between top and middle and bottom is growing heavily.
We went from a 21-minute game to a 52-minute game there. Kind of expected. We said it at the start. We knew it was going to be a long one. Roccat, when they're always involved alongside Millennium, it is always a long game.
It really is, and it's one of those symptoms of a team composition that needs to have correct positioning, correct vision, correct decision-making to engage. And when you don't really have all of the 3 at a top tier, it does drag the game out.
Well, somebody that did play well in that game was Jankos. Fantastic score for him. He's standing by Riverside with Shocks.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Congratulations, Jankos, first off. Another great game from you on Lee Sin. That's very terrifying Lee Sin you play. Talk us through, as the caster mentioned, that long end haul in that game and how decision-making goes, because you guys have mentioned before, we have a lot of problems being confident in the end phase.
I mean, we usually have problems early game. That's why we kind of, don't know how to close out games in the late game. But this time, I think they just tried to bait Nashor too many times, and they let us push mid inhibitor for free pretty much. And, from that on, we just kind of snowballed.
Yeah, and everybody stepped up to the plate in this game. Yesterday we heard Overpow saying how, well, I'm sorry for my fans, I'm not doing that well. How do you guys as a team try and maybe give him more confidence of work around that?
I mean, we are just playing as much as possible because, in my opinion, we are underperforming right now. Last season we were much better, and now I don't know what happened. Well, we are just worse. So we are just trying to improve.
So last season, when you guys had a couple of losing games, I noticed that same demeanor in the way you guys were like, oh, we're doing bad, but you're 6-1 right now, so it isn't that bad at all. Where do you think that comes from, and how can you turn it around? Because you should look at the bright side.
I don't know, maybe we are just playing worse teams. I mean, Alliance and SK are pretty much the best at them, and we play them next week again, so we are probably going to, go for 2-0, easy wins. And I don't know. We are just trying to improve, and every week we are better, so we get few wins.
Chin up. You can definitely beat them. That's what you think. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going back to base to charge up our side stones. But when we come back, SK Gaming takes on the Super Hot Crew.
What's on game? Let's win this game.
Creaton doing it very low on this one. They're going to focus on towards him. The question is, can Millennium react? They manage to catch down and support. Sullivan dives in towards them. Zazas comes in, pounces on towards Connex. Rockat's going to get focused on towards, but the damage is going down nicely from Overpower. He's still alive around the side there. Curve does manage to get himself 1 kill. Sullivan replies. He goes back on towards Kevin. Gets himself a second. Curve, though, still pretty low. Does manage to get on towards Sullivan. It's a double there. Zazas is going to turn the damage around the lands and pulls him in, but Yankos gets himself a double. Comes back around. Curve goes down. It's a shutdown nonetheless.
Welcome back, Viewerinos. We're here to break down that last match where Rocket took down Millennium. Millennium did start out strong in the game, but then just mistakes were made from both sides, really.
Right, so yeah, good start from Millennium, but then they started giving up some free kills. I think Overpower picked up a double kill at some point where he went past 2 towers, killed Curb, almost walked out again, and overall, Millennium started giving up some very easy kills for Rocket, got them back in the game with this late game comp here. And actually, our very first replay at the Dragon fight shows this game perfectly. Because if we just pull up the replay, this was basically a game where you had to punish the other team's mistakes. And both teams did a lot of mistakes, and both teams actually managed to punish him. So if you just roll the replay here, first of all, we have to notice Overpower's out of position as the first guy, already popped his ulti, he's not even in the fight. Now Creaton is the next guy being completely out of position. He gets engaged on. A kill going over to Rocket here, so the AD carry is now gone from Millennium. Moving on though, Millennium managed actually to pick up a few kills here. Everyone resets the fight a little bit, just in a few seconds. And now here comes the weird part. Overpower is like, you know what, I'm just gonna go in again. I don't care about the rest of my team, because Jankos and Sasus are killing a ward. And Overpower just runs him by himself. So now Millennium are like, okay, Rocket doing a mistake, we'll just punish it. Get a kill on Overpower. Luckily for Rocket though, they managed to come in with 2 more members and actually trade at least a few kills for a few kills. But overall, it's such a messy team fight and such a messy game where there were mistakes from both sides. But also, okay, they managed to punish the mistakes, so some credit we have to give them.
So the thing is about Rocket right now, they won 6 of their last 9 games, and if you think about that, that doesn't seem like a team that's around the bottom of the table. And we heard yesterday from Overpower, he seemed really, really unconfident about how they're playing and how they're finishing off these games. And the fact is that their wins aren't that pretty. They don't look all that dominating, but they're putting wins on the board. And I think, as Jankos said there, they're improving bit by bit. And 6 wins out of 9 is a pretty decent record.
Absolutely not that bad at all. Well, you know, I want to listen to you guys all day, but we are also going to listen to the guys at home, because at the start of the show, we asked you to head to Twitter and tell us which team do you think has the strongest duo lane in the European LCS and why. And here are some of the answers you've been sharing with us. The first one is from @SaoPanda. Tabs and Nif, hands down. Nif's versatile playstyle and champion pool complements Tabs' ADC mechanics.
Well, I guess that was the easy one to pick Alliance bot lane. Both of them playing fantastic. We often talk about how Nif and Tabs in their respective role are among the best, if not the best, in Europe at the moment. So yeah, we have to agree, of course.
Yep. The second one is from It's a Broken Soul. Oh, poor soul. Mr. Raleigh and Kessing, their synergy in their first game together is fantastic. If they had more time, I think they would be unstoppable.
So I wasn't sure about getting rid of We Will Failure, because for me, he actually set up a lot of plays for the Superheart crew. But obviously, synergy is a really important one. But Kessing's come in, and he's done better than I actually expected him to right from the start. Still going to take a bit of time, I think, for them to hit their optimal level, but really good start with Kessing in the team.
Yep, and then the last one is from @BamHim2. The best duo must be Reckless and Yellowstar. The way they play and the synergy between them is phenomenal. Yesterday, it was spot on.
Yeah, lately it's been fantastic. I really like the laning phase, but they've had some issues when it comes to team fights in the past. Seems both of them have fixed it. We have a lot more aggressive Reckless, of course, and Yellowstar now making big plays as well. So they definitely stepped up and are in the top of the dual lanes here in Europe.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for those responses. And remember that you can always chat with us and your fellow LCS fans at LOL Esports by using that hashtag LCS. It's nearly time for our next match, so let's send things over to D-Man and Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Shox. Our next matchup is between the Superhawk crew and SK Gaming. SK have had the upper hand in both of these encounters against the Superhawk crew, including an exciting win in London. Yesterday, the Superhawk crew faced Alliance and put a relatively good performance on. Despite falling behind early, they held on well and even managed to pick up a number of objectives. However, they showed some questionable decisions, making definitely at the final Baron where they should have disengaged, but they stuck around too long, and the game was lost.
Yeah, so the Superhawk crew put together a team comp that was going to scale well, but they struggled early in the game and fell very far behind Alliance. I have to give all sorts of props to the Superhawk crew, though, because they did hold off well. They pushed Alliance to the fairly late game, and they put together some good team fights. The man that I'm looking at to step up in the middle of the split is Impaler. If you contrast his early stats from earlier weeks against his stats from last week, you can see a crystal clear increase in total number of deaths. This can either be attributed to being punished or from making mistakes. And either way, Impaler needs to get back on track to help his team out. You haven't felt like he's been that great. And the problem is just those dubious late game calls, which you could argue lost him the game. The young upstarts of the summer split continue to show strong signs of life at all stages, but they also continue to demonstrate making mistakes against multiple opponents. Also, they put up a better fight against Alliance than SK did.
Absolutely. Well, SK Gaming took down the Superhawk crew in London when they ran Nocturne mid, and of course during week 1, where they bounced back to regain control of the game. We actually have a clip of SK taking down the Superhawk crew from week 1, which highlights SK's decisive play as well as Superhawk crew's questionable decision-making in the late game.
Yeah, so if we can pull that clip up onto your screen right now. The two things I want to highlight. First of all, this is 45 seconds into the game. SK are being bullied away and bullied around. And unlike earlier today, They held out. They found ways to stay in the game, primarily through Jez's. He's already killed Selfie from a great javelin toss, and now, even though he's going to get focused down, it's enough time for Svenskeren to join the fight, and it's going to allow SK to defend their base. The thing that interests me and that is very impressive, this is 46 minutes on the clock. We're going to jump to a fight now in Baron a minute later. You'll notice there's super minions in the base. SK are going to lose their Nexus turrets. But because of SK's decision-making and team play, they punish the over-eager, over-aggressive Super Hot crew. Mima went in alone. He had no support. Selfie wasn't there. Look at the minimap. Super Hot crew are going in drips and drabs. This game was a game that Super Hot crew could have won because they had the lead. They had super minions down, but they bit off more than they could chew. They picked the fight with Gambit, where they bit off more than they can chew. They did the same thing against Alliance, rather. They bit off more than they can chew. And it's a symptom that Super Hot crew struggle with. Now, with SK Gaming, they were dominated by Alliance in the shortest game of the season. This is both for North America and Europe at 21 minutes and 1 second. It's a little bit of a burn, but the game, in fact, ended so quickly, Froggen couldn't even hit 300 CS, and it was a surrender. And that's not something I associate with SK Gaming at all.
It's a bit harsh.
From you, of all people.
Well, since replacing the newcomer, we will favor in week 5. The Super Hot crew's Kasing has been performing well mechanically, but Impaler is hoping that the team's new coach can level him up to the team's shot caller as well.
Failer had exams, and we didn't know it would take like that much time to get it all out of the way.
Impaler approached me, and he said that they needed a sub for LCS London.
Me and Ray knew each other in person, or Kasing, and we played on, I think, like 2 or 3 teams together. So I've known him for like 3 or 4 years now, and he's probably the best support in the UK.
After I played like the first day, I got a lot of positive feedback from the team and also like fans and community. I still stayed in contact with SHC, and then Matt asked me if I'd want to consider trying out for a permanent position.
So he actually managed to get OP support in his very first week in the LCS, when he was actually just subbing in for Super Hot crew, and it was mainly due to his Nami play.
Baylor going more towards the front. He wants to cataclysm down. That's a good tidal wave coming in. Counter dodges a bit of damage, but it's 2 coming out now. Make that 3 for Mima.
We've known each other for so long. We already trust each other, so whenever he makes a call, I'll follow it 100%, and whenever I make a call, he'll follow mine 100%.
In order for me to get a 5-man ulti, it was also because of Impaler. He pretty much locked down Fizz, and then it was like pretty much a win from there.
So he's hitting his skill shots, setting up kills for his team, and that's why he got OP support.
With this new patch, which is very like AD carry centric, you kind of need to have a decent bot lane who can compete in these 2v2s.
He understands how to play laning phase really well, and he always gives a lot of presence for me early on, so it's not really that tough for me anymore to get through the first couple of levels.
And for me, whenever I've faced him in solo queue, he's always been a very mechanically strong player. How he is when it comes to decision making, shot calling, leadership, I don't know. I think maybe Failer was a stronger player in that case.
And that's what Failer bought. He had this 100% way of doing things. But now we've got our new coach. Kasing can be molded into a much better shot caller.
During my time in Dignitas UK, me and Impaler were the main shot callers, so I want to kind of bring that into SHC.
Kasing brings this kind of new element to the team that we can really improve a lot with, and me and him are going to work a lot on our shot calling ability together, and hopefully that's how we'll be a really strong and decisive team.
Well, I think as we proved, shot calling is absolutely needed. Let's see if Kasing can bring it to them.
Yeah, and the synergy with Impaler is definitely going to help. Having a history, having a trust between them. You heard Impaler saying he trusts my calls, I trust his calls. We'll see if they have to call together or call louder to see what course of action happens.
Yeah, of course. They used to say, whoever shouts loudest wins. Let's check out the lineups for these 2 teams. Over on the blue side, it is the Super Hot crew. That means Mima's in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rallis as AD carry, and Kasing on support.
And on the red side, it is SK Gaming, with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jez's in the mid lane with Candy Panda the AD carry, and Enrated playing support.
So our featured matchup will take place in the duo lane as Mr. Rollis and Kasing face Candy Panda and Enrated. We are only tracking stats from when Kasing joined the Super Hot crew in London, And as you can see, SK Gaming have more kills and less deaths while they are behind on assists.
Yeah, so in terms of stats, it is actually a little closer than I would have thought. If you break it down further, Candy Panda has more kills, more assists, and less deaths than Mr. Rawls. That's in terms of individual numbers. But Mr. Rawls has got a higher kill participation for his team. So it just shows a slightly different style of play. It also demonstrates how much Candy Panda carries more for his team. And the reason I highlight that stat is the fact that you consider Mr. Rawls as an integral part of the Super Hot crew when they're winning. Yesterday against Alliance, Mr. Rawls, as well as Kasing, were much more passive, and they rarely got involved in fights. So whatever the reason, he needs to get stuck in against SK Gaming if he wants to pick up a win, especially considering N-Rated struggled earlier today, and SK's mindset might not be in the best of places after that 21-minute surrender.
Yeah, you saw Candy Panda once he's called out, once he was way behind in lane from Tabs. They surrendered.
That's it.
Couldn't carry that game. You guys at home, you've been voting for which teams will win today, so let's check in. See who you favored for this one. It is a 73% vote for SK Gaming. Of course, that would have been before the loss to Alliance this morning.
Most likely.
Those votes may well have changed. We're going to see you guys on Twitter in a few moments. For now, let's check out these pick and bans.
Yeah, and with our featured Twitter question of the day, which duo lane do you think is the strongest and why? We can see between these two,
Absolutely.
Candy Panda and N-Rated have done a lot of good things. And in the spring split, I liked N-Rated pulling out some different supports. His Galio was fantastic. I mean,
Kale support as well.
Kale support pulled that one out. I think it's much stronger with the Hurricane and other lanes.
Yeah.
But in this particular matchup, I doubt we'll see anything super exciting. But the Nami, the Zyra, those are definite possibilities.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick and bans underway for game 3 of the day here. 6 games in total today. First ban gonna come through. Slight delay. We're seeing which way they're gonna go with it.
Taking their time.
They are. This is a lot of discussions going on this one. They've let the clock completely run down. It will be a ban, and it will be on Ziggs in that mid lane.
So Aatrox is another consideration against Freddy. We've seen Kale banned out against Jez's multiple times. If Kale is available, SK Gaming will pick it up. Kale is also a champion that the Super Hot crew have run in the past. So we need to see which team is going to pull the trigger and get rid of that one first.
Well, saw Twisted Fate slip through the cracks earlier than Alliance managed their first pick. We'll see whether Selfie can manage to get his hands on that one. Of course, Yasuo was definitely the champion he's done well on. That's been removed. There is the Aatrox ban. I wonder if Super Hot crew just looked at Alliance earlier and thought, you know what, those bans are all right.
I don't see why not. Force Freddy into something a little different. See if he wants to play as Renekton. Is now defeated in the summer split. 4-1 is his record. He can pull out something like Irelia, which he's done in the past. But I think Kale, Kassadin, Lee Sin are probably preferences. And if Super Hot crew don't ban Kale on this next round, they may be wanting to pick up either Kale or Kassadin on this first rotation of picks and bans. And, I mean, look at the discussion. Selfie's really having a lot to say here, so you have to think it's going to be a mid lane champion.
Well, remember Mima had Kale in London and went huge on his team. 13 kills in that game for him, picking up triple kills left and right. See, the discussion clearly is being well thought out. It's Orianna. Jez has played that one against Alliance early on. That leaves a couple of things open. Jax, Renekton, Kale all out there at the moment. As you mentioned, the LeBlanc. There's the Evelynn that leaves Kale open alongside Jax. Will they first pick it?
So if they do go for the likes of Jax or Kale, and Sven Skaren locks in the likes of Lee Sin, which is what we can realistically expect, I don't think that's too bad for the Super Hot crew, because Impaler has run Job in the 4th in the past. You can say whether you like or dislike the pick, he's done okay with it, and he's picked up wins with it. It is definitely something that is in his repertoire of jungle champions. And considering that the priorities are off the table, we've also been hearing a lot of whispers and mumbles about the likes of Nocturne or Vi in the past. Ooh, so those are options as well.
Didn't even think of the Kassadin slipping through the cracks. And that has been first picked. It does mean that Kale's going to go across to SK Gaming, it seems, for Jezzas, as well as Sven Skaren getting his hands on Lee Sin. Couple of strong champions getting through into this game.
Oh, late game is already a decisive factor here for these mid lanes. And Jezzes and Selfie have actually both played games of Kassadin in the past. They've both played games of Kale in the past. The question is, what does Impaler run in the jungle? Elise, Evelynn, Lee are off the table, so he has to go to next tier. Skarner's up and open as well, and another champion that we've been hearing whispers of. Teams have been playing it in scrims. Whether or not we're going to see it in the LCS remains to be seen. It is available, and we just need to see what Super Hot are going to prioritize.
Ironically, it was Jezzes that had the Kassadin against Super Hot last time. these teams met in London. Of course, Selfie that time ran Nocturne, this time around Morgana getting through. Will Kasing be picking that one up? And more importantly, will it be a Lucian for Mr. Rales alongside him, or the Cogmore?
Well, the Nami is still available as well for Kasing, and his Nami bubbles and tidal waves were just phenomenal every time we've seen them. Going to opt to go for that Morgana this time around, and we're going to see another Cogmore today. So with Lucian available, with Caitlyn available, trending away, at least today, in Europe in Super Week, and again, just more late game scaling. If Cogmore Cassidy get more built up and more scary, there's a worrying combo that could be put together.
We see Zyra Ashe, that's what I'm wondering.
Getting excited.
I am. Look, there's Zyra, there's Ashe. Look, Ashe is locked in.
Come on, lock it in. Now, dare I say it, it's the Cloud9 bottom lane?
No, because it was Korea before Cloud9.
Touché, but they popularized it in the West, and in terms of the LCS teams, I would definitely say Cloud9 with the most successful Western League team with the Ashe-Zyra combination, and again, late game scaling. The utility and the kiting power that Ashe will offer you will be very good at also potentially locking down Kassadin. You're going to have a stun, you're going to have a root, you're going to have knockups. So if Selfie doesn't pick the perfect time to engage, he's going to be in trouble.
Waiting to see what Super Hot Crew lock in here. I'll find the top lane.
Jarvan's such a good idea because
sense it's a top laner we're waiting for as well.
Kael's got no escape. Zyra's got no escape. Ashe has got no escape. This is a Jarvan pick that can lock in multiple members of SK Gaming. And if you combine that with some of the AoE or the damage that Kassadin could put down, and potentially this Rise of whoever the top lane is going to be, I actually think that's a pretty good combination. The one thing that Super Crew have done once again, like they did yesterday, it's a late game team comp. They fell behind against Alliance and they ended up losing the game. They can't afford to do the same thing because of how much control SK has. If somebody gets caught out, intervention's going to save them. So Super Crew have to pick the perfect time to engage to get through that, and get through Zyra, and get through Ashe stun, and get through Lee Sin disengage. So a lot of intelligent plays have to come down from the Super Crew.
Yeah, hell of a lot of appeal for SK Gaming. Freddy lost his 100% win rate on Renekton earlier on. Let's see if he's going to go for something different. Aatrox, of course, was banned away, and as he mentioned, I die a lot on that champion, so I don't think SK are too worried about that one. One, is he going to play in the top lane? Holy moly! That's not what I wanted to see.
Okay,
it's a Yorick top lane.
I actually like this pick in terms of SK's composition, because when you get Yorick to use his Omen of Death onto either Kael or Ashe in the late game, in the mid to late game, when they have items, when they can destroy people, Jesus can come back to life and keep smacking people in the head with this potential Hurricane build. Ashe, if she gets, Phantom Dancer or Static Shiv plus Infinity Edge, can start getting a lot of damage down with those auto attacks, and it does give you that extra lease on life. Is it exciting to watch? Maybe later. In the laning phase, he's definitely going to be looking to bully Mima around, get those ghouls out, get the sustain down, and make Mima's life very difficult on that Rise.
So we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Could be an exciting matchup, that's for sure. A lot of damage on both of those teams. We'll see how it develops as the match goes on. And now, of course, that you've seen the lineups, which duo lane landed the stronger champions? Tweet hashtag SuperHotCrew win, SHC win, or SK win for SK Gaming, of course, to @LOL Esports, and we'll check your votes in the game. Of course, it's a Zyra Ashe combo versus a Cogmore Morgana combo for the Super Hot Crew.
They filled very different roles, the AD carries. In that, Cogmore is just pure upfront damage. He wants to be sitting in place and just become an artillery machine, destroying whoever is in front of him. Ashe, on the other hand, is a lot more about kite and fight, a lot more about getting those frost shots down, those volleys, moving around the battle. But when you've got a Kassadin that jumps in your face and a Rise that theoretically runs you down, and a Jarvan that locks you in, it gets much more difficult. So a lot of pressure on Candy to be in the right place at the right time.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of the day. It is the halfway point of Super Week. And Super Hot Crew start out as the blue side with that Kassadin in the mid lane, up against SK Gaming, who themselves have the super-powered Kael.
And Super Hot Crew have got 2 teleports. So Selfie and Mima looking to have those globals. It is 4.10, so just remind it, plus 40 seconds on cooldown if you do throw to towers, which just means it's a little more punishing if you get bullied out of lane early on. And no looks of lane swaps yet from either of these teams. I think the Ashe Zyra, the return to Ashe Zyra, and the fact that Superweek is such a late game team comp could actually work for Candy Panda. It'll be quite difficult for Super Haku to punish them unless they commit all of the teleports. And if they commit all the teleports and it doesn't work, they're going to be very far behind.
Well, Ashe is absolutely a champion that Candy Panda has a lot of games on his belt. Of course, he's been around in the game since Season 1, back in Game.D, alongside N-Rated back then.
Back in the...
was it alongside N-Rated? It wasn't N-Rated, it was...
Oh, I'd be lying to you, but the Ashe mid days, I mean, that's how long Candy Panda has been playing.
Was he Nif? It was with Nif.
Advantage to Kasing as he puts down the Tormented Soil. Gets some gold back. Bit of a dance-off as Mr. Rawls is having some fun. And we are going to have head-to-head matchups. So I expect a somewhat similar, levels 1 through 4, where Kog'Maw may have a slightly difficult time against Ashe and Zyra. But then once Mr. Rawls gets some of that Living Artillery, Biocane Barrage leveled up in his W, he can then start poking down from range and trying to force Candy Panda and Rated backwards.
Kasing starting out, getting his gold early on, getting the Tormented Soil down at level 1, which gives him that gold advantage. Mr. Rawls has taken some early poke out there. Can he return that damage on towards N-Rated? N-Rated clearly coming out on top in that exchange.
Yeah, definitely. And it is something that Kog'Maw's going to have a slightly difficult time with until he can outrange his opponents. Tabs did in the previous game, or game 1 of the day. Fell behind fairly early, but then made up for it later. So I want to see if Mr. Rawls gets more involved. Against Alliance yesterday, he was very passive, and it was somewhat uncharacteristic.
We'll see, of course. Candy Panda faced a Kog'Maw for Tabs in the first game of the day. That didn't go too well for him. He knows exactly how these exchanges will work out. Question is, can he counter it? The junglers, we haven't seen too much of them. You can see they've both gone and got their first buffs, double buff, being picked up shortly, and both actually down in the lower half of the jungle.
Yeah, a big CS difference already building in this mid lane for Jez's. 12 to 6, and he's obviously going to outrange Selfie whenever he puts that Righteous Fury down. So we have to keep an eye on that. How negatively affected is Selfie? In addition, how negatively affected is Mima, because they've both got difficult lane matchups. Sven is sniffing around bottom, but I think this is an optimistic gank. The only way I can see it working is if they tower dive and a Grasping Root lands. But Mr. Rawls has got Flash, has got heal, and obviously if Enrater's taking that poke, that's not really going to give them the confidence to go under the tower.
Well, they're going to make their way up towards the top. Svenskeren will find Impaler. Impaler don't think wants to fight this one. Svenskeren instead will use his smite and steal away the big raid.
So again, small advantage, and just, it's the little things that count. Selfie still only 6 CS down, so 1 minion wave behind. And that's really the story I want to keep tabs on, because I think if Super Haku can put themselves in a position where Ryze and Kassadin are on equal footing to, Yorick and Kayle, it comes down to decision-making in team fights, because SK have got so many save my life buttons. Omen of Death, Intervention, Dragon's Rage Kick, Strangleforce. Like, SK have got such a good reactive team comp. And they'll be looking and waiting for Super Haku to engage, which is what Super Haku will be doing as the game progresses.
Freddy reading the situation there, realised that Mima being aggressive, and Impaler is stood on top of a ward. So he knows he's still there. This time, though, he's going to get caught with the Rune Prison, not going to get knocked up in the air by the Flag and Drag, and will get away safe. So Selfie actually back to wave, used the teleport to go back to lane. Got himself a Doran's Ring on top of that. Flask, double Doran's Ring picked up by Jez as he's just been back. We also saw Mr. Rales go back early on, having to get himself that longsword because he'd taken a lot of punishment in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really, really under pressure.
And Kenna's taken more punishment.
Yeah, non-stop. Every time Candy Panda or Enrated get in range, they're really making Mr. Rales' life very difficult. And I actually expected Tabs to have been punished a little more in game 1 of the day. And it just feels like Candy Panda and Enrated maybe a little more comfortable on this pairing than they were earlier, So, decent start, double the CS of his opposite number, and as far as the Twitter question is concerned, you've got a clear winner in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, 39 CS to 20. Mr. Ral is well behind on this one. Kasing even stealing away some of his CS there. So, Jez is trying to put some damage onto Selfie. Selfie turned that back around with a bit of a Force Pulse and a Null Sphere in the face. Of course, he's going to fall behind in CS. You'd expect that against the KO. KO's a lean, mean tower pushing machine when he gets going. And even this early on against a fairly passive Kassadin, he will put some pressure down.
Can I have a momentary cool story, bro? Moment. For the All-Star Game analyst desk, when I had to introduce Crepo every morning, he said to me, Trevor, you pronounce my name wrong every time. So here's the trick. For anyone that wants to know how to pronounce his surname, just say Force Pulse. Say it like you would say Kassadin with a bit of a lisp. But this is so it's Mitch, Crepo, Force Pulse.
Force Pulse.
And they said that's how you say my name. So cool story, bro. Moment over. We're back in game with SK with a small lead.
That's lovely. Thanks for that. I'm sure Mitch would be delighted to hear your story.
I'm certain people on Twitter will be asking if this is a true story or not. And I sincerely hope you do, because he will confirm it.
He'll confirm it. Freddy going aggressive on Mime. We haven't had a great deal of view of this matchup, but we don't expect it to be too overly aggressive. Mimer, of course, with that tier is going to build up towards the Catalyst, needs to get himself farmed up. Freddy may be looking to be a bit more aggressive on him, but as it stands, with Svenskeren waiting in the wings, we'll see whether he goes for it.
Yeah, and Sven stood right on top of a ward. So much like Impaler's attempted gank earlier, the vision gives information to his opponent's top lane, and Mimer does have flash, does have that movement speed from his Desperate Power ultimate, so going to be able to back away. Falling a little behind in CS, and something you do need to remember is every time Mimer kills one of those ghouls, it will be increasing his CS count, but it's not giving you the full value of gold. I believe those ghouls only give about 5 gold per kill, so Mimer, we need to keep an eye on how his gold level builds up. They've called Candy.
There we go, Mr. Rale's going aggressive this time. Candy Panda in trouble, Ignite going down. Kasing going to continue chasing, flashes away from this one and will survive. Very low hit points there from Candy Panda once again.
Notice as soon as Cogmore manages to get some levels, the difficulty seems to be levels 1 through 4. We'll get to that in a second, as it looks like Impaler, can he land a flag and drag?
Impaler is going to come sliding through. Cataclysm on towards Freddy. He's trapped in there with Mimer, but he will go down. That's first blood. Freddy's ultimate. Can he get on towards Mimer? No. He's just going to have to finish off some CS.
And that is the risk of running the Yorick. You get locked into the Cataclysm. There was no flash available. He ends up giving up first blood. Because of the fact that Jungler was top lane, it does mean that SK Gaming will be able to grab themselves a dragon. And Tabs is a bit of fun.
Tabs hoping that this does not return to be a thing, but SK, they're trying it out there. Of course, Wicked, a lot of players got some strong views on these champions.
Well, definitely having some fun. Feeling confident after their win earlier today, that's for sure. And Super Hot Crew lose the dragon, but they gain first blood. It also goes to Mimer, so that's very important to note. Rise is the one that got that last hit, so he can, in theory, begin to accelerate. I want to go back to the Cogmore discussion, because Cogmore was bullied by Caitlyn until level 4, level 5, and as soon as Mr. Riles hit level 5, you can notice Candy Pan has fallen behind in CS, even though he's got a BF sword. Mr. Riles and Kasing landed the Dark Binding, and they punished Candy and Enrated. Candy Panda also ate about 1 million bubbles, and he needs to make sure he's dodging those skill shots, because on Caitlyn he couldn't do it earlier. With the 90 caliber net, he doesn't have that luxury on Ashe.
And remember, he's going to be going for the all-side Infinity Edge, so it's going to be a little bit slower to get going. As you mentioned, he's got nothing to escape, nor does Mr. Rales, to be fair, but as you mentioned, if Kasing can catch him, he is in all sorts of trouble. Right now, no flash, no heal available for him, so he's in danger mode. Mimer going full on aggression straight in towards Freddy's face there. They've only just returned back to lane, got himself built up, and that was a big win for Mimer in that exchange.
Yeah, gonna at least come out ahead in CS. And of course, now that Mimer's got his ultimate and the Catalyst, the Protector, his sustain is arguably even better than Freddy's. So this is going to become a battle of just attrition and farming. Who can deny their opponent's CS, and who's going to get the assistance of their team's jungler? Notice that Freddy is really committing to this extended late game, or maybe even extended laning phase, because he's picked up a Chalice of Harmony. He really wants to spam, he really wants to farm. And I'm very interested to see what his next item is going to be.
Well, flash available, Selfie looking to try and come up there, trying to go aggressive. Pink Ward actually been put down by, I think it's either Mimer or Impaler, not sure which one.
Yeah.
Put it down there. We'll clear out that vision. Of course, that was the problem early on. Impaler getting himself the red buff. We do see Svenskeren making a move towards the bottom half.
Second time we're seeing Sven try to make a move towards the bottom half, but again, his timing is when the minion wave is collapsing on the tower. So either Sven is not reading the situation correctly, or Candy Pan and Rated are pushing too hard, because he simply hasn't been able to make a gank happen. And I would dare say the only real gank attempts this game have been from Impaler. The first time forcing the flash on Freddy, and the second time securing first blood. So props to the Jarvan, doing some pretty good work. And there again, Mima probably coming up fairly even in the grand scheme of things in that trade.
A lot of damage going down, and as you mentioned, fairly even, clears out the wave. That pushes back on towards them. Freddy, ironically, you know, it was Mima that pulled out the Yorick originally back. Well, I say originally, obviously a number of people have, but back in the regional Gamescom for Ninjas in Pajamas, kind of caught us off guard, and it was less than impressive.
Didn't work very well at the time. It's one of those champions where if you've got like a hyper carry, if you've got a champion that can bring back to life with high damage per second, it can work. And, you know, an auto-attack centric Kayle or an auto-attack centric Ashe in the late game, I can actually see it working. But again, you need to get those champions to that late game. Anyways, Cataclysm is available. Slam Dunk option there for Impaler. He wants to try and impale Freddy. Unfortunately, Tao's going to go down.
Well, forces him to get away from that one. Flash burn out there. Now they're going to put pressure on, but meanwhile this is all happening. Selfie is having some serious issues in that mid lane. You can see he's trying to keep Jesus at bay, but Jesus already taken down that mid turret, just hammering away towards it. Svenskeren coming around the bottom lane. He can go towards Kasing. Kasing already low on health. Will he catch? No! Tug binding. That's going to slow things down. Quick going to go on towards him. They're actually split all over the place here. Svenskeren's in trouble. Kasing's actually soloing him down. The minions are on him. The range minions can Kasing chase coming around the side there. He does have the support of Jesus, but Svenskeren losing out in a straight up fight to a support.
Yeah, wasn't able to get in range. It was such a good dark binding from Kasing to prevent Svenskeren making anything happen. So the teleport from Selfie ends up saving a further dive or the tower. And because of the presence in the bottom lane, it meant there was nobody to help Freddy out in the top lane. So Super Hard Crew invest a lot. They save their teammates and they secure their first tower of the game to bring the gold within 1,000.
So, bottom lane, Candy Panda and Unrated, they took some damage back in that fight, that exchange, but of course Kasing did burn everything. Oh, that's a good dark binding, and it is going to find out Mr. Rales does get vision of Unrated with that ultimate. They're going to keep on pressing here, and they're going to force Candy Panda and Unrated back.
Notice all of the vision wards that have been picked up by Mima, Impaler, and Selfie. They've got red trinkets themselves, and they've picked up a bunch of wards to put down. Considering there's double teleports and just how mobile Jarvan and Kassadin are, if they get good vision down, you can have very good setups. And you know, if you think back to the Challenger Series finals from London, just how good Jarvan plays can be if you can sneak around your opponent's ward placements.
Well, look at this bottom lane. Candy Panda has got flash. Impaler's looking to come down here. You can see Mr. Rales, he wanted to clear out those minions very quickly to put pressure on, try and get it on towards the tower, but Candy Panda stuck around, and he is going to get rewarded with those minions.
Yeah, and for Super Hot Crew, the mid to late game tower dive prospects are very low. Oh, they're going to go on Jesus.
A lot of damage on him. Quickly getting out of range of the tower as well. Intervention has burnt out. Impaler with the Ignite running down. It's taken low. They have to back out. That's a good 2v1 for Jesus.
Yeah, not too bad. Intervention, Flash, and Ignite was burned. So if you compare resources committed, Super Hard Crew come out ahead. Unfortunately, they pick a fight and lose it before Dragon spawns. So this means that Super Hard Crew are going to have positioning, as well as grouping, as well as the opportunity to pull Freddy down. Mima's actually just got his teleport available, so a contest could happen, and Impaler's going to be late to this fight.
Kasing simply going to have to throw down his Tormented Soul. I don't think they're going to steal this one. Oh, here comes Mima. He's going to go straight in towards the team. They're going to lock on towards him. Does not manage to catch it. Candy Panda throws the arrow out and completely missed. He went too early. But Freddy gets the kill on Mima nevertheless, and then they just go straight back into the Dragon.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew needed to collapse around Mima at a faster pace, and it couldn't happen. Impaler's thinking about this. He's gone in, doesn't get it.
No, and that's going to be the death of him as well. He's not going to get out. Good grasping route there from N-Rated, and that will be the kill. Selfie's not going to be able to take this turret down. The Super Hot Crew are slowly slipping away from this game.
Both of those kills land in Freddy's back pocket, so his slightly odd build is going to come to fruition somewhat quicker. And what I like about SK's team composition is just every time Super Hot Crew want to make a play, you've seen how powerful intervention was. In 1v2, Jesus saved his life. Super Hot Crew teleport into a team fight. Enrage just put Stranglethorns down. No one else can commit and get involved or get in range. So SK will always, in my opinion, have the advantage when they've been jumped on, as long as they are grouped, because they're going to have all of these spells and abilities to positively react to Super Hot Crew's aggressive plays.
Well, Candy Panda's got his Infinity Edge completed before Mr. Rale's Blade of the Rune King. That's a problem.
Yeah, 20 CS advantage, 2 assists. To be fair, Candy Panda got a strong early lead, a very strong early lead. You know, he was 20, 30 CS up for most of the game and has continued to keep that advantage going. So, well played to Candy. Blade of the Rune King just completed by Mr. Rolls, so small momentary advantage. But it's going to come down to whether or not Candy Panda gets caught. If Candy Panda can kite Mr. Rolls with Frost Shot and with volleys, he should be able to, you know, put more damage down. But if he does get caught, Blade of the Rune King plus percentage on Mr. Rolls is very high.
Boots of Swiftness booked up by Jez. Has been sitting that one for some time. Of course, that's going to help out with his E. Candy Panda trying to sneak around the side, Kasing not letting him. And at the moment, it is a small stall as the lane phase closes out. And of course, Super Hot Crew, they could do with it going a little bit longer here. They've only just turned those Rod of Ages in from Catalyst, so they're going to take a while to stack out here. You can see this mid lane, SK Gaming, they're focusing once again. And all four members moving in. The arrow is going to catch on towards Selfie. Will they follow through on it? No, they're going to focus on Impaler instead. They kick him in. He has to flash away. Svenskeren now locks up. He's got no one to safeguard too. He goes down.
Yeah, Svenskeren goes way too deep. Doesn't have the support of the rest of his team. And he goes up. That's a good flash from Candy Panda this time round.
Soul Shackles from Kasing will back away. Taken very, very low. Mr. Rales can't really chase on towards this one. And Selfie hasn't really got the manager to go engage.
No teleports from either of the top laners, so this battle is going to continue chasing out. If Kasing or Enrated land the crowd control, that could be the go signal. Impaler's looking for the flag and drag, and Super Crew, they're not done yet.
Oh, wow. Jesus just blows up where he stands. Didn't get a chance to use intervention there. Now Candy Panda's in trouble. He's going to get caught out. Flag and drag into double kill. Picked up for Mr. Rollers. They can close on towards Enrated. Will they dive? It seems they won't, but nevertheless, it could be the tower for Super Crew.
And just like that, the damage from Cogmore is really going to skyrocket. The 2 kills and potentially the tower is such a good turnaround. Super Hot Crew fell 5,000 gold behind Alliance, would win a key team fight, bring the gold within touching distance. Then Alliance yesterday would pull ahead of Super Hot Crew. Let's see if Super Hot Crew have learned from yesterday's defeat and avoid falling further behind now.
Well, Mimer's keeping this top tower alive. He's barely been touched by Freddy the whole time he's been away. Meanwhile, Freddy, of course, he's got no backup, but he's still feeling very confident in his top lane despite Super Hot Crew clearing out that mid. So, second turret of the game for Super Hot Crew. SK, of course, taking their own. And this is going to open things up. The bottom laners starting to get their power spikes on. You just saw Mr. Rales when there were 2 explosive kills. More importantly for Selfie, Cassidy starting to get rolling. And we still know, despite the changes, how strong a Cassidy can be.
Yeah, I want to see what he builds, because we've seen full tank Cassidans going, you know, Frozen Fist into Iceborne Gauntlet to Frozen Hearts and similar builds. And I'm also interested to see a Brutalizer picked up for Mr. Rolls. He really wants to get a mid-game spike. If he's going for a Ghost Blade, it's slightly different to what we're used to seeing, because Blade of the Rune King into Trinity Force into Eye-Edge is something that's, you know, dare I say standard on Cogmores, but we don't see them frequently enough to even use that term that abrasively or that strongly. So I want to see how he itemizes and also how effective it is. You know, throws down that Byrocane Barrage, throws down Ghostblade, gets the range, gets the attack speed. Could synergize quite nicely.
Make sure, of course, Candy Panda, who played Cogmore the other week, got caught out a few times. This time around, he's going to be looking to catch out the Cogmore with that arrow from Ash that can throw out there. Continuing defense, Mimer in that top lane. He's getting fed CS, honestly. He's constantly being pushed up against him by Freddy. Has fell behind a little bit in farm. Trinity Force now completed by Freddy in that top lane, so he's looking to go full-on melee damage more than anything in their faces.
Yeah, hasn't gone tanky yet. So maybe looking to be a split pusher and try to duel somebody that gets in his face. You know, I don't really know, outside of team fights, bringing Kayle or Ash back to life, what Freddy's objective will be. But he's got sustain, he's got slow. So he can maintain presence in a lane. And SK have always been able to force objectives through pressuring other lanes.
You've got to assume it would be the Kayle if he goes down, because that Righteous Fury is so strong in team fights.
It's one or the other. You've also got to remember, once Ash gets to like 3 or 4 items, that's also a terrifying champion because of the utility that she brings in the slows. Anyways, Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Super Hot Crew are positioning correctly to defend this one. Mimer's got teleport available, and it looks like we may see another fight. Keep in mind, SK won the previous team fight because Mimer teleported into the middle of SK Gaming and just got quite literally deleted.
Well, this could be the third Dragon of the game for SK. They've taken the last two, of course. It does mean that Pele tried to get in and steal it with the smite last time around. He's waiting, not going to get in there again. Another easy take for SK.
Super Hot Crew way too late to respond. With the Trinity Force Yorick, the Lee Sin damage, Kayle damage, I mean, it just went through way too quickly. So Freddy responds by defending the top inner turret. No teleport blown from Mima, and Super Hot Crew will pick up a tower. So tower for Dragon still keeps them about 3,000 gold behind. So, you know, probably fair trade.
Fair trade keeps them pretty close overall. Candy Panda, I'm interested to see how he builds this one out. You may have seen North American LCS the other week, and of course hearing Kobe get a little overly excited about a potential Static Shift second item build. He was definitely focused on that one. Phantom Dancer was picked up though. Let's see what Candy Panda does at the moment. He's still sitting on that Zeal, so I'll see whether he decides to build into anything else at the moment. Not going to go for it because he's still farming out the gold.
Yeah, going to start recalling in a moment or two. Hurricane been picked up by Jesus, so sort of core items on this auto attack focused Kayle have been secured. And he's going to have the opportunity to go towards a death cap. So the questions for how Selfie's going to build Cassidy have been answered as well. Zhonya's Hourglass is most definitely the second item. Also keep in mind, Selfie has not even picked up boots yet. Still sitting on that flask, still sitting on wards, and just relying on the mobility of Riftwalk to keep him relevant. And Candy Panda did go for the Phantom Dancer. So, you know, already starting to build up a lot of damage. Once he gets some armor penetration in there, that's going to be a scary Ashe already.
Ooh, hello Mima. Freddy in trouble here. He's got 3 members coming around him. He's got Flash available. I don't think it's going to be used because he knows he's already going down here. The question is, can SK gain something from it? Freddy tries to get away. Not going to happen.
No, there's nothing you can do. 3v1, and there was no way to get away. Unfortunately, no mobility. So an easy kill for Super Hot Crew. But look how long the Ghost lasts. That's a very good reminder at how long a Yorick Ghost lasts. Ultimate Ghost, rather. For if or when he can actually give that to Jesus or Candy Panda. But we need to see him actually grouping and not being shut down. That CS advantage he built up has been quashed by some repeated ganks from Impaler and now attention from Selfie. But it hasn't really accrued or built up to map presence yet.
Yeah, and despite SK's early lead, Super Hot Crew clearly pulling themselves back into this one. Mima playing a dangerous game with 3 members of SK just off at the side there. That's actually going to get drawn in towards them, so they will take down that. Interested by the Runan's Hurricane. Jez is going for that as his second item. We've saw a number of different builds for Kayle, mainly going for the heavy AP over the last few days.
Yeah, it's actually been a lot of the other teams that have been running AP, but Jez is still sticking to the auto attack focus. Everyone else going for burst. And I do just want to highlight in Rated, he's got an early Haunting Guys, so going to get towards that Leandries. There's going to be another fight. Let's see, Super Hot Crew are scared to commit, because in a 5v5, Ashe Arrow was actually thrown out there by Candy Panda. They have to get through that, Stranglethorns, etc. And the reason I highlight the Leandries is with the changes to Mikhail's Crucible. This is the reason we're seeing Zyra support coming back into it, Nami growing more. Because you don't just have that guaranteed, this is what I build on every support first item. And it's nice to see even more damage from SK Gaming's side as well.
Selfie's going back down towards that bottom lane, got himself the Zhonya's almost completed. This farm should finish that off for him. He only needs the farm to kill gold for that last item. That middle inner turret, very close to going down. SK can just take that one out next push they make on it. They could have actually committed for it there, but they didn't want to risk it. There was no reason to. Mima saves the top turret once again. Every time Freddy goes up there, Mima quickly reacts and clears out the wave.
I actually have no idea who will win late game because I like both teams in the late game. And I really think it comes down to... I actually think it comes down to how effective SK Gaming are at buying time. If SK don't buy enough time with intervention and all of their CC that I've highlighted 1,000,000+ times, I think Super Hot Crew can run them down. But if SK can, you know, delay and stall their opponents effectively, I think they should have the advantage in team fights just because of how much more CC they have available to them, in theory.
Well, we saw Jez, of course, not able to use the intervention last time. He got caught out too quick. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
If he gets explode quickly, which Mr. Rala, Selfie, Mima combined, there's a hell of a lot of damage there, a lot of burst coming out from them. Same with SK Gaming. So it's really a case of who focuses who catches somebody out first, and who gets caught out, maybe even without Ashe Arrow. Dragon back up in over 1 minute. And this time, Super Hot Crew may actually, for once, have themselves positional advantage.
Yeah, so to summarize the last 25 minutes of gameplay, SK take a dragon, kill someone from Super Hot Crew gank Freddy. That's happened 3 times. And that's basically the story of the game. Twice resulted in a kill, and if you look at all of the builds, Selfie's not even picked up boots. You know, Freddy, he went for a Chalice of Harmony. Everybody seems quite content to continue scaling and continue working towards this late game. Selfie manages to even sneak away that blue buff. Yeah. Very, very sneaky indeed. A little bit of a misplay considering Svenskeren actually had Smite, but he lost vision of the buff, so you don't have vision, you can't cast. Oh, that's a whiff!
The arrow whiffs out there, and Super Hot Crew bats on it. Candy Panda caught out. Intervention used very early on by Kasing there. Soul Shackles will lock up Candy Panda. He's going to go down. Now he's going to be Jesus trying to run away from this one, but Super Hot Crew forced them away. It was a support for an AD carry. Super Hot Crew clearly in the advantage.
Such a difficult situation for Candy Panda. He got locked down by so many abilities. The Flash Binding caught him out, then the Soul Shackles from Kasing, that locked him down as well. Super Hot Crew have opted to focus down the tower because they can get the tower and peel back for the dragon, and they're not done yet. They're trying to force SK away.
They've got to get this inner turret. Selfie may have gone a little too deep on this one. They're going to collapse around him, but Svenskaren's now caught out. He's going to try and safeguard away.
The Cataclysm!
Cats on towards him. Freddy comes back around. He's got a lot of damage, and Impaler may well go down from this one. Selfie trying to work away. Mr. Rales in the background. He's going to take down Enraged. Comes back around. Locks back on towards Freddy. Svenskeren gets exploded as well. And it's a triple kill for Mr. Rales.
Triple kill secured. That's 4 members of SK down in response for losing 2. They also got themselves an inner turret in the process. 5 kills locked down for Mr. Rales. The Ghost Blade and the Blade of the Rune King did a whole lot of damage. They are low on HP, but there's no one from SK around to even contest this dragon, so this should get them a lot closer to even gold. And SK were unable to prevent Super Hot Crew running him down. Their key abilities were used defensively and reactively, as we predicted. Ash Arrow didn't hit. Stranglethorns wasn't enough. And Super Hot Crew just did everything right.
And the go signal for Super Hot Crew was the moment that Ash Arrow missed. Yep. As soon as Candy Panda fired it off, Kasing, you've got to give him credit, landed that Dark Binding, got straight onto Candy Panda, and the Soul Shackles proc on him as well.
So very, very well played. And, you know, it's just... It's the risk that SK have taken in this situation. Yes, you can use Ash Arrow aggressively, but with the rest of the team composition, they are focused around a reactive playstyle. And unfortunately for SK, that particular situation just goes wrong. So that gold lead that they've built up has been evened out, and Super Hot Crew continue their patient, sort of farm style of play, and they're doing very, very well this game. Also, Selfie still hasn't bought boots. 28 minutes in, Void Staff is his next item. You know what? Doesn't need shoes if you float, I guess.
Well, one thing you've got to give SK credit for, they can hold games out if they don't surrender, and Super Hot Crew have also...
It's the truth, guys.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Super Hot Crew have, in the past, many times, made bad decisions.
Many times. Many, many times. You know, they've literally given up the leads that they have accrued by overcommitting to team fights. And the man that you're looking at has been guilty of making those decisions. His Yasuo initiation on Darien.
God, yes.
It literally cost him that game. He jumped in, only caught one person, and it is a problem. Now, I do feel like Super Hot Crew are more in control this game. If you look at how they've moved around the map, if you look at their decisive plays, even though Mimer engaged at a bad time in Dragon, it still felt like it was a team call. It still felt like the whole team was moving forward. So for Super Hot Crew, as long as they continue up this coordinated and patient play, I think they're in a good position.
Super Hot Crew are making moves towards this bottom turret. Impaler almost caught out, does back away. 5 members though, Super Hot Crew going to push on towards this one. Dark Binding goes through, doesn't land a target. Of course, Candy Panda now with that Banshee's Veil, making sure he doesn't get caught out a second time. Super Hot Crew, they've got a bit of tower pressure here. They can keep on poking, especially if Mr. Rales can land them ultimates.
Yeah, very quickly notice that Candy Panda grabbed that Banshee's Veil. He needs that to be popped. The thing is, against a Cogmore, it's actually very easy to pop that Banshee's Veil. Just spam those living artilleries, and then you can let the Dark Binding go in. On the same token, Mr. Rales picked up the Fura upgrade boots, so as long as he's auto-attacking with range, with his Bioarcane Barrage, he can then continue kiting. Sven is caught, but I don't expect Super Hot Crew to tower dive. It is a scary prospect to go underneath the tower against this team comp from SK. They're just using their range very effectively.
Yeah, of course, Mr. Rales, he's going to get them free shots on towards it. Just hits that W, the range, and just pokes straight on towards it. Meanwhile, SK do have great wave clear. Jez is with that Hurricane. Candy Panda, of course, volley shotting non-stop. And Rated also laying down those plants. Now that he's got that Leandri's completed, he's starting to do some damage. And actually, if he catches someone out, he can put a lot of damage down on them.
Yeah, he really can. And if you look at Mima, who's stacking up HP, as well as Selfie building up HP, you know, even Impaler got a decent amount. That Leandri's will do a fair amount of work. So SK have held off this bottom lane siege for a while. And it just looks like Super Hot Crew are happy to steal away the rest of the objectives. Clear the jungle camp out, steal a blue buff away. I mean, Selfie took the last blue buff as well from a very well-timed Null Sphere. And look at the damage on Freddy. That's 2 or 3 auto attacks and, you know, 1 or 2 overloads from Mima, and they drop a bunch of his HP down.
There's plants coming down. You saw Selfie's like, nope. Look how much damage actually on Selfie there. That was only Enrated.
Well, Enrated's got a lot of damage. He's not a mage. He's not built like a support. Yeah, he steals some gold, or he accrues some gold from that Frost Queen, but he's just built full mage. So this is the problem that Super Hot Crew have now. They stacked up in the bottom lane. They tried to force their hand against SK, and they obviously didn't tower dive. I don't think they really want to, especially not when they're on this even footing. What I'd like to see Super Hot Crew do more of is push multiple lanes. Ryze can wave clear pretty well, Selfie can, Kasten rather, can wave clear pretty well. And because they both got teleports, hell, play the map. You've got the summoner spells, you've got the tools. They just need to make use of it. Selfie, 32 minutes, still doesn't need boots.
Yeah, he's steamed across, stole away the red buff, goes back to buy. Doesn't get boots, doesn't need them. Sonya's hourglass completed, voids that, and Rod of Ages, which he's had a long time ago. Death Cap is the next focus for him. Candy Panda didn't get his red buff, that was stolen by Selfie. And Rated's going to join alongside him. The AD carries Mr. Rala's Infinity Edge is the next focus for him.
Yeah, we'll have to ask the guys over at the LCS preview show to do some digging. Wonder what the longest game is somebody hasn't bought boots, gotten away with it. I imagine you could just start with Kasten games, because his mobility is obviously incredibly useful in that regard.
I would say Janna games as well, but we haven't seen Janna in that long.
In a long time.
It would be a long way back.
It definitely would be. And unfortunately, SK's initiations in the past haven't always gone well. Candy Panda's, you know, yeah, he caught Selfie earlier in the mid lane with an arrow. Didn't really result in a whole lot. Whiffed the previous Dragon fight, but with Dragon up in 30 seconds, we'll have to see if that's the next port of call. Next objective to battle over.
Split pushing. Candy Panda, I think, is looking to line up a ulti on Selfie here. I think that's what he was looking towards.
But Selfie can just Rift Walk it. As long as Selfie is paying attention, he should be able to Rift Walk it.
Candy Panda's purposely trying to stay. Or he could just dodge his hourglass here. That's the other option, of course. He was trying to stay out of range there. Saw him the moment he rift walked in on towards him. Candy Panda jumps in there. Enra Impaler trying to take some damage, but that's going to be a lot of damage on the backside. This is what we talked about. The turnaround from SK Gaming, catching on towards him. Taking low. Freddy going to get dropped down. Not quite enough. Mr. Rales having that ultimate running towards him. He's trying to turn it back on towards Candy Panda. Selfie goes back in on this one. Mima tries to explode him, but he's got a lot of damage resistance with that Banshee's Veil. Selfie comes in, gets himself a double. Can he make it the triple? Gets knocked off the side. Instead it's a double. Mr. Rales, he gets on towards him, and the Super Hot Crew react nicely to the actions of SK Gaming.
1 for 3. The counter engage is where Super Hot Crew make it work. SK, they managed to fend off Impaler, who goes under the tower, gives up his life. Unfortunately for SK, they then made a Super Hot Crew mistake, and they themselves overcommitted. Chased Super Hot Crew down, and if it wasn't for Selfie running out of mana, that could have been even more.
That could have been a penta for him.
It really could have, but he did burn through his mana pool. And this is the threat of the tower dive. Even though the Ash Arrow had not been, or had been wasted, SK Gaming are so split up. You've got the ghost of Freddy moving down, the rest of the team's backing away, and Super Hot Crew just re-engaged. That Voidoo's slow, plus the damage, and another great mining from Kasing. Pay very careful attention to Selfie's mana pool. Just completely burns through it so incredibly quickly. Ends up getting 2, ends up being 3 for the team.
Probably Svenska still had his ulti kick available to actually knock him away. If he'd have been not knocked and stunned on towards that tower, it could have been bigger. But nevertheless, Selfie 317 on a Kassadin. How many times have we said, you cannot let Kassadin through the pick and ban phase? Normally, it's not, but this time around, SK clearly were trying to bait this one out. They got it themselves against Super Hot Crew in London. Now they're against it. Jez went big on it, Selfie is going bigger.
It's one of those things where it makes you think maybe SK had thought Super Hot Crew were going Kale. Maybe Selfie wasn't, you know.
Well, Mima went huge
make
on
the
that one
guess.
in London, as I mentioned earlier on.
Exactly, and it's one of those things where it's like, maybe they're going to go the other route. You know, it's 50-50. If they go one, we get the other. Hey, we've both got an OP.
Yeah.
But Super Hot Crew, I don't even think it's the Cassidy that's, you know, so game-changing. I really just think it's the team decision-making. I've never once felt like Mr. Rolls has been at threat of dying.
Yeah.
Not once has SK Gaming even been in Mr. Rolls' face in team fights. Mr. Rolls struggled in the laning phase up until level 6 because Candy Pan and Enraged did a good job of shutting him down. But that has not meant anything because in every team fight, Mr. Rolls just sits in the back line, spams all that spit that he can, and he manages to go 6-0-4.
I don't think Candy Pan is going to be firing that arrow at Selfie. Unless he really
I don't know why he
catches
fired it the first time.
position. Well, they were in the right mind. He did fall.
I
he
disagree.
walked in, so there was a potential. If they got him, they could have turned the game around and done very well. But as it stands, backfired horribly. Looking at Candy Panda, he's not with the team right now. He's down in that bottom lane, and Impaler is moving in on this one. He's got the Flag and Dragon, Cataclysm, everything available to him. They're trying to create a situation and catch SK on the back foot, but it's not happening. They're not falling for it.
For the record, Candy Panda has also been sitting on just the Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer Banshee's Veil for a very long time. Mr. Riles has got his completed Infinity Edge plus Ghostplay plus Blade the Ruin King, so he's got a lot more offensive power in his kit. And because he's not under threat from SK Gaming, he may even opt to go for another offensive item as his next point. Alternatively, if he picks up a Quicksilver Sash, the one hard engage from Candy Panda in the Ash Arrow can just be instantly negated. So Mr. Riles has got a lot of options in front of him. And still no boots for Selfie.
Looking at the teams, they've not got a great deal to deal with Mima in the late game. Obviously, he's going to be building up tank. He's got this Frozen Heart.
It's going to be...
going to have to work on him, and as you mentioned, N-Rated's going to be the one that's maybe
Yes.
going to have to become that second mage to put the damage.
I feel like it's all going to be on N-Rated making sure he gets a good grasping routes onto Mima and Impaler when they jump in, because they do have very telegraphed attacks.
No pressure, buddy.
And the problem for SK is they have to wait for Super Hot Crew to engage. Yes, Ash Arrow can work, but you've seen how easy it is to dodge. And it just hasn't worked out in favor of Candy Panda for the first 40 minutes of the game. Quite similarly to when Wulai played it. You know, it just was a fairly lackluster pick.
Well, at least Tabs would be happy.
I'm sure he would.
He doesn't want the Ash Siren to come back. It worked out fantastic in lane. Let's not discredit that, because they were doing very well in the lane phase, and if they can transcend that into a late game, it's a problem. Super Hot Crew getting some poke on towards Freddy here, finding out the plants, clearing those out. They do see that pink wall with SK, so they might want to try and get in and sweep that one out. Let's see if Super Hot Crew don't fall for Millennium's mistakes, as once they get the lead, start that Baron dance. There's a big wave in the bottom lane. Double teleports, remember, for Super Hot Crew if they need it, so they can keep this split push going for a very long time.
Yeah, and I really think they should. They've got all of the tools to move around, to lock people down. Thanks to the power of the Black Shield from Morgana, if anyone from SK does actually dive onto Super Hot Crew, the reactionary support play with the Soul Shackles is very powerful. And we've seen how quickly Mr. Rolls can melt through targets. So anyways, Minion Wave is on the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Super Hot Crew are continuing to play the Baron bait. If anyone from SK goes to deal with it, you've got Selfie pushing the top lane. Blue team turret has been destroyed. I didn't see where that one went down. Was it mid lane?
It is, yes.
Yes, there we go. So mid lane inner turret has been dropped. And it looks like minions for Super Hot Crew are taking bottom lane. There's more action with our minions than with our champions.
Yes, they are just staring at each other. Super Hot Crew starting out the Baron here. It's been taken pretty low already. SK Gaming coming in, the peel on. Freddy is the one that's caught out, but he is a full tank now on Yorick. And the Super Hot Crew back away.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew are so terrified of the Ash engage. Part of the reason they haven't overly committed to
they're going to go. They've just seen Selfie in the top lane. SK immediately react to this one, rushing down the mid lane. Teleport is available if he needs to get back there quick.
Super Hot Crew are so split.
Push it.
This has cost Super Hot Crew games in the past by being split up and making bad decisions when under pressure. Now Selfie's going to get this top inner turret, and he may need to teleport to the middle to defend this one.
Well, they're going to try and defend it out, but the Kale on towards it. The Ash Arrow goes across, but it only catches on Mima and Kasing. Teleport coming in there. N-Rated taken incredibly low already. You can see Mima belting in towards them. N-Rated got out the sides. First Current goes down. N-Rated taken low.
go. Selfie quickly caught out there. There's going to be another kill. It's Kale doing the damage from Jesus. Now Mima's peeling off the side. Where are they going to follow on towards it? Candy Panda locks down Mr. Rallis. He explodes. And currently it's a pretty close matchup. Jesus is going to have Selfie just off of the side there. Selfie can turn back on towards Candy Panda any second now. And Jesus knows about this one. He can try and put the damage back on towards him. Quickly flashes away from it. Selfie looking to rift walk on towards Candy Panda. Where's he going to go? Good volley on towards him. Selfie has still not got the boots on towards him, so he can't chase back in there. That's going to be the teleport. Freddy joining back in the fight. SK peel off. Mima peels off. And they all disengage. It's a 2-for-2 fight.
2-for-2, but Super Hot Crew got the top inner turret. Part of the reason that ended up working so well for the SK Gaming is exactly what we talked about with the Yorick ultimate being thrown down onto Candy Panda. He got a lot of additional auto attacks on by being alive and having his ghost there. And because Super Hot Crew were very split up during the course of the fight, it allowed SK to focus the right target at the right time. And this is the mistakes that Super Hot Crew have made so many times, that they've made even against SK Gaming all the way back in week 1 of the split. Super Hot Crew just under pressure, not making the most decisive, most impressive late game calls.
Say what you want about Selfie's build, he's got a hell of a lot of damage, but if you can't get close enough because you don't have boots, you can't use it. That DFG didn't even get fired off in that fight. Zhonya's Hourglass did, but as it was proven, he couldn't chase down Candy Panda, kited for days.
Yeah, Mikhail's Crucible has actually been finished off by Freddy from that Chalice. So he's opted to go for a little bit of a support item, and there's actually one picked up for Enrated as well. So they really want to make sure that they can, you know, heal people up, get them out of the Dark Binding. And when you consider that the Dark Binding and the Rune Prison are the only real hard CC outside of Cataclysm that can hold SK down, that's very, very smart itemization.
Well, double teleport both being used for Super Hot Crew. Freddy's was used. Looking across the builds, of course, Mr. Rallis died for the first time in that engagement. I wonder if he's going to go through a Mercurial Scimitar here.
I would think so.
Got the buildings of it. He could, of course, switch across, maybe go for a Banshee's Veil. Jez has got him Banshee's Veil completed as well. Selfie down the bottom lane. As I mentioned, no teleport available, no boots on him either. SK Gaming, they have the position to start Baron, but it's a dangerous play if they go for it, and they're choosing to just simply move back and defend.
Yeah, really waiting for more of those summoner spells to become available. And, you know, we've got this sort of standoff with two teams that have very, very good power. I think the last team fight for SK is definitely going to be a confidence boost for them, because they haven't actually won a team fight in probably 20+ minutes. You know, all the previous Dragon engages and bottom lane pushes have gone the way of Super Hot Crew. And that was the first time that SK actually used their positioning and used their crowd control effective enough to control Super Hot Crew. And for the Super Hot Crew, I think they have failed at split pushing. With a double teleport team, I do not feel they have put enough effort or emphasis in pushing the side lanes. You could argue that it is because of the engage power of the Ash Arrow that makes it easier to get shut down, of course, but I do feel they haven't done it well enough. And I think with two teleports, if you're not playing the map, you've purposefully put yourself behind in terms of combat summoners.
Well, Selfie has proven he's absolutely no intention of buying boots whatsoever, so going to play the whole game without them. Maybe he is setting records now. 44 minutes gone, no boots going to be showing in this entire game. So, who needs them? Magic penetration, it's for wussies.
Fair point. Mobility's for wussies, apparently.
Apparently so.
But you know what? We can't really criticize him. He's 318, so
no,
he has been doing a very good job. Majority of the team fight Selfie's jumped into, they have been well thought out, and he has gone in from the right angle. So, you know, all props to him.
He's split pushing across. He's going for the inhibitor turret. SK Gaming are not reacting to this one. Super Hot Crew, they could push on this one. They have to push their mid lane. He's already put the minion wave on towards it. You can see Jez is going to react. He's backing away.
Yeah, SK Gaming don't really feel confident enough. They're split up. This is the split decision making that can cost games. Selfie has opted to stick around. He should be able to get away before Jez can get in range, and even if Jez does, obviously Riftwalk can just get him over the wall. Look at the blue pings onto Baron. Super Hot Crew are trying to find ways to force SK's hand, and then once they force their hand, they can react. Teleport is available for Selfie, will be for Mima in a moment or two.
Yeah, shows himself and gets caught in between SK Gaming's
this
front
could be a
line
fight
there. Could try and poke him towards it. A little bit of burst on Freddy. Strips 1,000 hit points off him.
That's not bad damage, but it's even better sustain from Freddy, who just heals himself right back up. Doing such a good job with the Spur Visage and, of course, that Omen of Famine that is going to give him all of that HP back. But I do think it's quite impressive. If Selfie gets onto one of the squishier targets with all of the AP that he's got and maybe the DFG, that can be a very scary scenario.
Selfie's going to move across. He fancies this one. Is he going to go up against Jesus? Jesus will wipe that wave out. Mimer's going to join him. I think he's just going to counter it. He is actually going to try and fight him. And immediately, Jesus backs away from that one. Freddy shows himself in the top lane. Mimer tries to sneak up on there. And they want to try and 2v1 Jesus down this time around. Mimer trying to sneakily make his way through.
That movement speed for Jesus is massive. He's currently got 430 ability power, and his Divine Blessing gives him 60% movement speed bonus for 3 seconds. So it becomes, I would dare say, even impossible for Kassadin to chase him, especially Kassadin with no boots, when he throws that down. So for Selfie, he really wants to burst Jesus out instantly. And I think for the first time we're seeing Superweek try a split push. You know, Selfie was pushing bottom lane. Mimer appears to be chilling for the time being, making some s'mores.
He's been stood around for a long time down there. I don't know what he's doing.
He's just checking out the view. Waiting for Summoner's Rift 2.0. Looking like one day I'll be able to look over the edge of this side of the map. Still there. I mean, there you go.
He's not even like,
you know what it is?
Subtle.
He's miming a fight.
Oh. See what you did there.
Yeah, that was
next
bad.
level stuff, that one.
That was pretty bad. Neither team's committed enough to make any play. And they're both...
Can we say Rocket Millennium?
No, I don't think it's that bad because there's a little more commitment to moves. But the reason we're not seeing it in this matchup is SK's team is reactive and scary when they get forced into fights. Superhard crew are not confident at forcing team fights unless they know key ultimates are down. If they know the intervention is not available, if they know Stranglethorns is not available, I think they'd be willing to commit.
They're going for it. Baron, Peel going in towards it. Impaler takes a peek, steps out. SK Gaming haven't peeled. That inhibitor turret's being forced on. We're going to see the teleports. They've got nowhere close by to teleport into. Mimer and Impaler going to get caught out. If they can get the jungler down, it would be a good start for them, but they can't get it. They have to go back on towards the Baron. The Baron back on 11,000 hit points. That inhibitor turret's going down slowly but surely. That will drop. It's going to be a Baron for an inhibitor turret. The inhibitor will go down as well, but it will be the Baron. Teleport way too late and Rated all over the back there. He's going to get taken low. Can the Super Hot crew clean it up here? That's the question. They are going to dive in towards it. And Rated actually gains hit points because he gets caught out. Selfie having to hit that Zhonya's. He's only going to focus on the support. Now he realizes he's got to try and get away from this one, but SK Gaming are collapsing on towards him. They're suddenly grouped up. Candy Panda gets himself 1 kill on towards Selfie, but there is a big minion wave in their base that they have to go back and deal with. That inhibitor did not go down though, and
Mimer's going for the inhib. So they're going to end up trading for a Baron for an inhibitor. Mimer should be able to secure that one. SK Gaming have decided to keep pushing on. They've got a few minions left to play with. In terms of the team fight, Super Hot crew got completely controlled. They couldn't get the kill onto Candy Panda, and a last second Summoner Heal plus Divine Blessing from Jesus kept him alive. If this inhibitor falls, SK are going to be much further ahead thanks to the Baron buff, and they're going to get out cleanly. Impaler's thinking about going in, decides against it.
Didn't have Cataclysm available or Flash, so would have been a dangerous play. Freddy defends out. Nexus turrets are safe, but it's an inhibitor for both teams going down. But the Baron buff for SK, we'll see what they do with it over the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like Super Hot crew were forced to make a decision, and the fact that they had not made a play or pushed the map for a prolonged period of time may have forced their hand in going for that inhibitor push. They end up getting the inhibitor, so you know that's fantastic because you've got super minions, but now they have to deal with super minions of their own, and they have to deal with their opponents with Baron buff. But that's two team fights back to back that SK Gaming have won. So confidence is definitely, and momentum is definitely swinging in their favor.
Super Hot crew though get themselves the dragon, which keeps them in the gold lead now. It's going to be very tight for the less. We're talking close to 80,000 for both these teams. And as you can see, both these teams fully laden right now. Mid laners, complete items. AD carries, complete almost items. Mr. Rallis hasn't quite finished off Banshee's Veil, which it seems he's heading towards now. It was a Bloodthirster, by the way, that he went towards.
And that more lifesteal. And considering how many auto attacks Mr. Rallis is planning on getting down, with his eye edge, with his blade, it kind of makes sense to just get even more sustained because he may be able to lifesteal through whatever damage is being put down on him, especially if he finds himself, you know, in a duel with Ashe, for example, who has not as much lifesteal, obviously, with just the Blade of the Ruined King. But if you compare Candy Panda, 20 minutes ago, thanks to the farm, thanks to the objective, thanks to the Baron, he's now equal damage, dare I say, with Mr. Rolls, arguably more armor penetration. And SK Gaming are just going to sneak a tower. This is what I was hoping to see from the Millennium Rocket game earlier. Moving around the map, catching your opponents unawares, and literally face-tanking a turret because you got there first, you had better positioning, and you had enough itemization to get safely through. So a very smart play from SK.
Well, Selfie's pushing that top wave still, keeping the super minions at bay, and SK Gaming could take full advantage. This inhibitor turret will not take very long to take down, but look at that. Mr. Roll is putting the burst stack on to Freddy, but look at the heal that comes out of Jesus. Puts him straight back up there. Mikhail's also used out from him, and quickly he regains all that hit points. The Baron buff still on him, and Selfie is back.
There is another Mikhail's available for Enrated, so if somebody gets caught again, Enrated can save them. Nevertheless, the important thing to note is Selfie's bought quite a lot of time. By shoving out those super minions in the top lane, it's going to allow Super Hot Crew to continually defend this bottom lane. But look at that heal on Freddy. Jesus has got so much ability power, and he's even got a lot of movement speed. He's gone for the Alacrity upgrade on top of his Boots of Swiftness. So he's going to be running around and literally running circles around his opponents. Look for the super minis in the top lane. When they get to base, I think that's SK's signal to look for another fight.
Selfie's back to way, cleared that middle wave again. Candy Panda looking to maybe try and sneak around the side of him. Don't really fancy a one-on-one head up. The rest of his team will track through. That's a successful defense from the Super Hot Crew, working out well, and Selfie's going to get the blue buff in the process.
Yeah, Selfie's got so much damage, and he does have the ability to burst somebody down. SK, in terms of the Baron buff, it has actually worn off as well.
910 ability power on Selfie.
Oh, that's what you get when you don't have boots. I mean, he's also double potted up rather. So, going to have all that bonus AP. And I think the key for Selfie is to get on the right target. He has to give, kill Candy Pan or kill Jesus early on. And if he doesn't do that, the damage that's coming out from them is just very, very high. I would probably say Jesus is more of a target than Candy Panda because of the threat of intervention. So if you can get him down, ideally, during the knock-up time of an Impaler Flag and Drag, that's a perfect scenario. Inhibitors respawn, and we're just going to keep going back to this. Whoever's out of position first, game.
Who can get the next Baron? Spawning in just under 2 minutes. Waves actually being pushed out quite heavily by Super Hot Crew. We'll see whether they do manage to drive this one out. And Candy Panda's positioning was brought into question over the last few games. Was caught out of position, and it's going to be vital in this next engagement. If Selfie or Mima, Mr. Rollins, anyone can get on towards him, take him down quick, it will be a serious problem. Because if you think of the last big exchange that did happen, the two that were left standing was Jesus and Candy Panda.
Yeah, and it's just smart play and positioning from SK. Super Hot Crew in that mid lane fight a few minutes ago were surrounded. And if you traditionally go back to 50-minute games of SK and 50-minute games of Super Hot Crew make a mistake that costs them the game, and SK Gaming don't make a mistake and punish their opponents for making one. It happened in week 1. The clip that we ran over an hour ago at the beginning of this matchup, we showed how Jesus and SK forced Super Hot Crew back from their own base. SK lost both Nexus turrets and then pushed Super Hot Crew to their own base and then ended up winning the game. We're quite realistically in store for another super dramatic ending. And it's going to boil down to whoever pulls the trigger in the wrong direction first.
One thing I would possibly maybe level at SK is with a 72-second cooldown on that arrow, why are they not firing it more often?
Oh, Candy's missed so many times.
That's true.
So,
maybe just said, screw that, they're firing it.
The thing as well, right, not only is it, yeah, 1 minute sounds like a small period of time, but when you've got two opponents with teleport and the very quick engage Super Hot Crew can put down, the only reason Super Hot Crew went into that Baron fight earlier is because they knew the Ash Arrow was down. They knew one of those very important tools was unavailable. So, face check from Impaler. He's caught out.
Oh, there is the arrow. It doesn't really do the job, though, because he'd already slid away.
And the Black Shield was up as well.
He's very low on hit points coming into this fight, though. There's the Scrying Orb. They have full vision. They know that the Baron is being started out. Freddy's actually getting focused on him. Not too sure exactly why. He's the big full tank. Impaler goes deep on this one. Cataclysm going in. Selfie follows through there. There's the burst damage that we're talking about. Impaler gets
drop down. He can see Kasink trying to lock on towards him. Soul Shackle's being used, but he's just going to get focused on Jesus with a quick swipe of his blade. Does the damage. Candy Panda locks on towards him, but look at this. Selfie tries to sneak back around the side. Now he's taken low. Mr. Rallis gets Candy Panda down, and the rest of SK are actually backing away. Mr. Rallis, untouched around the side, can continue chasing. Selfie hasn't got the movement speed to collapse on towards him, and it's a 1-for-1 AD carry for jungler.
So at the end of the day, Mr. Rallis being left untouched yet again is the determining factor for the Super Hot crew. He was sitting on the backline, spamming out all of the damage all day long. I really like the way SK Gaming handled that fight. They dealt with the engage, they re-engaged, but for the second time I think this game, SK just simply chased too far, and they just put themselves in damage's way. So Candy Panda gives himself another death, and Mr. Rallis is going to secure this dragon uncontested. SK are moving towards Baron, but I don't know if they're brave enough to start this one off. This could go very wrong. There is a ward in the pit there from the Super Hot crew.
Yeah, they could try and rush it, but again, you can see
I think
2 teleports are
Yep.
up for Super Hot crew, so they have to deny the vision. They can't start that one off. But of course, well, we're going to see Impaler back up. Candy Panda will be back up in a moment. Nobody gained anything.
I really like how that fight played out, because it wasn't a matter of mistakes from either team. Both teams played the team fights very well, and it was just like a counterplay. You know, Impaler went in. He was confident the Black Shield was going to come down. He was confident in his flag and drag, and he did get out. But unfortunately for Super Hot crew, they couldn't get more because of the fact that they couldn't get through all of the abilities. Now they're the ones rushing down Baron. There's all of the abilities available for SK Gaming. Ash Arrow is up. Stranglethorns is up. Candy Panda's holding on to their Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He figures Wraith Camps, hashtag worth it.
Well, you can see he wasn't with the team, but the arrow can, of course, traverse the entire map if required. This time, though, SK, they've got positional advantage to push down the middle, and they're going to go for it. You can see the top lane, Selfie actually trying to push the minions in. Super Hot crew a little bit corralled out the way here. They could go for Baron, but they may lose the base if they do.
The last time this fight happened with Super Hot crew relying on Selfie joining late, the crew were out of position. Now, Super Hot crew do have a Lichbane Kassadin that should be able to melt through these towers, and the crew have got a better position on this objective. The question is, does Candy Panda fire the arrow? Tower's down.
Tower's gone already, straight away. Quick work there from Selfie, and great position from Super Hot crew. SK Gaming, this time with the undecisive pair, and they have to back away.
Now, this is the risk, and probably the reason that you're seeing Alacrity upgrades. I mean, Candy Panda has gone Captain upgrade, actually, on his Ashe. So nearby approaching champions are going to get a movement speed increase. I'm not quite sure how much of a frontline champion you're planning to be, Candy Panda, but that is an interesting upgrade, in my opinion. And what ends up allowing Super Hot crew to get the tower is the fact that they can dash over those walls and move very, very effectively. So tower secured, but again, it's not real control. It's just another objective in this very long, very drawn-out objective game.
Big wave in the bottom, Selfie clearing it out, and immediately SK moving towards the Baron. Scrynor being used by Mr. Rallis. He's going to give note on that one. There's nowhere to teleport. He's using the flag to get on towards. That means he's going to put him in amongst SK Gaming. Quickly turns around. Lemon's been rated. Just drop where he stands. Couldn't do a thing about that one. Freddy's taken very low as well. It's Candy Panda. They want to get on. Jess is in trouble. He has to use the Sonya's Hourglass intervention on himself. He goes down. Selfie just motors on through the rest of the team. Candy Panda focus on. He gets dropped down. It's a double picked up by Mr. Rallis, and Super Hot crew are just plowing through SK Gaming. He's got nowhere to go. Freddy's going to go down. It's Super Hot crew, surely, that can take the game. They're going to run for the base.
There is no doubt in my mind, and in dramatic fashion, the Super Hot crew find SK Gaming, melt SK Gaming, and Super Hot crew will force SK into a 0-2 day in the middle of Super Week here in Europe.
We should point out there's some maximum minions being taken down. 589 for Selfie, 552 for Jez. There's some records being made certainly in this game. It's an hour-long epic, and it's the Super Hot crew that come out on top.
What a good team fight after losing back-to-back Baron engagements. Super Hot crew just find their way in and enrated, got obliterated. Selfie just plucked the weed from the ground, and it was unfortunately enrated that suffered the consequences.
Ironically, it got us Sonya's Hourglass as well, but didn't even get a chance to use it. It went down that fast. And when you got a, 900 ability power, 875 ability power in the end outside of the flasks, Kassadin, that's going to do a lot of damage. And again, so many times it gets proven in the LCS. You let Kassadin through, you're going to have a bad time.
Moral of the story, that's for sure. And it's one of the...
It's actually ironic that it was on SK who used it against them back in London.
Week 5, Subaru felt they had a counter Nocturne, it failed, it went 0-6. Now, what are we, week 7? And SK Gaming feel they have a counter, maybe Kale or whatever the combo was, get Kale and Lee Sin. It failed, it didn't work out. The thing that I like most about this game is both teams fully understand their opponent's compositions, and I think Subaru can still learn from this. Their wave management in the side lanes and the split pushing was not up to standard. They've done much better in previous games, and I expected them to do more with double teleport. But on the same token, they respected the Ashe, they respected the Zyra engages, and they did play a little more safely. So, it's super interesting game and a lot to talk about.
A rough Super Week for SK Gaming, that's for sure.
Yep.
Not a good day today, 0-2 today after that. Demoralizing loss maybe to Alliance. Who knows, maybe that was playing on their minds as well going into that game. Overall though, another long one, that's for sure. Hour-long epic. This time around, a lot more action involved, and again, it came down to a bit of a bound dance. These teams in Europe, they just keep on doing it. Yeah, and the problem in this scenario where I'm going to be more lenient on the Baron dance. Yes, definitely.
It is so difficult to dive SK Gaming because of the comp that they'd put together. Subaru never wanted to run the risk of jumping into a team fight under an objective, and even didn't want to do it at Baron. I mean, you've seen they tried to defend their own tower, they lost. Tried to fight around Baron a few times in that mid game, and they fell behind. This time round, they got the right angle, and very importantly, Selfie got onto the right target, so that Stranglethorns wasn't a big deal. The rest of the team picked the right targets, and Mr. Rolls, again, with just great positioning on his Cogmore.
Yeah, teleporting onto the flag, straight out, straight back in.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of damage. And who needs boots, ladies and gentlemen? That's the question. Hour-long match, don't buy boots.
No, and it worked out. And, you know, it's really funny because it's one of those risks that you take, right? I'm not going to buy boots. But when you see your opponent's top lane Yorick picking up a Chalice of Harmony, you're like, well, I'm pretty sure he's in this for the late game. And, you know, everybody just seems super content. Look, we'll just wait. We'll get to 5-6 items, and then we'll see who's got the better team fights. And in this case, it was a risk that SK took, and it was super hot crew that came out. Definitely with the better team fights.
Yeah, definitely a great fight between them. A lot of items being picked up. Anything surprising maybe that you saw in amongst the builds there? I mean,
not particularly. I mean,
stood out to you.
Yorick, the build order was quite interesting, going Trinity Force, then into tank, and then obviously picking up the Mikhail's Crucible. Was not anticipating that on a top lane Yorick. But considering the only real threat was that Dark Binding or the Rune Prison, it actually makes perfect sense. So in the grand scheme of things, bog standard itemization, I feel, marring the boots.
Well, it was a fantastic ending to a very long game, that's for sure. We're going to go over to the main stage, or tell a lie, over to the analyst desk with Shox Deficio, who are standing by with Kasing.
Thank you very much, D-Man. First off, Kasing, congratulations on that victory after a very long game. Let's break it down and start at the beginning, because you guys got your hands on Kassadin. The very first time we saw Selfie playing it, I believe, or the second time, and going pretty well. Did you expect to get those picks out of picks and bans, and how did it go overall?
We actually kind of expected Kassadin to be banned by them, because last time Alliance, they left it open for, I think it was Fnatic or Alliance, and we didn't. Oh, sorry, it was against SK, sorry.
No problem.
We didn't pick Kassadin, and then they thought that we'd just let them have Kassadin again. And eventually, well, we've decided that we'll stick with the Kassadin, and then we played it out. We had late game with Kassadin Rise, and then eventually we just snowballed it and went on with the win.
So I want to ask you a little bit about Selfie's build on Kassadin, if you have any input on it, without any boots. Is it something you guys practice a lot? Is it just Selfie's own idea he just brings out, or was it planned from the start?
Since I'm a support, I never really comment on any other people's builds or what they build, because maybe he needed a certain item before he could do anything in the team fights, because he really needed Zhonya's in the second team fight we had, and there was having Zhonya's there's a huge impact that he can put out in a team fight.
Yeah, and we do actually also have one of your team fights. If you just pull it up on the screen, it's our replay here, and obviously you guys are sieging up here. You're 10-5 at the moment, and looking pretty good for you guys already. You're scaling into the late game, and if you just start rolling the clip here, you can talk it through a little bit. You guys sieging the tower. It's actually SK Gaming starting fight after Imperial goes in.
Well, basically, we said to engage. We wanted to force their flashes, and then we wanted to disengage back because we had like 3 champions that can snare, Cog Slow, or Morgana Q. And then we re-engaged back in with Kassadin. Like, we knew that flash, Ashe didn't really have flash. And then I hit Binding on Ashe, and then we eventually just cleaned up with Kassadin.
And what did you actually think about the comp from SK Gaming with Yorick, with Kale, and of course the Ashe Cyber bot lane?
We actually expected Freddy to go Kennen, because apparently Mama looked at his rune pages before the game and then saw a Kennen rune page.
And following up on that, of course, playing versus that Ashe, Zyra Tabs was tweeting how annoying it is. But you guys did decide to stay in the same lane as it. Why was that?
Well, I think Ashe Zyra is like the most annoying bot lane ever, like over Caitlyn Nami, because Ashe can always poke you, and Zyra can always poke you at the same time with plants and Q. So, I don't know, we just played it safe. We didn't really go for any kills.
Now, obviously, you played a few weeks in the LCS. You played in London from the big crowd and everything. What do you take from LCS so far and your own performance the first few weeks you've been in the LCS?
I think my performance has been quite shaky, actually. Like, I'm not really happy with my current performance. I think I can do a bit better. Regarding Thing and Support Crew, it's kind of interesting because I used to play in another amateur team, and the switch over from an amateur team to LCS team is really huge. Like, just drafting pick bans on how to engage with, or how to teamfight in general. There's a lot of things that is different.
A learning curve, but you're doing very well right now as well, I should say. So if there's more to come, that's very, very good. Thank you very much and congratulations. Thanks for talking to us. Now we're about to take a quick break, but we'll be right back for our next match where Millennium will face Gambit Gaming. Stay with us for that in 3.5.
Cannon? Says, I'm a ninja.
I can't hear it.
No, smaller targets are easier to hit.
That doesn't make sense.
Freddy comes back around, he's got a lot of damage, and Imbala may well go down from this one. Selfie trying to work away, Mr. Rales in the background, he's going to take down Enraged, comes back around, locks back on towards Freddy, when Scarin gets exploded as well. He's trying to turn it back on towards Candy Pan, and Selfie goes back in on this one. Mima tries to explode him, he's got a lot of damage resistance with that Banshee's Veil. Selfie comes in, gets himself a double, can he make it the triple? Gets knocked off the side, instead it's a double, Mr. Rales, he gets on towards him. Freddy's taken very low as well, it's Candy Panda, they want to get on Jester in trouble. He has to use the Zonya's Argus intervention on himself, he goes down. Selfie just motors on through the rest of the team. Candy Panda focus on, he gets dropped down.
it's easier for us to play against the best teams, like against SK or Alliance. Then they're much ahead in win streaks, and they don't consider us a strong team, and then they're making mistakes when we're catching them on those mistakes and just finishing the game. So that's not going to happen against Millennium, I think. So it's going to be about our pure skill.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this Super Week 7 in the European LCS. I'm Joe Miller, along with Martin Defischolinger, as we head into our next match between Millennium and Gambit Gaming. Now, yesterday we saw Millennium take on Fnatic and then went with something other than their most successful pick comp setup. However, it was kind of hard to see what they were really aiming for with that comp.
Yeah, it was a very weird comp for Millennium. I mean, they had a few different ideas with it, I guess. That Kha'Zix jungle building full damage, and then that Creaton on Tristana as being their hyper carry. The issue was they had Curb on Lulu, a very passive mid laner, which is something that really doesn't favor Curb and Millennium as a team. And also they had, of course, Jerry on Morgana. So they had the Black Shield and the Wild Growth to either protect the Tristana or the Kha'Zix, but they couldn't do both. So it ended up being some very weird team fights, and they looked very passive, and actually they looked lost, because they never really did anything. And they lost 4 out of 5 dragons as well to Fnatic, who just picked up the win fairly easily.
Yeah, but earlier today they were beaten by Rockat's late game comp with Ryze and Jax, but the game did get off to a good start for Millennium.
Yeah, so they had a good start, but then they started playing passive again. And they danced around this Baron for about 10 minutes, just giving Rocket time to outscale them and going just for this late game point where Millennium weren't able to teamfight, and they lost the map from there on, lost the team fights, and it's just been an issue for Millennium. They play very passive if things isn't exactly working 100% like the way they want it to, and therefore they don't know what to do and just end up losing the game.
Well, on the other side of the rift, Gambit took on SK Gaming yesterday and were completely outclassed in that one. They didn't really seem to have much to say in that defeat.
No, they lost on 29 minutes and 10 seconds to SK Gaming, and they were, as you just said, they were simply outclassed. There was nothing they could do. They lost the lane swap early on, and from there on they just lost every single team fight. They did a weird thing where they banned Lucian, but then didn't early pick Caitlyn for Genji, which I thought was the idea behind the Lucian ban. Instead, they actually picked Twitch for Genji at champion, which of course he can play, but doesn't seem to favor his style too much, where you have to walk around, make some risky plays, set up some ganks, and he never really got going in the game here. And we of course also had some uncoordinated team fights from Gambit with their wombo combo a little bit. It didn't work for them. I do have to give some credit to Darian, though, up in the top lane. I called him out yesterday for dying too much. He actually went 2-1-0 on Jax, and he picked up a lot of towers and some kills as well to try and help the team win, but it just wasn't enough. So credit to Darian. He played really well yesterday.
And here are the starting lineups for our two teams today. On the blue side for Millennium, we have Kevin in the top lane, Cornex in the jungle, Kerp in the middle, and the duo of Creaton and J-Ree.
And on the red side, we have Gambit Gaming with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick as the mid laner, Genji as the AD carry, and of course Edward on support.
And of course, you guys have been letting us know which teams you think are going to win, so let's see how this one added up. According to LOLesports.com, you've gone for Millennium with 63% of the vote.
So if Gambit Gaming picks a late game comp and Millennium plays as passive they've done in the last two games, I think actually Gambit Gaming is going to take it.
Well, we're going to find out here shortly as we head towards Champions. Like you mentioned yesterday that they ended up banning out AD carries, but maybe following a route which you didn't expect there. Where do you think the focus is going to lie in this game? Surely something aimed towards Kerp, as most teams are doing against Millennium.
Often we see a lot of focus on taking the assassins away from Kerp, and I actually do have to correct myself, because I said Gambit banned Lucian. It was SK Gaming who banned it against Gambit Gaming, so small mistake on my part here. Still, they could have early picked Caitlyn here. Not sure if Gambit will target Kerp. They could ban away something like his Fizz, maybe his Twisted Fate if they don't feel like they can deal with it. And on the side of Millennium, I could see them ban away Kayle, because they banned it twice already this week.
And probably going to be banning out Kassadin. I mean, they are the blue side for this one, and they've been banning Kassadin on the blue side as well. So we'll see about that as we get in. We can see already, first ban coming out for Millennium will in fact be Kayle. And we've seen time and time again that when a Kayle gets rolling, can be very, very hard to stop. For Gambit then, onto their first ban. Actually going to take J-Ree, or go towards J-Ree with their first ban, and remove Morgana from the game, along with then Twisted Fate. On Millennium side, they took away Evelynn from Diamond.
So some expected bans, of course, Kassadin for Millennium, always on the blue side. They keep banning it away because they know the other teams won't ban against Millennium. And of course the Kale don't want to risk this late game monster when you tend to play these passive and long games. And of course Gambit targets towards Curb. Twisted Fate is the one that really stands out.
Ziggs also a big favourite of Curb. And Kassadin, blue side ban for Millennium once again. That left Lee Sin up, which will be picked in. And Cortex has done really well with Lee Sin.
So they banned away Evelyn, which has been the go-to jungler for Diamond whenever Lee Sin wasn't up here. And then they first pick Lee Sin. Should, however, mean Diamond can just pick Elise whenever he actually wants to and secure an equally strong jungler as Lee Sin, in my opinion. And of course, we do get Lucian onto Genji, his favorite AD carry, and just all around such a great AD carry pick here and a good start for both teams.
Will they be locking in that Lulu as well? It certainly looks like they will. And we're going to see that, I'd say most probably going into the middle lane there for Nick, although with it being a first pick, Lulu could still end up being in the top lane, but not really a champion that we generally associate with Darian on the top side of the map.
Very true. He did play some Kale up in the top lane here, so might have picked up Lulu as well. I mean, she is a very good top laner, even if you fall behind, because she brings so much utility to your team. So you can go 0-5 on her and still go into team fights and do a very good job here. So could be a champion for Darian. Not a champion he can split push on, however, if he wants to become the split pusher where he drags a lot of attention to the top lane, which he normally likes to do.
So for Millennium then, what are they going to go with? Jax open and left available. And Kevin himself, who honestly has been playing really solidly for Millennium and pretty much seems to have always been a solid player across the board. He will be taking Jax this time.
Always consistent, will always do well early on, will always have a big impact later on in game as well. So he's good in team fights and his laning phase is pretty solid as well. And he's a smart player. He knows what to play, what to build here. So just a very consistent player. And of course Jax, slightly weaker early game with the changes to lifesteal, but still a very strong pick, unless teams manage to punish him early on, which we actually often see, where teams will lane swap against this Jax here, shut him down early, and then just keep denying him farm, and therefore delay his whole Trinity Force, Bladed Rune King power spike, and just be a lot stronger for the first 30-40 minutes until Jax gets his items. And if you don't close out the game by that time, obviously everything is gone to waste. But still, if you can manage to close it out, you will pretty much make Jax a non-factor.
So Lee Sin was already taken away here for the jungle by Millennium. We've got Thresh locked in for Edward, the champion, which he's coming back to power with. And it looks like we are going to be seeing Skarner locked in for Diamond in the jungle. I know the exact date when he last played Skarner, February the 14th of this year, in fact.
And back then, Skarner was a little bit different.
Yes.
Some changes. Most important is his passive now. Whenever he uses his abilities, he will stack it up when you get to 3 stacks. If you auto-attack the target, you will actually stun it. Early on, it's only for half a second, however, but still it's a stun, lock down a target, then you grab it with your ulti and you drag it into the team here. And the cool thing Gambit Gaming can do is you have Lulu and Skarner together, so Lulu speeds up Skarner, he speeds up himself as well, and you just rush towards the target. And if there's no flash and no jump on the target he goes towards, he will be able to grab them and pull them into the team.
Well, Millennium finished off their team comp, taking Fizz in the mid lane for Curb. And again, that's the Curb on Fizz has really, I guess, personified the form that Millennium have had. Either a brilliant game or a terrible game with Fizz. We'll see how he does today. But with Leona as well, this is a kind of combination that Millennium have done well with in the past.
It's such a dive-in comp here. They can pick off people, especially with Leona and Fizz together here, and Lee Sin joining in. But also in team fights, they're just looking for everyone to pile onto the back line of Gambit. And then you just leave Kreatin by himself in the back and say, you know what, you can just survive by yourself, do all the damage you can do, and then get away. The rest of us, we just dive onto Gambit Gaming here and try and kill some of the squishies in the back line. So Millennium with a very aggressive comp, and definitely a comp where they need to start get rolling here, because Fizz in this mid lane, it's very important he gets a good start, otherwise he won't be able to do enough in these team fights. Or if he wants to split push later on, together with the Jax, you have 1-3-1. Fizz again needs a very good start in the lane.
We'll see how he does here against Nyx Lulu, champion which he's gone for quite a few times before. And, you know, Fizz, we don't all that often see picked into a Lulu who, you know, used to be definitely a champion which you just lose flat out in lane to. Now not quite the case.
Yeah, used to be, of course, with the Q changes, we keep talking about them. I can see you smile on your face. You really wanted to talk about it here, but of course with the Q changes, no longer the same lane bully.
Yeah.
Still should be able to do a lot of damage onto the Fizz here, but Curb with Flask, most likely it's his first item. We'll just look to farm away first, get some items going, get his Lich Bane, and then we might see him start split pushing or looking for small fights here with the rest of Millennium, trying to pick up people left and right.
Well, with the picks and bans locked in, who came out on top in your opinion? Tweet hashtag MILWin or hashtag GMBWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check on the results shortly from this one. And as you mentioned there, the Flask, something that Curb often takes into matches in that mid lane where he's expecting a lot of pressure and a lot of damage out of his opposition to keep the sustain up in his lane.
Also because he plays very aggressive, he often goes in to trade some damage just to get farm afterwards, to push the enemy away from the minions, get the farm, take a lot of damage in return, then he needs the Flask to sustain back up here, and it's just a playstyle he likes to use. But we have to say here, Gambit Gaming, they need to be careful late game because Millennium are scaling really well.
Well, we are going to head into game and figure out how this one is going to go down. It's Millennium versus Gambit, and wins for both of these teams would be a welcome sign at this stage of things. That game earlier on against Roccat for Millennium was probably a tough one to swallow considering the good start that they had, and then, as you said, got into a bit more of a passive mode and allowed Roccat to scale themselves into a prime position to go on and win that one. We'll see here if anything happens in the early stages of the game. Up until now, see that both teams pretty much identically spread out across the map.
And I want to see if Codnex is looking to be aggressive towards Diamond here early on. Skarner is actually good enough in the early game. He should be able to at least avoid dying if Codnex finds him at a camp here because he has the speed of, he has the slow, of course, with his E. He can even stun Codnex and then escape. And Skarner is not bad in the early game. I mean, he can farm really well as a fast jungler, and his ganks are okay. Even before 6, he can actually go in again because he provides both a stun and a slow now, and he can speed himself up. He has a lot of tools to use, and I want to see these engages from Gambit. If it is speeding up Diamond, goes towards whatever target he can get to, uses his ulti and just pour them back into the team here. Late game, Skarner always has the issue that teams tend to itemize against him. Like Quicksilver Sash, of course, worked perfectly against Skarner. Banshees will work too if he can't break it before he gets into the target. So there's a lot of items against him late game, which is another issue for Gambit, of course.
So, I saw Genja there risking things as the vote comes in 68% in favor of Gambit. So that's pretty much a 100% swing from what we saw from the LOLesports.com vote earlier on, where you put Millennium in the favorite seat, if you like, to win this encounter. But Gambit with that team comp, we'll see how they do. And there we see Edward actually just going to walk straight into the brush. Oh, that means a lot of damage early on. And he's down to about a quarter of his health just because of the fact that he's walked straight into that brush without even checking it out. And there's Kevin as well, going aggressive on Darian right at the start.
Yeah, in this game again, early game, it's really going to rely on Millennium trying to survive both solo lanes, where Gambit should be stronger and should be able to pressure Millennium a lot. Down this bottom lane here, Edward, of course, had to use a potion early on. Can sustain a little bit with his Relic Shield if he gets the last hits. But not a very good start for him, just face-checking into Leona. Managed though, because he's still level 1, just auto-tech trade on the melee champion Leona is.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty much equaled out that damage up until this point, so that's all good for him. We should also mention that we are on 4.10 because Skarner obviously has had a few of his numbers tweaked and lowered in the 4.11 patch that's gone on live recently. So it is the Skarner in his strongest state recently.
So once 4.10 actually hit live, there was a lot of junglers talking about how he was too strong at the moment, but it seems he's found his place just under Lee Sin, Elise, and possibly Evelynn. He just comes in right under them here. Still, very strong jungler, and you bring a lot of CC, and you bring a lot of utility to your team here, and of course, very good wave clear in this jungle here, or jungle clear, to farm as much as possible. Want to see if he wants to actually gank early, or if he just wants to farm up to level 6.
Yeah, where he does have that pull back on his ultimate. That'll be a big thing for him as Darian here up at level 3 now, feeling a lot more confident in that lane after Kevin gave him a bit of pain early on. But look at this stun. Is he going to land? Yes, it is. The jump will come through, and now they've got Lee Sin in there. Early flash. Q is going to connect. That's first blood. Cornex is going to pick it up. We've seen it time and time again. Cornex on Lee Sin really produces for Millennium.
And there was no ward for Darian, even though his Trinket ward is actually ready, and yet he was staying very far up in the lane here. It was easy for Kevin to just jump him, stun him, and then of course Connex joined in. And Diamond, he was just farming the golems here, looking towards the level 6 instead now. Jerry going towards Edward.
And this is a lot of damage as well. The shield, is it going to be enough? He's already had some flash, but they're going to push through. Hook will land onto Jerry, but that gives them the kill. And that will be the first one down in the bottom lane. Cornex also took a lot of damage. In fact, Nick used his Ignite onto him there. Wasn't enough to secure a kill, and Millennium sit at 2 for 0.
Yeah, very, very good start here. Edward once again being caught a little bit out of position, playing a little bit careless down this bottom lane here. Has to give up his life for it. Diamond though, continue farming, was just mid lane for a quick counter gank, and going in to take the Wraiths away from Connex, but Kevin now, full control up in his top lane here. This early kill, even though it went to Connex, was very big for them.
And there's no flash, of course, for Darien, so he needs to be really careful about how far he goes up. Has finally put a ward in position though from his trinket, so that means that he's going to at least have vision in case Cornex does come back up, but Kevin obviously playing that matchup now with a little bit more aggression. Actually, Doran's shield, Doran's blade, and a cloth armor for him. Darien actually picking up a second Doran's blade to try and put down a bit of that early lane bully that Renekton offers.
And also Kevin slightly ahead in XP here early on with, of course, the assist and also picking up some farm afterwards. If he gets level 6 before Darien, he might look to go aggressive once again. For now, he should be happy just farming. Connex, though, joining in once again up in this top lane.
Oh, there comes the hook, and it's actually going to land onto Jerry. Have they got the damage to actually finish him off, though? Jerry still has a flash available. Meanwhile, top lane was ganked once more by Cornex. This time, though, Darien was able to slice his way back to safety of that tower.
But Millennium really putting a lot of focus here on getting Kevin ahead in this lane so he can become this split-pushing monster where Darien won't be able to hold him 1v1 and will force Gambit then to send someone else up to help Darien and therefore give Millennium an advantage elsewhere. Connex once again going towards Darien.
Oh, Darien going to be in trouble from this one. There is a slow coming down and a flash in from Cornex. Finishes off with a Q and will even dash out to Kevin. And again, Diamond not there at the right time. There was a lot of pressure put on this top lane, and obviously Millennium focusing that one heavily as we're going to see the ultimate out of Kerp here. Gets the knock up onto Nick. Hasn't got the damage to finish up. And sure does with the Ignite. And Kerp picks up another one for Millennium.
So Kerp managed to get level 6 before Nick here. I'm not sure it was because Diamond was actually pushing the mid lane with Nick early on, sharing some XP where Kerp got all the XP on the tower by himself. Managed to get level 6 before Nick. Jumped him instantly, of course. If Nick had the wild growth, he would have survived the engage here. 4-0 for Millennium. Both solo laners with perfect starts, and it's just what they need, because there were some hard lanes, just looking at the paper, looking at the champions, but Millennium really getting the best out of it.
Diamond, as you mentioned before, not really put down too much pressure onto lanes. Yes, he was helping Nick push that middle lane out, but now he is level 6 because he has farmed himself up. He's got 20 CS more out of the jungle than that of Cottonex. However, Cottonex has created 2 kills for Millennium, and now Diamond has to do exactly the same for Gambit as he's hit that level 6 point.
They really needed his help on these solo laners. I mean, Kerp is 1 level ahead of Nick at the moment, up in his top lane. Kevin just farming like he wants to, picked up some lifesteal now. Hook misses onto Kraton here. Overall, every single lane for Millennium actually winning now. Only Diamond being very far ahead of Connex in terms of farm is the difference.
Well, again, Kevin up in this top lane. Vamp Scepter now in. Third Doran's blade was picked up. They're going to go on towards Edward. Can they actually lock him up? No ulti available for him. But we are going to see that Cornex comes around. The Q's already connected, but he leaves it to Creaton. Cornex already got 2 kills of his own. And another one, and another gank from Cornex, starting it off for Millennium. And again, Diamond, nowhere to be seen.
Farming away, just farming away. Cornex is everywhere on the map. 2 times top lane, picked up 2 kills. Went down to this bottom lane now, and gave the kill over to Kraton, so things looking very, very good for both Cornex and Millennium. And Kevin is going to be such an issue. I mean, he's going to pick up all this farm here. Millennium even going to start the dragon. There is teleport on the side of Darien. Kevin needs a few seconds before he can actually join in case a fight should break out.
Well, we'll see if he needs it. Diamond is waiting around. There's the TP coming in. Kerp will surely be able to zone them out. That's a lot of damage. And there is the dragon picked up. But Darien going to dive into the middle. Good wild growth onto them. Millennium wrapped in the back. But here comes Kevin. Diamond going to be focused on. Will he go down? Actually took the lantern away. And in the back, Renekton dies. Millennium got 2 men on low HP. They could possibly pick up kills here, Gambit. Millennium still in the back of the pit. They see the movement over the wall. Jerry's going to be caught here. He's got no flash available to him, but you know, you give it up, you take down the dragon, you get a kill. It's still not bad at all. Took a while.
Whoa, so Millennium managed to pick up the dragon here. There was no smite on the side of Diamond because he actually just used it on the blue buff to pick it up for himself. So dragon went over to Millennium, managed to get a kill as well, and then everyone kind of like, see ya, Jerry, stay back and die.
Is poor guy the only one in the entire Millennium team who doesn't have any innate mobility when it comes to diving over the wall? Sadly enough for him, but that's sometimes
you have to sacrifice someone.
Take one.
I mean, yeah, take one for the team.
That's how it works out for them. And Millennium, after all that, have got a very healthy gold lead. We're only, well, we're not even 10 minutes into this game. Up until now, we see that top lane's winning on farm, got 2 assists in there. The jungler, yes, okay, Diamond's farming well here, but 3-0-1 on Cottonex. Mid lane ahead in CS and in kills. Bottom lane is exactly the same.
Yeah, we talked about how Millennium can start split pushing, especially once to build up a few items. I mean, we know Jax is the one-on-one split pushing monster. Fizz can be the same thing. He will be able to kill anyone on the side of Gambit as well, especially with such a good start. So we might see Millennium in a few minutes just say, you know what, we're just gonna put Fizz in one of the side lanes, we're gonna put Jax in a different one and put Corki in the mid lane and just start pushing up every single lane. And if Gambit moves multiple members in one place, we just take something elsewhere on the map. Still, they're looking for the items, and of course if they can keep extending the lead by keep ganking with Cottonex, no need to actually split push yet.
Oh,
yeah.
Darian.
He has flash though, he has flash.
He has flash, but is it even going to matter there? He sees the slice and dice coming through. The Q lands from Cottonex, and whilst they may not have killed Darian here, there's no one around for Gambit, and they may be able to finish off the turret.
Look at this bottom lane though, there's a pink ward in the bush, we have Lantern from Edward, and Diamond is down here for his first real gank. Can he actually get something? No flash in Jerry, remember.
No flash for Jerry, does have Solar Flare back up. This turret is going to go down, so it's up to Diamond now to be making an impact in this bottom lane. And there we see the Flare coming down. Good Solar Flare, but already Diamond has pulled Jerry back into the rest of the team. But look at Edward, he's been destroyed. Creighton managing to get a 1-for-1 at the end of that. The culling from Genja will do good damage, but not get the kill. And a 1-for-1 when it's 3 versus 2 like that is something that Millennium will be happy with. And Edward, as you rightly pointed out, died with flash available.
Yeah, flash, he could have backed out of the fight long, or like way before as well. He stayed in, just kept tanking all the damage from Creaton, didn't use the flash, and yeah, ended up trading 1-for-1. Definitely not worth it. And Cottonex once again up in his top lane.
Darian going to try and get rid of the minions here, but he's going to get stunned, kicked, and finished off by Kevin, making it look easy. And Darian, he's having one of those games, I'm afraid, for the Gambit fans. 0-4-0. However, the good, we'll forget about that because we got Diamond and Edward and Nick coming in. Cottonex is dead surely from this one. It's Lee Sin. We'll see the mobility. Actually, will flash there into the jungle, but they've got vision of it. There's the slow as well. And that is going to be the end of this one. Surely, flash play. That's why Edward saved flash. And there is the shutdown. Going for Nick. But my point was really about Darian. 0-4-0. Usually when Darian has this kind of scoreline, Gambit use it to alleviate pressure elsewhere on the map and pick towers or dragons up from it. That's not the case here today.
But in his defense, the very first gank, he should have had a ward down, so we can say, okay, that was his own fault. But from there on, Cottonex just kept coming up to this top lane, and Darian received 0 help. So he fell behind early on, his own fault, and then Millennium just capitalized on it. They kept going top lane, kept ganking him again and again, giving him pretty much no chance of actually staying alive. And he's invested so heavily now into the laning phase with his build with triple Thorn's Blade. It's going to take him even longer to get late game items, and therefore he's pretty much going to be a non-factor unless he can now stay and farm or pick up a few kills in the next few minutes. Otherwise he's pretty much out of the game.
1300 gold just in Doran's Blades leaves you behind, especially if you're not going to make it count in that scenario. Meanwhile, on this bottom lane, that's seen a fair amount of action, even just between the two duos. 107 CS for Creaton to the 93, 94 of Genja. And there we see again, Creaton going forward, culling used by Genja to push them away. And now we have Cottonex actually moving in as well. I think he was spotted out by a ward that's now been cleared in the Tribush.
And this is the first time in a long time I've seen a Trinity Force Lucian I mean, we have Infinity Edge Lucian and we have Blade the Ruined King as normally the two options here in 4.10. Jerry getting hooked out, Diamond is bottom once again.
Well, this could be real bad news for Millennium again. The solar play comes down. Cornex is going to be coming around the side, but will he be too late? Jerry going to go low. He's got away. He's managed to get away. And Cornex is onto Diamond. Hasn't got the damage to finish him off. Creatine may just have. Ed is low, and Edward may fall as well. He's 2 kills, and Jerry got away.
He survived here. Cornex joined in. He saw the gank happening, just ran to the lane instantly. Joined in and Creatine once again. He's just left by himself to sit on the side and just do damage to Gambit throughout the entire fight. Jerry was the target. He survived. And then you just leave this Corgi to do everything, and Connex, of course, he's so strong at this point, just joins in and turns everything around.
And I think this bottom turret may be the second tower of the game going Millennium's way as Kerb again playing his signature aggressive style onto Nick in that mid lane. And whilst Nick has got the protection of a flash and of course his ultimate, the wild growth, still a little bit scary time to him. Lichbane was done by Kerb as his first item as we see that outer turret in the bottom lane finally being finished off. Millennium 2-0 up on that front. Plenty of gold, in fact 5,000 gold overall. 15 minutes into the match.
They only need this mid tower down and they can actually start moving further into Gambit's jungle. But Gambit now starting the dragon here. Millennium running from the base, they're still very far away. Might be a dragon for Gambit unless Kerb can do something.
They're going to get here pretty quickly from this one though. Jerry might actually be able to do the business. They're going to go for Diamond. He's blown up. Oh, last second wild growth will keep him alive. They kill off Kerb. We will see Diamond go down. And now Next, is he going to be able to stick around for the dragon? Teleport is coming in. And there is the dragon taken by Next. He will get away. It leaves Kevin, but he's got leap strike to get over. The hook not quite got the range. And Millennium forced them away from the dragon. Trade 1-for-1 in kills, but get that all-important objective.
Yeah, got the dragon here. Smite was, of course, gone because Diamond already died. And then both Kevin and Connex managed to get out of the dragon pit once again. Teleport was used by both top lanes. Now Darren in trouble.
Well, he's in no man's land there. And that's going to be another kill for Creatine. Rampage now for him. 4-0-3. I'm not sure why Darian was even there.
He had to ward. That's all.
Did he even put a ward down?
No, he had to do it.
Okay.
But then they collapsed onto him. He was like, oh, no, I'm not going to ward anyway. I'm not sure. I mean...
It leaves him at 0-5-0. Not a good picture so far this game for Gambit. 12-4 behind. Let's not forget that Gambit have to play what you may even argue a tougher opposition later on when they take on Fnatic in our last game of the day. This might be one of those matches that you, for the good of future results, have to just forget about.
Especially if it keeps going like it's going now. I mean, still, they can try and slow down the game a little bit, extend the game with Lulu and Lucian, trying to wave clear as much as possible. But they'll just have so many issues once Millennium actually starts really split pushing or looking for these 1-on-1, 2-on-2 fights, because again, their champions are so strong. Blade already completed onto Jax. We have Lichbane onto Kerb here, and I'm pretty sure both Kerb and Kevin has quite a lot of gold in their back as well. And Connex going in once again.
Fuel landing there. There's the ultimate coming out of Diamond, but Solar Flare as Jay reappears from over the map, and Nick is going to go down. They will kill off Connex, so a 1-for-1 there. The shutdown goal actually going over to Edward.
So 1-for-1 at least here for Gambit. Getting some gold back. Nick once again going down, but he did manage to pick up 2 kills, so he's not looking too bad. That's a 141 farm as well, the most on the Gambit side. So at least Nick on Lulu is still in this game here. He's still doing well. This Trinity Force on Genji though, I really don't agree with it. I think it's going to delay both his power spikes by such a long time. I mean, he won't be very strong in the early game, mid game, and he won't be very strong in the late game either, or building towards the late game with the early Infinity Edge.
And that was a free tower. Nothing, Gambit doing literally nothing to stop that one from going down. Diamond on the top side of his jungle, more concerned about getting his red buff secured, and actually needs to be really careful. It will get the red buff, but Jerry and Kerb are going to find him, and that's half of his health taken away instantly. And where's he going to head? Meanwhile, on the top side, Darian able to flash. Diamond now going to try and run rings around them, but with Jax coming in, one of them is going to secure this kill. Jerry will be able to get the stun, and that means an easy finisher for Kevin.
Kevin just walks in, gets the red buff as well. Going to be even better for him if he keeps split pushing up in his top lane here. And we see Diamond actually earlier, now he picks up some magic resist. He had full armor before, Glacial Shroud, and also Ninja Tabis, so Kerb did so much damage to him, of course. Now just trying to push down the tower. The rest of Gambit is here to defend it. Force Millennium to back away. We're only 18 minutes in. We have Had 14 kills for Millennium and 5 for Gambit.
And if you look where those kills are spread as well, 2-0-3 for Jax. 6-2-4 for the jungler. Yeah, okay, Curve's got 4 assists and only 1 kill right now, but then you've got your AD carry at 4-0-3. Trinity Force already done. Pickaxe picked up as well. Genja has now finished off that Trinity Force though, so that's going to give him something. Darian going to get caught out here somewhat by Curve. It may backfire. No, he's just going to jump over the wall. Darian will chase him through though. Can Curve escape this one? Wild Growth's going to be used, waiting for his cooldowns. Well, it's not enough. Nick will be able to pick up that one.
Alright, so a little bit too greedy. Curve was all alone up here. Everyone else from Millennium, but already recalled. And Darian with his Giants build and being Renekton, of course, is still a little bit tanky and could actually survive, with also Nick joining in to manage to pick up a kill here. Another kill for Nick. Looking good on this Lolo here, looking to get his death cap as the next item, most likely.
Probably going to have to come up big for Gambit, though, in this game, if they're to get anything out of it. As Cottonex has pushed up this bottom lane, you have Genja waiting at the side. Will Cottonex fancy his chances? Actually needs to be careful there, because Diamond will be coming around from the one side. Is he going to use that ultimate on him, keep him locked up? He will use the ultimate as Edward will come around and put down the play. The Hawk will actually land as well, and Cottonex bursted down by the culling in the end from Genja.
And Cottonex did the exact same thing, curved it up in his top lane. He walked into the jungle of Gambit by himself. Nobody from Millennium was even close. And he just got caught out of position. So Gambit now picked up 2 very easy kills and pressuring down his mid tower. Curve is coming in though.
Oh, they're going to try and throw some stuff at them here as the box goes down. Solar Flare comes in as well. Where's Curve going to go? Critton will join in. They're going to go for Edward. He's knocked up. Wild Growth won't be enough to save him. Critton unstoppable at 5-0-3. And it looks like they're not done just yet. J. Reed trying to chase off the
Kevin
Scorpion, but Kevin may be the one that stops him. Diamond runs off into his tri-bush. Curve not going to follow through. Already been caught out once there.
But down this bottom lane here, Genja pushing by himself. TP down from Kevin to actually stop him from getting the tower. So TP down for Millennium. Darian still has his own TP, just been farming away actually. As much as he could at least. Been avoiding some fights and just trying to pick up some farm. So smart enough by Darian.
Darian only 5 CS behind. I know he's also 0-5-1 at the same time, but still managing at least to get his farm, as is Genja. And he's sat at 2-0-2, so definitely still something to be said in this game. Cottonex actually going to spot Edward coming through with a ward going down. We've got 5 seconds or so until Dragon actually comes up. Millennium are already in position with all 5 men. Gambit going to be doing the same here momentarily.
But this is very scary for Gambit. They're very far behind. If they lose this fight here, it might be Baron for Millennium, but let's see what happens.
Oh, he's going to win this one out. It's once again Cottonex as Kevin going to get the stuns down. Diamond gets the knock up, and Edward blown to pieces as Curve goes right into the middle of them. There's the Solar Flare finally. He locks up all 4 men from Gambit. The follow through from Cottonex will get them another. Genja trying to chase back, but the Zenith Blade comes in. There's the damage and the shutdown coming out. Can they get Nick as well? Trying his best to get away. Slowed by the red buff. Where's the bombs out of Creighton? One will surely be enough. And there it is. And that is a 4-for-1 with the Dragon and with a tower now for Millennium.
Yeah, so because Gambit are so far behind, they can't even fight against Millennium, and they actually managed to get a kill on Curve, but then the rest of Millennium just rolled over them here, picked up 4 kills, another tower, and a Dragon, extending the goal lead over 10,000 now, 22 minutes.
That is a big total. Millennium doing everything right at this point. And we're going to see Curve actually getting a Zhonya's Hourglass.
Pretty smart. He's jumping in the face every time. We talk about how Millennium wants to just dive the backline of Gambit as often as possible. So with the Hourglass, very smart on Fizz. You jump in, you use everything, pop the Hourglass, and then once it's actually done, your E is ready again to jump out, and you escape the fight. And be very annoying.
And I've got to give props to J. Ree as well, because that Solar Flare on the chase in that fight, 4 men locked up, doesn't really get much better than that. The 5th had already escaped on the bottom side, so credit to J. Ree doing a fantastic job. 1-12 assists to his name at this point. And we can see then, if you look down some of the other items, that Trinity Force is not far away for Kevin once that Blade of the Ruined King and Trinity Force are done. I'm not sure how Gambit are going to be able to stop him split pushing.
Same goes for Curb. He will be able to kill everyone by himself. But Millennium's been looking more for actually grouping up and looking for fights together. The last few minutes, not been looking to split push and trying to one-on-one people. And of course, he just picked up Dragon, 4 kills, so it was definitely worth it, but very risky from Gambit to actually try and stop Millennium from doing the Dragon. They might just want to sit back now and wait for Millennium to take over the map and just try and farm, because they are so far behind. I mean, even if Millennium, okay, maybe if Millennium starts a Baron and takes a lot of damage from it, Gambit can come in and try and win the fight here. Otherwise, it's simply too risky to straight up team fight for Gambit here. They need to punish Millennium for overextending just 1 or 2 members somewhere like we saw before where Curb did it, and then connects afterwards and just try and farm as much as possible because they are so far behind.
Also have to question whether they've really got the damage here, Gambit, to be looking at fights when you've got a Renekton who's got Sunfire, going to be going into Randuin's next. Okay, he's got 3 Doran's Blades, but then you've got the Lulu who's not going to offer you masses of damage, as we are going to see once again. Jerry dropping down with a Solar Flare. Darian the target. He's finished off by Creaton, and they're not done just yet. There's a Wild Growth to save Diamond and to get the knock-up onto Kurt, but his Zhonya's comes in. Kevin dives in from the top side, and it flashes Counter-Strike onto 4 men, and that is another 4 for nothing.
Could be the game already.
It could be the game here. I don't see how he's going to be able to stop.
It should be an inhibitor.
Already used his culling. There's 20 seconds, so maybe just a single inhibitor going to go down. But again, brilliant. This time, Kevin flash.
They can just rush Baron.
Right against 4.
They can rush Baron if they don't want to try and go for the finish. They can rush towards the Baron. Still 15 seconds on both Diamond and Nick here. Seems Millennium are moving towards the Baron here. We're just going to see the fight once again. Connect's going in. Time and time again this game here. He's the guy starting it. Beautiful Soul Flare from Debris. And just so much damage on Creaton. Darren is full armor, so the Fizz ulti and of course some of the damage from Creaton will just go right through him with all the magic damage. And then we just see Kevin here. Counter-Strike, flashes in. 4 member stun. That was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Lock the target up, finish them, get inhibitor, and let's see if they actually went for Baron. They did.
They did, and they got the Baron as well, taking that one along with the 3 dragons so far. The inhibitor was finished off as well, so a commanding lead. We're looking at 15,000 gold here, 25 minutes into the match. This Millennium side looking like the Millennium on a good day.
Yep.
We all know how Millennium on a bad day looks, but they are so strong today, it seems.
Last 2 games where Millennium played very, very passive. They had Ziggs on Curb or Lulu on Curb. This game, they have Fizz and Assassin, which is what he loves to play. And every time he plays these Assassins, Millennium as a team just plays so aggressive. Now Creaton might be caught out of position here.
Ulti gonna come in, actually uses a Valkyrie there as well. He does have a quick silver side. Oh, 3-man Solar Flare. Here comes the cavalry from Millennium. They get one onto Genja, but Kevin comes in as well. He'll get the stun up on towards Edward, and that's another one now for Kevin on his killing spree. And Cortex is gonna try and solo down Diamond. Kirk gonna come around, throws his ulti in. Alone should be enough damage. Cortex gets the final hit. And just like that, chasing down Creaton, 3 men punished by Gambit.
So because again, 10 kills onto Corki here, early Quicksilver Sash, use it against Skarner, get out of the ulti and just stays alive. And now Millennium of course is pushing up here, looking for a second inhibitor, only 1 tower in this bottom lane. And also about 15 seconds on Diamond before you can even help the team.
Not sure how they're going to hold on to this one. Lulu's wave clear going to be instrumental, but I think Millennium might just be ignoring this one. They're going to go straight onto the turret, tank it between them, and now they're going to dive onto Darian. He gets a Wild Growth, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Kirk is the one that finishes that with an Ignite, I do believe, and that is inhibitor number 2 going to go down. And they've got 30 seconds until the Renekton comes back up. Will Millennium be able to finish it right here? They're going to go for it. There's a Solar Flare coming in. Nick going to be focused on. Actually will be blown up. And there's a second one onto Diamond. This is surely the game for Millennium. Going to focus onto those 2 Nexus turrets. Taken down easily. Nexus itself will be finished off in just a second's time. And Millennium picking up a 27.5-minute victory over Gambit as they dive into the fountain there at the end. Millennium finally do finish off the Nexus, but what a performance.
Such a strong game by Millennium here. Cotnex started everything in the early game. Every single gank he did, either a kill or an assist over to the side of Millennium here. And they just used it to snowball the lanes. I mean, Kevin got 2 assists early on, but then he gave the kill to Creaton in the bottom lane. So both side lanes here were just snowballing for Millennium very early. And Kirby got early level 6 in the mid lane, only level 5 on Nick, and then he went all in, killed him as well. And then every single lane was just winning for Millennium.
Absolutely fantastic performance. He started off very early as well. Cortex for me. On Lee Sin again, coming up huge.
100%.
Camping a lot of the time. Darian in that top lane, we saw he went in for the gank, forced the flash, just waited in the brush, came back around, and that's how you get things rolling. Jax by the end, 4-0-10. Cornex himself had 10 kills 4 deaths, 11 assists by the end. Creaton didn't even die. 11-0-12 on Corki.
I mean, we really saw the difference in playstyle between two junglers here, and also, of course, Lee Sin against Skarner. Diamond wanted to farm for level 6 before he wanted to do anything. Cotton X early on was like, you know what, I just farm to level 4 or something, get my double buff, and then I actually just start ganking. Gank over and over. He kept going top lane in the start, got some kills, went bot lane again, and he was just so aggressive, and Diamond was waiting for this level 6 point. Once he got level 6, he moved bot lane, first gank, they end up trading 1 for 1. So nothing really worked on the side of Gambit, and everything just worked for both Cotton X and, of course, Millennium.
And J-Ree, again, I have to touch because I feel that supports probably don't get as much love as they sometimes deserve, but absolutely amazing solar flares. He was involved in over 2/3 of the kills there, and that was 30 kills that Millennium had by the end of it. We saw it constantly, 2, 3, sometimes 4 men caught up in his solar flares. Brilliant game out, Jerry.
And such an aggressive support is what they need as well to start these fights, so they don't play very passive, because he played Leona in London against Fnatic, same kind of performance. They just rolled over them, kept picking fights here, and it was him on Leona starting fights as well. So as long as he plays aggressive supports and we have Curbs on Assassin, we see some good games from Millennium.
Well, it's now time to head over to the stage where Shox is standing by with Millennium's Creaton.
Thanks very much, Joe. Congratulations, Creaton, on your victory here. As the Fisho said, it seems that there's a very big difference between when Kerp is on an Assassin and you guys are playing aggressive playstyle in all the other games. Do you guys agree with that? That is the reason, or why is that, that you're sometimes very passive, sometimes very aggressive?
We played aggressive this game because our manager told us to play aggressive. Because the last game I played so passive, like I was watching the replay, I was so disappointed with my own performance. I was like, I could go in like here, do something here, and this game I was just like, try to get some kills over there and here, and it worked out because our manager is always really happy when we play aggressive, even if you lose, but at least do something. So even if you would lose and perform good, like, and play aggressive like this, try to get objectives and stuff like this, he would be proud of us. So that's all that matters.
And that started in the bottom lane with you on Corki this time. You lost versus Celiver early in the day, who played Corki. Was that where the choice came from, or did you just want to try it out here?
I think I played Corki once on solo queue, and I did really bad. But the game versus Celiver, I had advantage the whole early game on Lucian, but after he built his Triforce, he suddenly could outtrade me for some reason, and I was like, I gotta try it, and the early game we had advantage as well, so it was just perfect for us.
Tell me about the current meta for you, because you've been quoted before. I don't feel like I'm doing anything in the current meta. Now on 4.10, you tried Tristana, Lucian, and Corki now. How do you feel in it?
It was just a lame excuse for playing bad, and I feel like everyone has an impact for a game, and if you can use your champions to his like maximum performance, you can just carry the game alone, basically.
All right, so if you ever say it again, we're going to say that you're making excuses, of course. Just kidding. Congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we've got to upgrade our trinkets, but when we come back, the Copenhagen Wolves take on the Super Hot Crew, and we're going to break down this game. Stay right there.
You don't remember Leon and Corki OP lane?
I do, but you just need to go in. People play different right now. You can't all in level 2 and people die.
He was just farming the golems here, looking towards the level 6 instead now. Jerry going towards Edward.
Oh, this is a lot of damage as well. The shield, is he going to be enough? He's already had the flash, but they're going to push through. Hook will land onto J-Ree, but that gives them the kill. Cornex is going to be coming around the side, but will he be too late? J-Ree going to go low. He's got away. He's managed to get away. Cornex is onto Diamond. Hasn't got the damage to finish him off. Creaton may just have Eddie's low, and Edward may fall as well.
2 people here.
I'm running.
Oh, Darian.
Kill Darian. Skarner.
I saw them. Go.
I'm here. I'm flanking.
I go in.
Nice. I stun 4 men.
Nice.
Skarner.
Keep on.
Never push. Nice. Push.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined here by Lee Demon Smith and Trevor Quickshot Henry to break down Millennium's win over Gambit in that last match. To follow up on what Creaton said, he took all the blame on himself. He said, I didn't play good, so we didn't actually win. Our manager told us to be more aggressive. But what do you guys make of it?
I think the whole team needed to play more aggressive. And I also think comfort picks play a big part in the game. Every single champion that Millennium had in this particular setup just falls into what they're comfortable and plays in the way that they're comfortable playing. I do feel that earlier today, Creaton was struggling. I mean, he said it himself in the interview. All of a sudden, Corki had Triforce and I couldn't out-trade him. You weren't auto-attacking. You were playing Lucian like an old-school Lucian, reliant on your spells and not right-clicks. And I think he realized that and adjusted it going into this game.
And we should also point out, you talked about it in pick and bans. He went with Thresh, could have got, this is Jerry I'm talking about, went with Thresh, could have gone with Leona. You were expecting Leona, had the full engage. This time around, gets Leona in there and goes in every time. And suddenly, everything works out for them. Also got to give special credit to Kotnex and Lee Sin because he was amazing, setting everything up. Sadly, Darian was doing what Darian does best, and that's die in the top lane.
Yeah, I think you guys summarized everything pretty well. Is there anything else that was interesting from the early game? I think it was very, very one-sided.
There was no threat from Skarner at all. I mean, Diamond Prox pulled out the Skarner. Joe mentioned it. The last time we seen it was Valentine's Day. It was a tribute to Diamond's wife, of course, and they met in solo queue and blah, blah, blah. And simply put, there was no presence from Gambit. Darren was shut down. There was strong ganks from Millennium. And Millennium really just did a great job of getting in Gambit's face, causing fight after fight. And yes, they're one-dimensional in terms of pick comps, but hell do they play pick comps well.
And the thing is, Skarner is actually pretty good right now. That's the thing. Obviously, he's had his rework. He's had a few changes, so clearly we're expecting it to come out this Super Week. First impressions, not overly good. But bearing in mind, Lee Sin is very strong early game. He did get that first blood in the top lane. They did constantly focus in the top lane.
Yeah.
All right, and we also have a big play from this game. It comes from, from @TomaEra, who says, no man left behind. Oh wait, I'm sorry, Jerry. We also have a dragon fight to show for that, so let's pull that up on the screen and check that out.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun little moment. The only champion without a dash. So let's roll this clip out, and obviously Millennium are going to sneak away this dragon. They managed to secure the objective before Gambit can even get in position to engage. But the thing that I really like about the team fight is that even though Millennium are on, effectively half HP on multiple champions, they still zone correctly. Kevin pulls so much aggro from the rest of Gambit that Millennium can focus on Darian. And this is where the hop, the skip, the jump, and Jerry's just left behind.
Yeah, bless him. He was smiling. If we had the player cam on, you'd see a big smile on his face. It was all meant in jest. And look, he's even doing a little taunt towards there, a little dance towards the end of it. He knew he was in trouble.
Let's take a look at Gambit, though, from the other side, because it seems like things are really not getting better for them, and it makes me wonder if they will this season.
It's a bit of a worry for them, honestly, for Gambit fans out there, because they did not look good in that fight. Millennium, we saw them against Rocket earlier. They struggled, honestly, and it was a close fight, but Gambit, that's 2 games we've seen them and they've been absolutely destroyed this Super Week already.
Yeah, it's a very scary place to be in, especially when you look at the bottom of the table teams. They are starting to really rack up all of those losses. And if Gambit don't fix things and fix things quickly, they're realistically going to be facing promo relegation at the end of the split. And I'm not sure if this current state of Gambit is strong enough to requalify for the LCS.
We'll see what they can do in the rest of Super Week, but things to worry about for them. It looks like the teams are ready for the next match, but before we send it over to the Fishy Joe, let's listen to the Super Hot Crew's Impaler talk about the 1v1 bromance in the top lane between Youngbuck and Mimer.
Mimer and Youngbuck are still friends and they're still 1v1ing. They've got this thing they do where they go in 1v1 for like 2 hours every other day at least, so. And I still glance over and see like Fast Blood and Mimer's there laughing, so that's it really.
Nicely, the top laners putting in a bit of extra practice against one another. But guys, we're ready to get into the next game as the Copenhagen Wolves look to regain their footing and avoid possible relegation when they take on the Super Hot Crew. Yesterday, the Wolves took on Roccat, and from the start, they started to fall behind. They were unable to really put anything together, and although Roccat didn't really show their strongest game, the Wolves weren't able to come back in it.
No, but things look good in the start because they had some strong lanes and actually a very good early game with some ganks from Airwax as well. So things look good early on. However, they didn't use the lead to get anything. I mean, they got no dragons from it. And they were just always 1 minute too late for the party. I mean, Rocket managed to pick up multiple dragons where Copenhagen was simply out of position, so they ended up losing 5 out of 6 dragons, even though they won the early game and should have control of the whole dragon pit. And also the Baron, it went down after Woolite actually went to red buff, and then he based, and Rocket were already 5 members at the Baron buff, and he never really recovered. He never came back in time to help to defend the Baron, so communications issues. I'm not sure what's going on with the Copenhagen Wolves, but it's definitely something they need to sort.
And across the rift, the Super Hot Crew closed out the day yesterday with that loss to Alliance. They fell behind early, but had a late game comp that actually took a while, obviously, to get going, and actually looked like they may be able to come back in that game.
Yes, okay, they fell behind about 6,000 gold at the 30-minute mark against Alliance, but as you just said, they had this late game comp, especially with the Ryze in mid lane scaling up towards the late game points, and we also saw Mr. Rales and Lucian building Infinity Edge, so really looking to get to this late game teamfight power spike. It was delayed. Selfie got camped a lot in the mid lane. Shook, as he always does, goes into mid lane, gets a few kills on Froggen, gets him going. So he managed to delay the whole Ryze build up a little bit, and it was a big issue for them. Still, they almost managed to come back in the game until they went for Baron, and everything kind of collapsed.
But earlier today, the Super Hot Crew did beat SK Gaming in a game that lasted almost 1 hour. And that's the funny thing about the Super Hot Crew. They seem to lose a game where you'd say maybe one or two mistakes, and the next one afterwards, they somehow look to have changed all that and have come back really well. But what do we think about that win against SK earlier?
Well, we saw late game comp once again. Ryze was there, we had Kassadin, and we had, of course, a Corkmore here for Mr. Rales. So very late game based, and Selfie with his I don't need any boots on Kassadin build. I actually like the idea because you already have your ult to jump around, but he's DFG. I have to disagree. I would like to see some more mana. Seraph Embrace would have been great for him to jump around even more and get the shield as well. Still, they managed to win the game. The very last team fight where Selfie actually jumped into and raided, instantly killed him, and they got the Baron, they won the fight and managed to win the game with this late game comp here. So overall, while it took some time for Super Hot Crew, still a good win.
Seem to be doing well when it goes into the late game and favouring those late game comps. We'll see if they go for that here today. But first, we're going to check out the lineups for our two teams, starting on the blue side with the Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck in the top lane for them, with Airwax in the jungle, Coutard in the mid lane, Woolite is the AD carry, and Unlimited on support.
And on the red side, we have Super Hot Crew with Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie as the mid lane, and Mr. Rales as the AD carry, and of course Kazing as the support.
So let's check in then and see how you voted for this match. With 76% of the vote on lolesports.com, Super Hot Crew has the majority, and again, can't argue with you guys at home.
Of course, no. The guys at home, very, very smart. And Copenhagen Wolves as the bottom team right now, they will be the underdogs for every single match, and at this point in the league, they need to win pretty much every single match if they want to actually move towards these playoff spots, because they're falling further and further behind.
And the funny thing is, a win for the Super Hot Crew here would actually put them up on 9 points exactly, with Fnatic there as well. So even though they're having a few little issues of getting things started and what have you, or keeping going, I think is more the point for the Super Hot Crew. In the table, they're actually doing pretty solidly well.
They're a bit like Millennium, in the case they're inconsistent and we don't actually know which Super Hot Crew will show up for the game.
Yeah.
We have seen games where they come in and just do really well all across the board. Everyone will just go crazy and they win the game very fast. But we've also seen the complete opposite, where they come in, everything falls apart, and it's a bit of a Millennium thing and middle of the pack thing for the European teams, it seems.
Well, let's see then what champions are going to come up today, because we're moving into champion select for the Copenhagen Wolves versus the Super Hot Crew. First ban out of the gate will in fact be Ryze. Already talked about it, they love to go up to the late game, and Ryze is one of those champions that you can certainly do it very well with. Kassadin also taken away, this time by the Super Hot Crew on the red side, along with Twisted Fate by the Wolves.
So a lot of focus on the mid laners early on. Of course, the Ryze was both played in top lane and in mid lane by Super Hot Crew. And one of these very good late game champions they like to play, so banned away by the Wolves. Don't want to risk anything in these late game teamfights. And Kassadin, pretty standard. It wasn't Super Hot Crew who didn't ban it last time because they were first picked, and therefore they just locked it in instantly. Don't want to deal with Coutard playing Kassadin in this game.
Well, they'll also take Ziggs away. That is the Super Hot Crew.
4 mid lane bans.
Coutard, yeah, 4 mid lane bans. Also can count Ryze into the top lane as well, since we have seen him venture
and the Ziggs then too.
Further north. Yeah. Oh, okay, you're right on that one. Once we've seen Soaz bring that out. probably not going to be the last time either, the way that went. Also, taking Kale, another champion which the Super Hot Crew have run in both the mid lane and the top lane, and another super scary late game champ.
And now all the junglers are up here. We have all the Bruiser top laners, Jax, Renekton, everything is open as well. And mid lane, we might see some early mid lane picks here because there's so many bans towards it. So they want to secure something like an Orianna early on, possibly for both Selfie and Counter could actually pick it up if they want to. And Lee Sin being banned away, it seems to me like Impaler doesn't actually play it because he keeps locking in Jarvan even when he has the chance to actually pick a Lee Sin here. So they banned away instead, don't want to have Copenhagen first pick it. Something else was left open though.
Yes, and that was Yasuo, champion that both Coutard and Selfie have played. I'd argue that Selfie's Yasuo has maybe looked a bit stronger overall, but Coutard certainly knows his way around with that champion. And first pick, I give Super Hot Crew a lot of options though here for their second and third, with so much focus onto the mid lane with the bans.
Sure, but again, do they want to take something like Elise, which is supposedly the next best jungler now that Lee Sin is being banned away? Or do they want to go for this Jarvan once again here? So maybe they want to delay the jungle pick and look towards the bottom lane. I mean, the Cockmore is open if they want to lock it in. Lulu, of course, a very strong pick all around as well, both top lane and mid lane. We see it both places.
Well, let's see then. For the Super Hot Crew taking the time about this one, and we're going to see Lucian locked in the first round of picks. Not really a surprise. Lucian, probably the most hotly contested AD carry. As you mentioned, we saw Mr. Rolls building an Infinity Edge yesterday going into the late game. We also see Lulu picked up, which again could end up in the hands of Mima, or also Selfie in the mid lane. For the Wolves though, they're quite happy to be picking themselves up Evelyn. And Airwax has been instrumental in the few wins, the 3 wins in fact, that the Copenhagen Wolves have picked up over the split so far. He's been the one that's really got things started for them out in the jungle.
Yeah, and he's Evelyn. Normally as a champion, he picks up a lot of kills on actually, and he's very aggressive early on, wants to gank multiple times. Even before level 6, he just goes very aggressive. Sometimes it backfires. He is the jungler with the most depth in the EU LCS, but still, he's an aggressive player. If it works for him, he can end up picking a lot of kills for the team and actually help win the game here. They do, however, need some knockups for this Yasuo.
I was just about to say that. So far, no extra knockups outside of Yasuo himself. They will pick up Irelia. Now, this was a champion that, for me, Youngbuck had his best game in the LCS so far on. That was in London against Alliance, our final matchup of week 5 there, and he was absolutely brilliant with Irelia. Got obviously fed a little bit earlier on, which helped him then snowball out of control in that game, but you know, we'll see if he can bring that to the table here. And it was interesting to see that little video where Impaler talked about Mima and Youngbuck 1v1 in each other.
Yeah, they know each other really well.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing if it comes down to a 1 versus 1, because it looks like the Super Hot Crew may be going for the Jax. You can see that would fall into the hands of Mima on your screen now, and also seemingly Elise for the jungle for Impaler.
So if it's gonna be the Jax here, it's actually a matchup we have seen a few times and should be in favor of Jax. At least before 4.10 it was in favor of him, but there was room for outplay for Irelia here. You can dodge around the Counter-Strike, land your own stun onto Jax here, and then with all your true damage you can actually get him fairly low. So there's definitely room for outplay here in favor of Youngbuck. But Jax all around is a very good pick, also against Irelia here. And we're gonna see both of them going up towards this late game point where Jax wants to split push, Irelia wants to team fight.
So, for the Wolves then, what do they finish off with? We talked about the fact that they've got the Yasuo in there. No knockups as of now.
Well, they do have the Thresh.
May have
with
if they lock in the Thresh, but that's, you know, the Flay, yes, okay, you're going to throw that in there, but it's not exactly a super safe knockup, let's call it that. Twitch as well, a champion that Woolite has fallen time and time again onto, and a champion that he's very good with as well, but he seems to be a little bit undecided, flashing through all those different AD carries.
I would have loved to see Nami from Unlimited here to provide double knockup for the Yasuo, but I'm not sure if he actually plays it, and then of course he won't pick it unless he feels 100% confident, because again, Copenhagen Wolves, every single match for them now is pretty much a final, because they have to win. Yep. They have to pick up some wins or they won't go to playoffs and will drop straight into relegation, which of course is not the place you want to be. Definitely not as the lowest seed, which means you won't be able to pick your opponent.
Exactly, you almost left there at the mercy of the teams that end up finishing in those 6th and 7th positions. Either way, we are going to be seeing Jinx coming out for Woolite, and a champion which, you know, kind of fell out of favor here, but Also, if you get the right items, a lot of auto attacks out of Jinx. She does a lot of damage.
So it's an AD carry, which at least the European AD carries are a bit mixed opinions on here. Some people think, yeah, she's fine as long as she survives the laning phase. She's still a very strong pick. Other AD carries will say there's better options all around. There's no need to pick Jinx at the moment because, again, Twitch, Lucian, all these champions, Caitlyn should be better options. But she is a very strong champion if she gets a late game point where, again, Infinity Edge, we're talking Static Shift, so on, Last Whisper, everything. If she gets to the late game point, she is a very, very strong hyper carry. However, her laning phase can be a little bit tricky. We need to see if Subaru can punish the Jinx early on. And if they actually want to go, if Copenhagen Wolves wants to lane swap with it, it's a bit risky to lane swap with Aurelia though, because you want to make sure she can get farm, get a Trinity Force early on and become very strong in this mid-game point. And if you lane swap with her and delay this Trinity Force, it's going to be harder, at least for Youngbuck, to do something in team fights, because he needs the damage item first before he can build tanky, and therefore he will be very squishy for the first few team fights, which is something Subaru could capitalize on.
Saw that right at the very end as well. Kasing not making any friends here in the audience, hovering over Fiddlesticks until the last couple of seconds, and then switching out to Morgana. So Lucian Morgana up against Jinx and Thresh. This top lane are going to be top lane matchup going to be an interesting one if we see it. Of course,
we see it, yes.
With Aurelia versus Jax, and then Yasuo versus Lulu in the mid lane. And as you rightly pointed out, every game for the Wolves is kind of like a cup final day, if you like now. Everyone worth almost double the points. They need some confidence. They need a few wins on the board. But guys, now that we have the lineups in there, does the Super Hot Crew still have the advantage? Tweet hashtag CWWin or hashtag SHCWin to @LOL Esports. And we'll see who you guys think came out ahead when it comes to the picks and the bans.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared because, again, Copenhagen Wolves,
Don't be scared. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Joe. It's so nice to me. But Copenhagen Wolves, they bring a lot of physical damage here.
Yeah.
Pretty much only have Airwax to provide some magic damage, which late game Evelyn doesn't exactly blow up people, so shouldn't be anything Subaru needs to worry about, and they can actually stack a lot of armor here against both Yasuo and Jinx. They're going to make it very hard for the Copenhagen Wolves late game to win team fights.
And make it hard as well when it comes to team fights. You've got the Flay for the knock-up. Coutard's going to have to be on point. Unlimited's going to have to be on point if they want to get those big ultis off. We're going to find out, though, because we're jumping into game for the Copenhagen Wolves against the Super Hot Crew. Two teams with varying degrees of necessity, I think, for wins right now. Certainly the Wolves with just 3 to their name so far in the season. Don't forget, we're already just past the halfway point when it comes to the summer split. They almost have to have completely the opposite and go 12 for 3 and the other side, which obviously is more than 28 games, so that's kind of not going to work.
Yeah, it'll be pretty hard at least.
You get my point, though. A turnaround completely.
They need to win some games.
What they need to do.
They need to win some games. Nothing more, nothing less. Can start out here by beating Super Hot Crew, but still, as we talked about, can be a little bit hard to set up their ult here from Coutard. I'm actually not 100% sure if the hook from Unlimited would set it up. I guess it will, because you actually move a target. So there would be 2 options for Unlimited to actually start the Yasuo ult. Otherwise, Coutard will have to do it by himself. But still, a lot of physical damage. You have some true damage on Youngbuck, of course, but it's only for a few seconds. Otherwise, Subaru can just build full armor here. Especially Mime in his top lane. Once he builds up a Randuin's Omen, maybe a Sunfire, whatever Guardian Angel he decides to build, I mean, he's going to be very hard to kill for Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, let's find out, and if we'll see anything in the early stages of this matchup. Coutard was spotted out by a ward in the south side of the river. And after that, just backing away. A lot of pings going in, and as things stand right now, it looks like we're going to have standard lanes with Jax versus Aurelia up top, and the duos facing off down on the bottom side of the map.
And let's see where Impaler places his pink ward, because again, it's one of the cool things about Elise. You only need 2 health potions, so you can start with this pink ward, and then place it how he decides to put it. Of course, in his own jungle area, would be a little bit risky to put it in the river or inside the Copenhagen Wolves area, because then he could just play it out. So we have a pink ward early here. Could potentially spot Airworks if he wants to try and gank the mid lane, and he wants to move the entire way around the river here, and possibly set up a counter gank, which Subaru can then use to get a kill.
So early push in here towards level 2 for the Copenhagen Wolves. Looks like they want to make that happen, maybe go for an early hook out of Unlimited, and they'll get rid of that first wave that little bit quicker. And Woolite getting the small early advantage of 1 creep extra from that first wave to come their way. So could have some exciting action about to go off down on this bottom side. We see Woolite using his rocket launcher just to get that splash damage and finish off those minions a little bit quicker as they go through. This top lane, of course, we heard it before, Youngbuck and Mime are 2 friends who play 1v1 a lot, and Youngbuck coming out aggressive here, doing good amounts of damage.
And we see Youngbuck starting with Flask here, so a lot of focus on sustaining himself with, of course, the built-in sustain Aurelia brings as well, where Mimer with Doran's Blade, the change here in 4.10, gives lifesteal now instead of on-hit HP, which means less sustain for him early. Gonna make the lane very risky for him, especially because he already took so much damage here. And Youngbuck will just sustain back up with the Flask. Will be forcing Mimer to TP home, or to TP back to base and then to lane afterwards very early on here if he keeps going, because there's no health potions left. And a big wave hitting the tower now.
So if Mimer can deal with all of them, certainly expect top laners at this level to be accustomed to being stuck underneath their own towers and farming up those minions without any real problems. But certainly Mimer in a little bit of trouble in terms of how low he is in that lane. We see mid lane also being pushed out, and Lulu taking a bit of a walk towards the top side of the map. Is he going to try and join in on this top lane? No, it looks like it could be just a bit of a scouting mission there to see if they can spot the Evelynn.
And Airwax sitting up here in this top lane, potential counter gank if Impaler does show, because of course Youngbuck pushed out the lane to the enemy tower, so in case a gank should happen, Airwax is ready to counter gank it, or if Mimer should simply play too aggressive, they might try and go in, because he is so low, and just pick up a fast kill before he can even flash away.
Mimer needs to be super careful from this one. Impaler is going to be coming through, and did he spot him there? I don't think he did. So Airwax spotting Impaler out. They know that he's inside of that brush. There's a ward going down, and they're going to try and go in straight on towards Impaler. He can't really go anywhere, but they may have bought enough time. Youngbuck going low, flashing. Impaler gets the execute for the kill. Airwax dropped low as well. Real nice little turnaround from the Super Hawk crew.
So Impaler actually missed everything in the start here, but he managed to rappel up in the air. By time, Mimer came in with the stun here, and they just turned all the attention to Youngbuck and instantly killed him here. It's one of the risky things if you do start Flask, because you don't have the extra combat stats for the fights here. So the Flask didn't pay off in the fight, but at least give him some good fire.
Oh, that is bad news for Woolite. Doesn't take the lantern right at the end. And that's saving his life. But that was a different support. Woolite may have just fallen from that one. Mr. Alto going very aggressive. Is he going to get a double hit? One more auto attack will do it. And he does pick up the kill. Unlimited going to get binded as well. But I don't think the damage is there for the Super Hawk crew. They'll be happy with that single kill though onto Woolite. Use both summoners as well.
Yeah, because they managed to get him so low the first time here. Mr. Alice saw the opportunity once the lantern was down and just went all in for it. Used his heal as well to speed himself up to get in the bush. Get the last auto attack onto Woolite here. So 2 early kills for Super Hawk crew. Great start for them.
And there is the vote. Super Hawk crew 66%. And staying with their favor. And this start certainly going to be helping that one out. 2-0 OP kills, 1,000 gold already. Just 5 minutes 50 into this matchup. And Youngbuck already feeling that pressure in the top lane. Not quite the start that he got against Alliance that really got him rolling. And look at this, Airwax going to come up and try and help him out again.
So there's flash on Mimer. Very healthy at this point here. They're going for it.
They're going to go for it. What can Mimer do? Leech strikes out to the back minion, and I think that's enough for him to get away. Airwax will put down a bit of extra damage from the hate spikes, but not enough to force him too far out of the lane, especially when he's got a Vamp Scepter now there as well to add in that extra lifesteal and keep him healthier in the lane.
Yeah, so early lifesteal for Mimer. Waiting now for just a wave to hit down to the tower once again. Pick up as many CS as possible. So while Youngbuck has control of the lane, still sort of first kill go over to Super Hawk crew and assist for Mimer. And now once again just waiting for the minions. Both top laners, of course, use the teleport. And with this Elise, level 5, early dragon being started. She's very, very good at taking these early dragons. Doesn't take too much damage for it. Copenhagen are ready to try and stop it with just unlimited, however. For a start, Kautot moving up here and managed to get Subaku to back away.
Yep, nicely done. Just the presence of Unlimited seemingly enough to add a bit of doubt to the Copenhagen, to the Super Hawk crew there. stop them doing that early Dragon. But it's not stopped Impaler hanging around in middle. Kaltard still has a flash if needed, and is level 7 now, so we'll see if he can actually get involved. He's also gone for that early Vamp Scepter and Boots as well, so adding a bit of extra mobility, which Self is probably not too worried about either way since, well, he's Lulu.
And this is a great thing for Subaru in the bot lane, because Woolat had to base before he could get 1550 gold for BF Sword, and he was forced to buy the pickaxe. So he delays his BF Sword, which means you won't get the advantage in the laning phase you normally get when you get the BF Sword against the Cutlass here. So very good thing for Subaru. They managed to get the kill early on. Because once the blade now is going to be completed for Mr. Rallis, he will be stronger until Jinx picks up Infinity Edge, Static Shift, whatever item we want. Maybe even a third item. Mr. Rallis should be in the driving seat then. So very good thing they managed to delay the BF Sword and won't have to deal with this hard lane for the next few minutes.
Woolat though is farming well, 64 to 55 CS despite going down earlier on. We'll see if he can keep that one up and how this pickaxe is going to affect him here. Always the threat of that hook to come out from Unlimited seems to be given a bit of apprehension over on the side of the Super Hot crew. Kaltard will move off as well and farm up Wraith. So back into that more farming pattern. We see that both junglers are doing a similar thing. Evelyn's on the bottom side of the map though, so may look to try and get involved at least down on the bottom lane. Or not.
Blue buff though for Selfie, just looking to keep pushing in the wave every single time, but Kaltard, they're basically farming fairly even. Both of them just pushing out the wave as many times as possible. Not even trading too much damage back and forth, just focus on farming here. The tower for Kaltard to take a little bit of damage because the minion waves keeps getting pushed into it, but no real issue for him so far.
Oh, we do have Airwax coming across. Are they going to go for Selfie? There we go. Knock-up coming in, and there's the ultimate out of Airwax. A good wild growth. Will they dive it? I don't think they got the damage or the HP to survive the tower. And now Impaler's coming across the side. He'll need a good cocoon, and Kaltard was already far enough towards his own turret.
And Selfie actually managed to whimsy Kaltard while he was knocked up, but just before he got knocked up, so Kaltard couldn't activate his ulti, therefore Selfie could just ult himself, didn't have to use flash, and just walk back to the tower here. So very fast whimsy, made sure Kaltard couldn't actually ult him even though he was knocked up.
Oh, Kaltard gonna go in aggressive once again there though.
And now he
Selfie backed away. There was the not the ultimate landing, the knock-up landing. No follow-through, but here we go then. Hook gonna land onto Impaler. Chompers are down as well. That's a good repel. He's gonna come right back down just off to the side of them, and that gets him away from any danger that may have been there from the Wolves.
And it's always scary when you play against Elise and Morgana. The fact you have Cocoon and Binding, two skills. Just if one of them lands, the next one will follow up, and you just CC'd for like 5 seconds in the late game once they max them out. Binding, of course, being is it 3.5? It's just 3 seconds. And of course, Cocoon being 2 seconds when you max it here.
Dragon actually going down really, really quickly. Impaler going to smite that one away, and now they're going to try and get it on towards Kaltard. That's going to be a kill for them. Can they get any more here? Airwax down to Hop as Youngbuck will finish off Selfie. Kasing the next target. Have they got the damage? And can they lock him up? No, they can't. Black Shield was on him as well for that extra protection. And in the end, we trade 1 for 1, but Dragon went to the side of the Super Hot crew.
Yeah, so they managed to get Dragon. No teleport on Maimer, so he couldn't join in for the fight here. Youngbuck did teleport down. Means Maimer now just left to farm by himself. Youngbuck will join him shortly here. Very nice trick from Unlimited. Put down the lantern, instantly you can just teleport to it. And Youngbuck came in, and a very good spotting to join the fight instantly.
So that leaves though Woolat again free farming in the bottom lane, 93 to 77 CS. We also have 87 to 75 in this top lane, so Youngbuck doing a really good job so far of that. Has a Sheen in his arsenal as well, as he's going to put down the stun onto Maimer, stop him going aggressive. Looked like Maimer was about to turn onto him and try and do some damage. That wasn't really the case, and again both teams headed off and getting some more farm under their belt. We'll see Kaltard with the zeal now. Is Maimer going to get the stun onto Youngbuck? Has he got the damage to finish off? That was a big blast, and Youngbuck can thank his lucky stars for getting away there.
There was no flash on Maimer, so he couldn't actually go for the kill. Too long cooldown on the Q here early on for him. Still, force Youngbuck all the way back to the tower. Airwick's now up here, joining in. Let's see if Youngbuck can actually bait out something from Maimer. If he can get Maimer to tower dive him, then Airwick can join in. Youngbuck might still die for it. He's very, very low at this point. Also, Sheena's first item, so very squishy.
See if he can do it. Airwax is like,
They
do
can't
I
do
go
it.
in?
No, no, no.
Do I move away? In the end, it seems like moving away is the idea, and actually cross over the top of a pink ward there, which either he didn't see or didn't care to stick around long enough to try and take away. Either way, that'll leave Mima safe on this top side. And look at Kauton, not super healthy at this point, but I said it before, the Ramp Scepter for that extra sustain coming in. And Impaler not going to stick around there for too long. Looks like he might try and do a bit of counter jungling.
And we do have Blade of the Ruin King completed on Mr. Alice now, so really looking to be strong here in this mid-game. Let's see if he goes Ghost Blade as the second item. Of course, Jinx still looking for Infinity Edge. Young Mima here, taking some damage. Airworks once again is close, but they need to be careful.
Managed to sneak in on the backside.
No flash on Mima though.
Need to get some CC down onto him. It's all going to be about Youngblood. There's the ultimate coming out. Good leap away onto the Warden with the counter-strike up. That may be enough. No! Airwax just dodging out of range. Youngblood came in just afterwards. That was a nicely worked kill for the Wolves.
Yeah, and Youngblood managed to get a lot of HP back from his ult on the minion wave, and then we saw the Sheen as well. The burst you can do early, jumps in, get the Sheen proc, and then Airwax could just pick up the kill. And we see it actually again from him. He's very aggressive on his Ever lane. He really wants to gank a lot early on and wants to make sure his lanes get rolling. A lot of focus on top lane here. First gank didn't work. This one did. And now managed to get a kill for himself and an assist on the side of Youngblood.
Having a look at stealing the blue buff here, and maybe even more. There is the repel coming in. There is a blue buff picked up, but it's going to be traded straight away. Airwax goes down. It's Impaler that actually gets it. I think he actually wanted to leave that there to Selfie, but I think it was the red buff that actually finished him off. Either way, he gets the blue and the kill.
So an aggressive play. There was no wards for Copenhagen Wolves to actually spot them moving there, so they just moved through the river, got in there, put a ward, and just went straight for Airwax, who was left all by himself. Youngblood had already recalled and didn't have teleport to even try and help him. Wouldn't have mattered anyhow because he died so fast. So Super Hawk Crew, even though Mima died in this top lane, make sure to pick up the blue buff on Impaler and a kill again.
Oh, Impaler's coming from behind, gonna repel in here earlier on. Youngblood actually diving back out to him. Spider comes down, Cocoon's landed, but the Super Hawk Crew had already lost interest there. Don't think they realized that was gonna land.
They want the tower.
Yeah, but he's spotted by that ward, and we see Youngblood's going down. They will surely take the tower, though.
They will get the tower here. Kautor can try and push to mid lane, but his wave is just arriving now, so shouldn't be able to get too much damage. Selfie already recalling, will return to his mid lane as fast as possible. So power play, Mima, get Youngblood fairly low, Impaler joins in afterwards, force him away from the tower and just take it.
So, can Kauton. He's not going to be able to take that turret, I don't think, here with Lulu already coming back in. But look at the Super Hot Crew not messing around here, already working their way through. And Youngblood's going to get locked up from this one. Counter-strike, though, not getting this stun. It won't matter. Youngblood's got no flash available. Mima gets that one, and now this turret is in danger.
They will be able to take it. I mean, there's no teleport, of course. Youngblood is already dead. He has no teleport anyway. Nobody can join in time. Unlimited moving from the base. Another tower for Super Hawk Crew here. And Elise is such a good jungler at diving. I mean, you start out, you take the aggro, you take some damage, then you just propel up in the air, reset the aggro, jump down, and finish off whatever target you're actually diving onto. It's a very good play by Super Hawk Crew. And Copenhagen Wolves didn't send anyone to try and help Youngblood here. Airwax went to the enemy blue buff instead, took it, and left Youngblood by himself to just lose either tower, die, or both.
And trying to get into Selfie, but that's a good wild growth. Got the knock-on on both Airwax and Kauton. And Selfie again able to escape without having to use that flash. Good try from the Wolves, but they've got no crowd control between Yasuo and Evelyn that's really going to keep Selfie locked up long enough to do enough damage to him, especially when wild growth's available.
Yeah, and we've seen twice already. They try to gank him, pops the wild growth, survives, doesn't even have to use the flash, and just stays in the lane and just farms away. Still, I'm really questioning how they just left Impaler and Mima to push down the second tower. Nobody came to help Youngblood, just left him all by himself. Very weird decision, because they had plenty of time to actually move up there and help. They saw Impaler through the entire time. He was taking the first tower and moved with the minion wave to the next one, so of course they knew he was there. Still, cost him 2 towers, and Dragon now also looks to go over to Super Hawk Crew.
That's a cheeky little shield from Kasing. Dragon is already very, very low. Impaler should be able to finish this one off before they get in Unlimited. Actually going aggressive. Kasing will lock him up with the ultimate, and there is the finisher. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes through the middle. Kauton's trying to get the knockups, but he doesn't get it. In fact, he goes down. Mr. Ross gets a double. Selfie with 2 men on him will get away, and now Mima jumps in the back. That'll be another kill for him. Blade of the Ruin King used. Youngblood going to get polymorphed and will be finished off here at the back. It's a double kill for Jax. and an ace for the Super Hot Crew.
And simply a perfect time for Super Hot Crew to actually teamfight. You have Blade the Ruin King on your AD carry. Infinjets just got completed after Woola had actually died, so he didn't have it for the fight. Mr. Alice was obviously stronger, and Selfie as well in this mid lane here, doing really well on Lulu. We're just gonna see the fight again. Unlimited goes in with Airwax. Only Unlimited actually ends up getting locked up and die from this one. The rocket completely missed from Woola because Kasing is flashed away. Kauta goes in, tries to kill some people, but Yasuo, you need some items here before you can really start team fighting. He went in, there was no knockup for him to actually use his ulti, and ended up doing nothing in the fight, and again, he needs the items. Subaku can just finish it up here. Impaler is very strong. Again, Blade the Ruin King on to Mr. Rales. He's very strong at this point. And Yasuo without items, can't do anything in these fights, especially when there's no knockup for him to join in with.
And we saw him there searching for it in the fight, trying to get it on to someone to really target. That didn't work out for him. Now, though, he's going to find Kasing. Will he be able to actually take him down, though? We see with the presence of Selfie, he says, no, I can't. There was a wild growth for Selfie if he'd have actually needed to help out his support there. So no real problems at all for the Super Hot Crew. They're up 10-3 in kills, and this is Youngbuck now going on towards Mima, who simply leap strikes away. The beauty of Jax. Don't want to give up those double buffs either.
And we do see early on here from Super Hot Crew as well, a lot of armor. Glacial Shroud already for Impaler will look to build a Frozen Heart, which fits perfect against Copenhagen Wolves. Attack speed reduction on to all the physical damage dealers is going to be great for Super Hot Crew, and we see Hourglass as well. Second item for Selfie next time he actually goes back to base here. So a lot of armor early on, making it very hard for Copenhagen Wolves to come back.
Yeah, the armor, the attack speed reduction.
Such a good thing in 4.10.
Such a strong item at this point of the game. Impaler and the rest of the Super Hot Crew are actually moving through the Wolves jungle now, and this is the dangerous part. Once you start losing control of your own side of the jungle and you kind of fear to move out, that's when they can move on your turrets really quickly. We see it already on that bottom turret. Selfie's already started chipping away. Not masses of damage done to it though at this point, but the Wolves know that they have to be super careful if they even want to move into their own part of the jungle to do anything.
And there's been an issue for Copenhagen Wolves before, where they teamfight too early with whatever comp they had. When they played Kayle and Ashe, they went for teamfights already at like 10 minutes, even though they need more time, especially to build up your AD carry. If you go Infinity Edge first, you need time to build up. You don't want to go into teamfight straight away, especially not against the Blade Ruin King Ghostblade AD carry, because he will do so much more damage than you. And Copenhagen Wolves keep looking for these fights here, and they keep losing them.
And Impaler as well, doing so much damage, forcing the Wolves completely away, and that means a red buff will go over to Mima, I believe. Yeah, did pick that one up. And now they simply move in towards the mid lane. They're going to have another wave coming through in just a second. The Wolves also adjust their positioning accordingly so that they can defend that one, currently with 3 men. Mima just slowed down there by Jinx in the jungle, but Youngbuck 2-3-1 at this point. Not going to be as scary as if things continue this way as Mima on that Jax. Blade done 2 out of 3 items for his Trinity Force as well.
Yeah, at this time of the game, Copenhagen Wolves need to just try and catch someone from Super Hot Crew out of position. But as long as they ward up everything like they've done now, they can just move between the lanes like they want to. Make sure they don't get caught out of position, get some damage on the tower, move to the next lane, take this tower down here. Mid lane, Mima already pushing it in, and just play it safe from now on.
Yeah, Youngbuck going to be the one that has to try and take on Mima. As we see her slow coming down, Mima says, no, not going to stick around and fight that one despite my level advantage. Trinity Force is done for Youngbuck, so still going to pack a decent punch, is that Irelia. But if you look across the map here, the Super Hot Crew 5-0 up in turrets. The Wolves have not got a turret up until now, and there's only that one single tower outside of the base remaining from in the mid lane. It's obviously a target that the Super Hot Crew will want to take down, and that leaves them then with a free run of the entire map.
And we just saw the Dragon as well. He took down the Dragon, won the team fight without any problems, and took down the bottom tower as well. Simply put in some deep wards and just moved between lanes, took tower. As long as Copenhagen Wolves weren't in position to actually straight up defend it, which is a bit of an issue as well for the Wolves. If you look at the wave clear, Jinx doesn't exactly have too much wave clear. I would actually say she doesn't have anything when you siege a tower, because she needs to get close in with her rockets to really clear the waves fast enough. Yes, okay, she has melee damage, but it takes time for it to clear these waves. Therefore, I don't really count it as real wave clear against the siege, which Super Hot Crew can do with both Lulu and Lucian here. And of course, Yasuo, he needs time as well. He needs to be able to bounce in between the waves to actually clear them or be very close to them, which is very, very scary at this point against Elise and Morgana. I mean, if you move too close to the minion wave and they're right in front of you, you're gonna get binded. Same goes for Jinx, and then you die.
Look at that selfie. Spotting out Airwax with that pink warden. Airwax loses half of his health for the pleasure. Deathcap, Athenes, and what will... Oh, Impaler coming around. Actually got vision there of him. Does manage to land that stun on towards Youngbuck, who's going to be slowed down. He dashes away. Will flash as well, but Kassin coming through. He's got the ulti on both of them. Only Youngbuck will be stunned.
Oh,
really. That's a good rocket from the side. And now the Wolves actually trying to get back around to this one. Jack's not there. He's got no teleport either. There is Selfie flashing away. Impaler goes low. Mr. Rolls goes man mode. Gets another kill. But can they escape from it? Countdown going to be trying to chase through. There's the knock-up. Has he got enough damage? He does, but he falls. There's the repel as well. Going for unlimited now. The damage surely there. Shield from Lulu. Totally around. There's a polymorph as well. And Woolite goes down. Triple kill for Impaler.
Only 4 members from Super Crew. Mimo was running from the base the entire time, and they managed to win the team fight. It really shows how far ahead they are and how hard it is for Copenhagen to kill them. We're just gonna see it again here. Airwax is actually Super Crew starting the whole thing. They go aggressive onto Youngbuck and Airwax. We see the ulti coming in from Kassin on both of them. Youngbuck being locked down. Goes down. Does a lot of damage done. The rocket actually comes in, killing Kassin early. Now, Selfie gets knocked up. He's the target. Wild Grove, of course, stays alive. And then Mr. Rales here popping the ghost with everything, going huge here, picks up the kill. And then it's all about Impaler in the end. Mr. Rales will go down, still again, do a lot of damage before he actually dies. And we're just gonna see Impaler. 4-man mode crazy with Selfie.
Look at the shield here as well from Selfie. Impaler had hardly
just
any health left remaining. Cocoon was thrown out. Woolite bursted by Selfie. And Impaler, well, Woolite for most of that time there was actually trying to kill off the shield. Wasn't really doing any real damage to him.
And then we saw Mimo in the end. Running into the picture. I'm here, guys, I'm here.
No kills for Mima.
Nothing to do for him. I believe actually Selfie had death cap already for the fight, so he
did, yeah.
So he didn't go for the Outlast as fast as possible. He went for death cap instead. Therefore, we saw the massive shield, and also the wild growth for him in the fight. So actually, he probably ended up winning them the fight. The fact he went death cap, and now he has the Outlast as well. So it really shows how fed he is as well.
And Frozen Heart, Banshee's Veil for Impaler, very tanky. The Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ruin King for Jax. If you look down the AD carries as well, that Ghost Blade always going to offer you so much in these fights, along with now a Pickaxe and BF Sword. So Infinity Edge coming up next for Mr. Rolls, and that's, I mean, if the Copenhagen Wolves couldn't win that fight 4 versus 5 without a Jax being there, if a Jax is there, that will look a lot different.
Overall, it was just such an issue for the Wolves because they don't really want to go too late game due to being full physical. And at the same time, they want to build up items on both Jinx and Yasuo before they even team fight. So Subaku has actually been in control of the game pretty much through the entire time. And even the late game as well for Subaku was so strong, stacking armor, Jax of course going into the late game as well. So they've just been very happy with the champ select and been using the comp really well to take control of the game. Airwax sneaking in behind them here. Will be able to surprise them most likely.
How sneaky is he going to be though? There's a Cocoon landing on towards Unlimited. We've got Jax still running amok on the bottom side of the base as well. He was trying to split push things out. Airwax still waiting there on the back for some kind of opportunity to get him, but the Super Hot Crew moving around now on towards his bottom turret, already down to less than half HP. Mima pretty much solo in that turret as we still see Airwax there in the top right hand side of your screen, but the Super Hot Crew going to go to him with a ping. Just to sidestep the binding, and now they know that he's behind him. Not sure that they particularly care though, judging by how they're running back towards his bottom lane.
No, I mean, they want to team fight because they are so strong, they are so far ahead at this point. It's also why we see them just stay around here, don't even care about Baron now, just want to get these towers down. Mimo already did a lot of damage to the bot tower here. Airwax staying behind them once again.
Behind him.
Should be able to engage now.
I was going to say he needs to do something now. Mima actually jumping away there. He's got the ulti on 4 people. Mr. Rolls hammering him down. Selfie actually will get the kill in the end, and there's a wild growth onto Selfie to knock them up. Mr. Rolls finally shut down, but Youngbuck will die to Kasing. The front line here for the Copenhagen Wolves getting through onto the AD carry, but the rest of the team destroyed. Countdown not having an impact in that fight. It's an ace for the Super Hot Crew, and there's 20 seconds here. We might have enough time to win the game.
So it was pretty much a perfect engage for Airwax, hitting 4 members here. But once again, there was no knock-up for Kauta to do anything. And Mr. Rales, he just destroyed Airwax as soon as he saw him, popped the Ghost Blade and everything, melted him. And Subaru, because they are so far, because they are so strong at this point, won the fight. 2 inhibitors. At least the Wolves, they tried. I mean, you can't just sit back and let them take your towers. You have to try. They got a good engage, but it's just too late.
And we did see some item, or one item purchase. Mr. Rales, who obviously died. Ooh, super mega death. Rocket hits the Banshee's Veil and a bit onto Miner. I don't think they even realized there that that had actually landed onto them.
But they are picking Baron here. Copenhagen Wolves running towards the Baron. They stopped the recall. Desperate Baron call, but it's what they need. They might be able to pick it up if they're very, very fast here.
Well, they are going to be going for it. Airwax already, though, down to half. Let's see how quickly they can do this. There's the TP. Mima may have to be a bit of a hero here because the Baron is already down to less than half HP. Has to walk the long way around the jumpers. Baron goes low. Where is the pickup? It does go over to the Copenhagen Wolf, but Mima is doing the business right in the middle of the team. There is a wild growth as he goes back in. Youngbuck will try and successfully get away from it, but now they're going to try and chase down Woolite and Airwax. Moving to the top side of the map. There's the counter-strike for the stun. Woolite goes down. Airwax is dead. That's 3 men down, and look at that. The super minions in the Wolves' base.
So Copenhagen Wolves, they had pretty much only one option. Try and go Baron, get it, and try and get away before Subaru could even get to you. They got the Baron, but Subaru managed to collapse onto them, picked up the kills here.
They're going to try and win.
They're going to try and win it. They should be able to. I mean, there's still 10 seconds on counter.
Yeah. Super minions coming in from this one. Only 2 men left alive for the Copenhagen Wolves. Impaler may try and lock up a few more kills. A good Lancing goes through, but the Nexus focus and the Super Hot Crew pick up the win against the Copenhagen Wolves.
Some good picks by Subaru here. They managed to use the mid-game advantage, especially with Mr. Rales having their Blade of the Ruined King and Ghost Blade. And overall, they were the stronger team. They played it really well here in Impaler with a lot of impact as well early on. Some good ganks from him, especially the first one where they managed to get the first spot, and then just stacking armor from there on. Nothing Copenhagen Wolves could really do once they fell behind.
No, and even when they had the chance there, we saw in a couple of those fights, Countard almost running around in circles, trying to lock onto a target, trying to get his knock-up so that he could really follow through, and it felt like we didn't really see him use an ultimate in that game, really.
Once, onto Selfie, but Selfie just dropped down, used his wild growth on himself. He went in the team fight where Mima wasn't there, actually. 4 members from Subaru still managed to win it. I don't know, pick and ban wise, I feel like Subaru just had such a good comp, especially against the comp of Copenhagen Wolves, and the synergy between Yasuo and the rest of the members wasn't there. They couldn't really get the engages, and then I just feel like Copenhagen was the team fight too early. When they have comps where, like a Jinx, where they need to build her up, get some items, Yasuo as well, you don't run into a team fight at Dragon at like the 15-minute mark while you're already behind. It's too risky. They lost the Dragon, ended up being aced as well. And from there on, there was just no return because they just felt too far behind now.
And that's the thing you've got to weigh up, right? You either go to the Dragon and maybe get aced or lose 2, 3, 4 men, or you let it go and lose roughly 1,000 gold from it. Although, you know, if you do go there, you do make that decision to go fight, you lose the Dragon as happened, and you get absolutely slaughtered in the fight as well. You do that twice, and the game's pretty much done already.
And they only had Youngbuck, actually, picking up some kills. He had the Trinity Force fairly early on Aurelia. Was the guy who could try and do something, but it's not enough. I mean, he only managed to pick up a Randon's Omen as his second item, so he's so squishy with all the fed members from Subaru, so he couldn't do anything on his own, even though he tried. What can we say? Subaru were the better team.
And also props once again to Impaler, 8-0-9 he finished there with Elise, and we saw it time and time again, the split-second repels that really got him out of danger. So really good win for the Super Hot Crew. The Wolves, though, still sat on 3 wins at the bottom of the table. For now, though, we're going to head over to the stage where Shox is standing by with the Super Hot Crew's Mr. Rales after that victory.
Thank you very much, Joe. Congratulations, Mr. Rales. Another victory here today. Talk me through the strategy, because it was full-on aggression from the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, we decided to take a comp where we would just play passive bot lane and then snowball Jax, and then have Lulu to back him up and roam around the map to help him.
It was pretty straightforward from you guys. I talked to Kasing a little bit earlier, and he was saying, I don't feel like I'm playing at my best level yet. How has, now that you've played with him a couple of weeks, how has that relationship between you guys grown?
I actually feel like he has been playing really, really well. Our laning phase together are really strong. Even the tough ones like Ashara, we managed to pull it out, and he misplays a little bit after laning phase, but I think in laning phase he's really strong.
You say that you guys pull it out even when you have tough opponents. If we look at the standings right now, you're on a shared 4th place with Millennium right now. How do you see your guys evolving through those standings as the season goes on?
It's probably going to be really tough because Fnatic is going to go up the table. So I think we're going to dance around like 4th place until the playoffs.
And what do you think it is that you guys as a bottom lane, you said Kasing individually, how happy are you with your play in the current meta right now and what you can play?
I'm pretty happy with the current meta. I can play new champions like Kog'Maw and Twitch as well. Ghost Blade is really strong, and I really like the item, so I can play so many champions and make so many plays.
Which is very cool, of course. Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Fnatic takes on Gambit, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, so now we ban Kayle, first pick Yasuo.
What if they ban Yasuo? Wait.
Then we have nothing left from it.
Lulu?
Countdown's trying to get the knockup, but he doesn't get it. In fact, he goes down. Mr. Ross gets a double. Selfie with 2 men on him will get away. And now Mima jumps in the back. That'll be another kill for him. Countdown's going to be trying to chase through. There's the knockup. Has he got enough damage? He does, but he falls. There's the repel as well. Going for unlimited now. The damage surely there. Shield. Oh, Lulu. Totally around. There's a polymorph as well. And Warlock goes down. Mr. Ross hammering him down. Selfie actually will get the kill in the end, and there's a wild growth onto Selfie to knock them up. Mr. Ross finally shut down, but Youngbuck will die to Kasing. The front line here for the Copenhagen Wolves getting through.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we get into our next matchup, let's break down Super Hot Crew's win over the Copenhagen Wolves. Frankly, gentlemen, not too much to talk about, just sheer aggressiveness, unanswered aggressiveness on the side from the crew.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from the Super Hot Crew. Impaler proving why Elise was banned away from him in the SK game, 8-0-9 in that. Got the triple kill as well, we just saw it at the end there. Fantastic performance overall. Copenhagen Wolves, you've got to wonder what was going through their mind. We heard Deficio talking about it when they went into that Dragon Pit and suddenly gave the ace to Super Hot Crew. But overall, dominant victory by Super Hot Crew, looking really good in this Super Week.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just to add and compound the discussion regarding the Copenhagen Wolves, if you go back last week when they ran that Ashe composition alongside Kale, if memory serves, they were picking team fights very early on in the game. They had a composition that needed time, that needed to scale, and they were just forcing objectives. It feels like the Wolves are trying to force a play style with disregard to the composition they're running, and it's not really working for them.
No, let's actually take a step back and look more in depth at the teams that we've seen here today. Talking to Mr. Raleigh, he said, where do I see us going in the standings? It's going to be so difficult. Fnatic is moving up. Alliance is very good. Where do you see the Super Hot Crew going?
Well, I mean, overall, they're tied at 4th place right now alongside Millennium. But if you were to contrast the two teams, Millennium, we've talked about, they're a one-trick pony right now. Everybody kind of knows what they're going to do. They actually proved a little bit a new step in their tactics, I guess, today. They did okay, but generally they'll run the pick comp. If that doesn't work, they're in trouble. Super Hot Crew, they've got a lot of different ways to win the games right now. We've seen Selfie stepping up, going big. Mr. Rales, always reliable in that bottom lane. Now Kasing alongside him. Seems like a very happy partnership as well. Impaler, we just saw unkillable in that game. And well, Mima, honestly, is actually starting to expand his champion pool in that top lane.
Mima's always been the silent hero of the top lane. He has always delivered, and he's definitely one of the most underrated players. And I really just want to mirror that sentiment. If you contrast Millennium and Super Hot Crew, and you just think about the way they perform and the way they compete with other teams, you really feel like Super Hot Crew is one of the only teams that has the ability to challenge the likes of SK and Alliance and Fnatic. Millennium, if they're not on picks, if they're on Leona and Assassins, you're like, well, they're not that great. So it was good seeing them performing okay with the Ziggs mid laner, but they didn't play Siege. They just didn't play the comp the way it was meant to be played.
The one thing I would say about them is they are one of the teams that have been able to adapt very quickly. You know, they've got a coach, they've got an analyst, they are listening to outside sources, they're a fresh young team, and they're open to new ideas.
Yeah, and they did manage to beat SK Gaming just earlier in the day here as well, so definitely got what it takes to beat those top teams. Let's turn our attention to the Copenhagen Wolves, and currently 3-13. Not good news.
No, it's not. And the Copenhagen Wolves are struggling. I mean, the last time they won a game was week 6. Okay, that's not bad, last week. And before that was week 2. They went on a 7-game losing streak, one shy of Fnatic's loss from the spring split. And for the Copenhagen Wolves, if a few more losses are stacked up, they are starting to get closer to like guaranteed not going to make top 2. A few more after that, guaranteed not going to be top 6. It just seems like nothing is working for the team, and something serious has to change.
Yeah, they are plumb bottom right now, and honestly, it doesn't look like they're going to get out of that position. Super Week's not going too well for them either. They've got 2 games tomorrow, I believe, so they'll see whether they can
Alliance
turn something
and SK.
around. Yeah, exactly. The top 2 teams they're going to play tomorrow. It's a potential 0-4 for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see where that goes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now we're going to send it back over to Joe and the Deficio at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. Let's head into our last match of the day then as Fnatic take on Gambit Gaming. Fnatic are so far 2-0 this Super Week. They kick things off with a strong performance and victory against Rockout, where they pulled out an interesting pick in the top lane for Soaz.
Yeah, so we had Ziggs top lane for Soaz against the Jax, and he picked Exhaust. Said afterwards he would like Ignite normally when he dominates the lane, but he had to take Exhaust for the team, of course, what a team player. Decent enough performance. I mean, the pick was very smart because Fnatic managed to group early on and then just siege down towers and therefore force Jax to never be able to split push, but force him to stay with the team. So Sasos, even though he actually farmed pretty well, never really got to do anything in the game.
Yeah, they also had a great game against Millennium, another win where they managed to control the match with great ward control and therefore getting the picks across the map to really get the entire team rolling.
Yeah, so Millennium, who they played against, were very, very passive, and Fnatic used it to get full control of the map, of the objectives, and we just have to highlight Yellowstar. He is so strong at the moment. He was setting up kills left and right. I mean, he has 25 deaths, which is the least for supports in a European LCS. He has a 6.72 KDA, so he leads the supports in KDA, in the LCS. And we just have to say, Fnatic also as a team and him as a player are looking better and better for every game they play.
And earlier today for Gambit, it was another tough game as they once again lost out, this time to Millennium.
So they fell behind to this pick comp from Millennium, and Millennium used it to just walk around the map, find fights all the time. And we did see Skarner from Diamond. Didn't have much of an impact early on, but he is a bit of a level 6 jungler. The thing I question is actually not his play. It's more the fact that Elise was open, and they went for Skarner. If he had picked Elise, he would have been able to do something early game against Lee Sin, been able to help Darien up in this top lane here and prevent some of the snowballing from happening. But he picked Skarner, farmed to level 6, and by that time it was already too late because Cotnex had picked up two kills, I believe, and 1 assist already.
Yeah, played it passively, which is exactly the thing you don't want to be doing against Fnatic these days. Now let's hear from Gambit Gaming's Diamond about playing against the Spring Split champions Fnatic, and in particular their AD carry, Reckless.
I really like to play against Fnatic. It's really easy to play against them. Their jungler is really passive and he only protects his lanes, never going aggressive. But sometimes Faker or So is doing some crazy stuff and winning the game outlet, or Reckless is playing all the best he can and he's really great AD carry. So this is the only guy who I'm afraid of.
Funny to hear Diamond calling Cyanide out for being passive there, considering that Skarner game that he had against Millennium where didn't move out of his own jungle till level 6.
It is hard to do something against Lee Sin when every single lane falls behind, but yeah, he should have picked Elise in my opinion, could have done more.
Well, we'll see if he changes that one this time around. First though, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side today, it's Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in the mid lane, Reckless the AD carry, and Yellow Star the support.
And on the red side, Gambit Gaming with Darien in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick as the mid laner, Genja as the AD carry, and of course Edward is the support.
So let's take another look then at lolesports.com to see how you guys voted on this match. And according to those numbers, you picked Fnatic by 84%. We have to be clear about this. Fnatic versus Gambit is a classic matchup.
Yes.
It used to be a classic matchup. It's kind of the point here because this is not the 2013 Gambit that pushed Fnatic on all levels when it came to particularly the Spring Split final, if you remember that best of 5 real thriller of a game. This is not the same Gambit.
No, and also look back to Season 2, where Moscow 5, Gambit, of course, were dominating everything. It's very different for the team here, of course. Without Alex, was a big hit to the team, but nothing really works for them at the moment. I mean, the 2 games they played this Superweek, they didn't stand a chance. I mean, they got outclassed and just lost every lane early on and lost the game from there on. They really need to step it up here against Fnatic.
Not sure we can even say Alex gone and now we've got Nick and he's not performing.
No,
That's
Nick is
why,
doing
because
fine.
Nick's doing really, really well in his new role at Gambit. Let's move on from that one though, as we are getting into Champion Select and the first 2 bands coming out. No surprises here. KL for Fnatic, Kassadin for Gambit.
So KL being banned away against both Darien and Nick, and of course Kassadin very standard. I wonder if Fnatic want to try and aim towards some junglers and then maybe first pick Elise in for Cyanide if they ban away Elise and get the Diamond on Skarner once again and try and do the same thing. For now, it doesn't look like it. Set to actually take out the Yasuo against Nick. So 2 mid bans, we can say, targeting towards Nick.
2 bans to Nick. Will they keep that trend up here? And will Gambit also stick to mid laners? Well, they'll take out Lulu, which is, I guess we can say, a diverse ban, as is probably KL as well, since he can get rid of it for Soaz or for Xpeke. Maybe we'll even see a Ziggs ban coming out, because again, that's kind of a blanket ban, if you like, that covers multiple roles, or at least it does now after Soaz played the Ziggs earlier on in Superweek in that top lane. Evelyn actually will be the ban here for Fnatic, so that points to first pick Lee Sin.
Yeah, could be first pick Lee Sin. Of course, if they do first pick a mid laner or top laner, and then Gambit goes with the Lee Sin, they have Elise as the backup jungle pick here for Cyanide. So they only take away one of the junglers. We need to see if Gambit actually wants to ban away Elise or Lee Sin then as their last ban.
Well, they've taken Kassadin and Lulu so far, and they'll take out Orianna as the final ban. And look at this, Ziggs left up, and Fnatic say, yep, we'll take that. You don't know where it's going to go.
So instant locking the Ziggs here. Need to see if Gambit wants to get Elise or Lee Sin. for Diamond so he can start making some earlier plays, because I really think they need to get some early aggression on here. Help out the lanes, try and snowball a game actually. If they do pick Renekton for Darien up in his top lane, they should pick an aggressive jungler with it and just try and see if they can shut down whatever source is playing in the top lane. If it is the Ziggs, they need to be able to gank him early on, and if he goes top lane with something else, if they want to try and snowball Darien, they do have the chance now with both aggressive junglers being up.
Well, let's see. We're going to see a possible... I say a possible Lucian, let's be honest.
Well, this was pretty well.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a Lucian in there for Genja. And a possible Twisted Fate first pick here for Gambit. So locking that in.
So really fits into the whole, let's try and snowball a game here. If you get some good ganks early from the Twisted Fate, you can really start to get things rolling. And of course, Lucian for Genja. No questions asked. We need to see if he wants to build Trinity Force again as the first item. That's pretty much the only AD carry in both NA and EU, and also Korea. I have seen at least for the last few weeks.
Yeah, well, at the best of times, Genja has sometimes left us with question marks and a lot of surprises as to where he goes with his builds. And obviously, AD carries obviously more than last week, and maybe even more than yesterday. You know, people get into these trends, but something new to play around with. Genja seems to be still finding his feet when it comes to how to really build properly on each AD carry in 4.10.
If he gets enough time with it, he will get to his late game point anyway and be very strong. So we need to see what he decides to build, and if he thinks it's the best build, then of course, fair enough. And yeah. Well, you're not going to get any of the junglers here.
No.
Mr.
So
Diamond.
That's one way to do it, right? You ban out Evelynn, and then you take Elise and you take Lee Sin, which tells us then that Soaz will have that Lee Sin in the top lane. Yes. As we saw from him yesterday, we're going to have Ziggs in the middle lane for Expectate up against Nick's Twisted Fate, and Cyanide will sit with Elise, which then leaves Diamond with a bit of a question mark now.
It could be Skarner again, if he wants to play it once again. We could potentially see maybe a Jarvan. I know he practiced a lot of a certain champion, which he won't be able to pick. Sad enough for him, which would actually fit in here. But Skarner should probably be the one for him. And we need to see again if he wants to farm up to level 6 and then start ganking, or if he wants to try and do something before here. If the lanes survive by himself to the level 6 point, then the farm tactic really works on Skarner, because you are so good at clearing the jungle. You get a lot of farm from it, but it requires your laners to survive the first few levels by themselves and dodge around the ganks from Cyanide.
So Irelia actually was a last-second switch out there. Looked like they may be going for Nami for Edward in the support role, even though we've got that Thresh still left open. So Darien gonna have Irelia. Had a bit of a torrid time in the last game. You hear the crowd there cheering. Reckless on Vayne would be something very interesting to see.
There's a champion who really shines with Belated Ruin King and Ghostblade. You become very, very strong in this mid-game, in these one-on-one split push fights if you go for them, or generally also team fights just for those 6 seconds where you have your Ghostblade. You will be very, very strong. I'm picking Cleanse against Twisted Fate. Remember, you can't use Cleanse against Skarner. You need the Quicksilver Sash, so it's used against, of course, Irelia and Twisted Fate.
So, interesting.
Fnatic need to lane swap this one, though. I mean, you have Cleanse and you have Vayne. It's a very risky lane early on here. We need to see if they get the lane swap or what Gambit can do against them.
Yeah, especially against something like Nami, who's going to have a couple of different options to really lock you up. We'll see, though, what Gambit decide to end with here. Looking for that support for Edward. I'm on your screen. And to be honest, he's impressed us recently with Thresh, but it's going to be Nami.
Yeah. So very nice to set up ganks with Twisted Fate. If you land a gold card, very easy bubble. You can then follow with, so you have a lot of CC. And a little cool trick with Nami. If you do max your W, you should actually be able to break the Black Shield from Morgana around level 5 on Nami. As long as Morgana doesn't max her Black Shield, of course, which normally they don't, they will max the Q. So you can use your W to break the shield and then land your bubble afterwards, which would be very nice setup with, of course, the Twisted Fate coming down, trying to kill both Yellowstar and Reckless in this bottom lane here. But if Fnatic do get the lane swap, would definitely benefit them. Get some farm on Reckless, get a few levels, otherwise with the cleanse and just by being Vayne, he's gonna have a hard time early on.
And then send Soaz maybe round the jungle with Cyanide.
Yeah,
I mean,
you could do some crazy gank.
if there's one thing that's good about Elise and Lee Sin and how strong they are early on, put them both together and you've got a pretty deadly combo that's going to run riot through the jungle and maybe appear on a couple of those lanes.
And the lane swap would work well against Irelia. We talked about it last game, how she needs to get a Trinity Force early on to really get her mid-game power spike. You would delay it by lane swapping here. And Fnatic, because they have Vayne and Ziggs, they do have some late game. Lee Sin, though, will fall off.
Well, guys, now that you know the champions, you still think that Fnatic are going to win this game, or can Gambit turn it? Tweet hashtag FNC win or hashtag GMB win to @LOL Esports. We'll see if your votes actually change for this one. Something tells me that they possibly won't. If we look down that Fnatic lineup, you've got Vayne, a champion which you've seen Reckless previously on do wonders with. We know that Vayne right now and how the items have really changed around in 4.10 fit to a hyper carry like Vayne really well.
But there is a comp here from Gambit who can actually dive onto Reckless. I mean, Twisted Fate port in his face, Skarner goes towards him before the Quicksilver Sash will be completed, and they might be able to lock him down, but it's going to be hard. They have to go through the Rex, of course, they have to go through Morgana, Black Shield, and everything to try and peel for Reckless.
All ifs and buts at this stage. We're going to find out, though, how this one goes down as we get into game for Fnatic versus Gambit, our final match of the day. And Fnatic, of course, looking to keep up their unbeaten Superweek run. And actually, they will go level with SK Gaming in the table in second place if they can win this game.
So they have been looking better. I mean, I believe before this week, they've only done like 2-2, 1-1, 1-1-1 for all the weeks.
Yeah.
Obviously, if they win this game, it will be the first time where they actually break it. And it will be good for them because they are looking better and better. They seem to figure out the 4.10 here. Of course, we could give some credit to Aranir, the new coach. And we need to see how they want to play this comp because they do have the option of putting Reckless in one lane. We're talking out of laning phase, of course, here. Put him to split push and put Source in a different lane to split push as well. And then try and simply stretch Gambit out. But it's always risky against the Twisted Fate because he can just pour down and turn a 1-on-1 to a 2v1 very, very fast. So I'm not sure how they exactly want to play with this combo. Or they just want to look for team fights and protect Reckless as much as possible and let him do all the work in these fights.
The vote there, 68% to Fnatic, still on the same team, but come down a little bit from the LOLesports.com vote, which was 84%.
Yeah, it was like 84 or something.
In favor of Fnatic. So you guys thinking that maybe Gambit will be able to turn this one? As I said before, Fnatic versus Gambit, a classic match over the years. Maybe a little bit different now. Gambit really struggling here in the summer split.
But look at all these early wards from Fnatic in the jungle of Gambit to try and spot out, okay, where they're sending their duel lane. We need to make sure Reckless and Yellowstar go the opposite way. We need this lane swap. So they have a lot of deep wards. And they will actually spot now 4 members, also the dual lane from Gambit moving to this red. So they know we need to send Reckless and Yellowstar down to this bottom lane now. Even though they're far away, they have to run the entire way down and dodge around Genji and Edward.
So I was trying that with the Q. Of course, he's a lane Sin rather than a jungle Lee Sin, so not going to have.
For now, he's going to be jungle Lee Sin.
Yeah, for now he is. You're not wrong on that front. Actually, sticking around with Cyanide's Elise right for the start of this one. It's going to mean that Peke and Nick, since his buddy systems are in place, maybe have a bit extra free time. Look at Yellowstar's position there. He's actually just going to spot them coming across, and now Soaz and Cyanide moving towards that middle lane area. There is Yellowstar just going to try and disrupt them a little bit. Yep. That might be enough time for Fnatic to actually come over and get involved on this blue buff. Yellowstar continues to be a real pain in the rear end. There is Ziggs coming around. Diamond going to take a lot of damage. But here comes Lee Sin. First blood comes in for Yellowstar. Darian's going to have to flash here. Will flash away. And that frees up the blue buff for Fnatic and the first blood. That was so nice tactically.
Such a smart play. I mean, both Lee Sin and Elise will take the blue buff. The first blue buff very, very fast, and then they can just move instantly over with Yellowstar, trying to delay Gambit as long as possible. And because now Lucian is in this top lane, Edward hasn't shown himself out in the mid lane, now moved towards the top lane once again. They know there's only the chance of someone like Diamond maybe making it a time to stop them from this dragon here. Well, and he decided not to run down there.
Yeah, started coming but backed away from it. Fnatic really not messing around at the start of this game. First blood coming in early, managing to steal away both blue buffs and getting a dragon here. 3 minutes 40 into the game. That leaves them 1,300, 1,400 gold ahead right from the very get-go. And look at this, Darian may end up being the first victim. Reckless does take a tower hit, but there's the Q landing. Darian's going nowhere. Cyanide gets that kill, although Morgana did go down to the tower, so it's not really a problem for them. No damage was done to him, and therefore no kill for Gambit. What a start for Fnatic.
Such an aggressive and such a good start here. You got Dragon, you got double blue buff, you even picked up the first blood and the second kill now onto Darian, forcing his teleport as well. He will be able to pick up some farm though. Soar still on 1 CS. Been running around, part of Dragon, and kills instead of of farming. So Darren at least now can get some farm. He's one-on-one against Reckless at the moment. And both AD carries, of course, even on farm, they've just been staying in the lanes.
And yeah, those mid laners just like, well, a lot of action, not really for me. There is a satchel charge onto the gold card. He flashed me there. Free bubble and a kill for Gambit. And just like that, turning it on completely. There's a stun though on the wall against Darian. The knock-up and the binding coming in. And I don't think Darian's escaping this one either. Tumble will leave Darian with literally nothing. He's going to run into the tower. It'll be the death of him anyway.
He tried. He wanted to get into the tower, hope the kill will go over to Yellowstar. Instead, Reckless managed to pick it up. Edward still staying around this mid lane here. We did see the combo with Twisted Fate, point and click stun. You follow up very easily with the bubble and just have a lot of CC to actually take down Xpeki on Ziggs here.
Good damage from Edward as well there onto Soaz's Lee Sin.
Respect an army.
Respect an army. And Genja continues his free time of farm, as does Reckless down bottom. Reckless has got a 10 CS lead, 1-0-1 as well. 3-1, 5.5 minutes in. Not a scoreline that we've been really used to seeing, although I have to also say, when we look at trends, 4.10 has brought us a lot more kills generally in a lot of the games.
So we have had 2 slow games today, but the last 2 games have really been action all around the map, pretty much from the start. I mean, we saw early first bloods from the junglers with some ganks. We've seen a lot of dragon fights early on as well. And just some very fast games. And this one, with the start from Fnatic here, if they can keep it going, they can just keep extending the lead. They do need to get some farm on Soaz though, who's still very far behind farm-wise compared to Darien, but will of course have goal from the Dragon, from his 2 assists, so he should be happy enough. And he just keeps farming away with Sana. Doesn't even need to go to a lane yet.
Yeah, just to give you a bit of a comparison on that one, when you look at 0-2 Darien, who's got a bit more farm in there than Soaz, who's himself got 2 assists with that Dragon. It's at about 200 gold more, so gives you a little bit of an idea how that all works out generally over the how that gold is going to be spread. Darien himself now leaving that bottoms lane saying, look at this, we're 5 minutes into the game, I've died twice already. In the last game we saw him die 4 times very early on in the match, and I think he's just bored of dying at this point, going for the safer option of following Diamond around.
Yeah, good guy jungle creeps won't really kill you.
Well.
Unless of course you have Broken Shard, you will die to your red buff.
Oh, burn.
I love you, Broken Shard, don't worry.
So Edward here going to be waiting on that top side of the map. Darian's actually going to come over there as well, possibly, but Fnatic saying, you know what, don't even need to be there, let them farm up, because our AD carry is farming quicker, already has a kill, already has assist, already got the Cutlass in, and that tower is going to be going down. If not maybe on this exact wave, then certainly on the one directly following. And that's the second spawn in of the blue buff. I'm interested to see whether Fnatic keep up that blue buff pressure that they had before. And there we go, Twisted Fate going to get involved. It was smited away on towards Cyanide. Bomb comes out, Yellowstar's low, that's a good bubble onto Peke. Diamond's going to be coming around as well. Peke needs to get away from this one. Gold card will follow through, and Genja gets the kill on that one. Diamond in the middle of no man's land, but he's grabbed Yellowstar, and that's a double kill now for Genja.
So everyone from Gamma just collapsed onto this blue buff here because they knew Fnatic was doing it, and with Reckless in the bottom lane, they knew they could be 5 versus 4. Picked up 2 kills here. Very good reply from Gambit, getting some much needed gold. They still need to be careful though, because this Vayne is just farming away like he wants to. Ooh, they're going for Sana now.
TP coming in from Darian. Not going to be spotted there for Fnatic, and there we go. Got vision now. Cyanide realizing and maybe in a bit of trouble from this one, guys. Reckless will come around to help. They've got Lee Sin on the bottom side of that area as well. They actually turn around, going in towards Nick. Repel comes down. Eddie's going low as well. There's Lee Sin jumping up to the front, and they do manage to finish off Nick. Will they get any more? They're going to keep going around. Yellowstar's like, I want a ward. We're not going to get any more kills from this one, but fast reaction from Fnatic.
So we see both teams invading on the blue buff. Cyanide went in by himself, and the rest of the team joined once Gamma actually collapsed onto them. Now Diamond and Darien behind the enemy lines here.
Diamond's, well, that's just really hurting, because going to be going down to the turret.
Yellowstar coming up here around the Dragon.
Yellowstar is coming around. This should be an easy binding for him. Oh, he's picked the wrong direction, but there it is. He's going to catch Darien. Lee Sin will be following through. There's Peke as well. Mines won't actually get the slow there onto Darian, but they've got full vision of him. Slow comes down. Soaz surely will be able to help finish off this kill. It's Peke though, with a bouncing bomb right through to get the 5th of the game for Fnatic.
So while Gambit picked up 2 kills when they invaded on the blue buff from Fnatic, Fnatic just did the exact same thing here. 2 kills on the Gambit. Took a while. Had to chase them around here. Also managed to pick up the blue buff and keep the pressure going. Genji just been happily farming up here. Of course, he got the double kill in the last fight, so he's gonna be very, very strong. We need to see what he decides to build. Dragon here. Darren with no teleport. He needs to run from base, so Gambit will just give it up.
Yeah, Soaz's got TP, so he could get involved if he needs to. Now, I have to ask you a question here. So, Genji's had time constantly in this top lane, complete free farm. Decided to go with a second Doran's Blade on that top side. Even though he's probably not getting into any fights in the next couple of minutes the way that he's playing this one.
It gives the lifesteal. If he builds Infinity Edge, he's gonna need the lifesteal from the Dorans building up anyway, because he won't build anything. He's not gonna go Bloodthirster, of course, so he's not gonna go Blade. He can still go Blade, but with the double Dorans, and if you do build Infinity Edge, you're gonna get the 6% lifesteal. And from before, Diamond actually did pick up the blue buff. So I was wrong on it. Still 2 kills for Fnatic, but a blue buff for Diamond.
Yeah. Twisted Fate. No, you know, not the end of the world if the Twisted Fate doesn't get that buff, since he can sustain his mana thanks to that blue card. And now we see Darian going to the top lane. Gonna have a bit of free time to actually farm on that front, and they've sent Genja now down towards the bottom lane. And he's going Trinity Force again, Deficio.
Trinity Force once again. Last game, I believed after Trinity Force, he went towards the Infinity Edge, which, yes, you get some crit from the Trinity Force, but they don't actually synergize too well. You really want to get like a static shift of Phantom Dancer to provide the extra crit for your Infinity Edge, the synergy. Again, Kobe was talking a lot about it in the LCS, how you need to maximize your crit when you do have Infinity Edge, because it's such an expensive item, and you need the damage to really reach your power spike in towards the late game as well. So Genji decided to not, first of all, go Trinity early, Infinity Edge early, and then Trinity Force as well. So don't 100% agree. Let's see what he's going to build, though.
Yeah, let's see how that helps out for him. I mean, if he does manage to get up to that Trinity Force quickly, then he can still have a big impact with it.
Of course, I mean, yeah, he does. He does have two early kills here. So he should be able to complete it fairly soon.
On the other side, though, Reckless has already got his Blade of the Ruin King finished. As you can see there, the damage already in. Darian losing half of his health instantly.
And you see it again. Gambit, they sent their bottom lane, or their dual lane to the bottom lane. Instantly, Fnatic are like, okay, we're just going to send Reckless and Yellowstop to the top lane. We don't even want to deal with any 2v2 action here. We just want Reckless to keep farming. And now, once again, they can put pressure onto the tower. Sana joining in. If Darren had stayed to try and defend the tower, they would just have went straight for him and killed him once again. So smart by Darren to back away, knowing he couldn't do anything to defend this tower here. Now they need to try and get the bot tower.
And we see Genja and Edward trying to do a similar thing on the bottom side of the map, and actually that's quite a chunk of damage onto Soaz. He actually has gone tanky, as he did before when he played that Lee Sin in the solo lane. Going to be going the way of the Sunfire Cape as his first item. And he probably needs a bit of help down, though, on this bottom side of the map. Gambit got a ward inside of the Tribush, and they'll be feeling safe with Ashley. Nice another good bubble coming through, and another chunk of damage going the way of Soaz. And I think that is going to be the tower. Maybe not this wave, but the next one afterwards.
So Reckless is actually moving now down towards his bottom lane with his blade, feeling strong enough for him to actually lane against Genji. I'm not sure if the tower is going to go. It will, unless Pekka actually walks down to ult the lane and clear the wave. But it looks like the tower will go down, and then Reckless can just pick up the lane afterwards. So trading top tower for bot tower at least.
So here is Reckless saying, getting involved. Is that enough to scare Gambit away? Well, there's your answer. It's not. Genji gets the final shot in, and Gambit take their second turret of this matchup. Leaves us, in terms of gold, still with about a 2,000 lead for Fnatic. And let's not forget, the Dragon taken very early on in this game after the blue invade and the kills already, for Fnatic. Yeah, we've already seen a couple of them going down, so Fnatic really holding strong on that front. We've also seen the mid laners now getting their first item complete, both of them going for the Athenes.
Especially good on Ziggs, because you still need to spam your abilities here. We have seen Twisted Fates mix up the build. Some still goes for Athenes. We've seen Morello Normicon, triple Thorns into Death Cap as first item. There's a lot of options now for mid lane item builds. This tower, however, is gonna go down because...
Oh, dead.
Yeah, it's down too.
Yeah, that's the binding cocoon combo that we were talking about, funnily enough, in that last game as well. One of them hits, the second one's
And it's
sure to
so
follow.
annoying to play against. You just know, if one hits, that's it. Stun lock for like 5 seconds. I'm just gonna stand here and die.
And Pekka just throwing his ultimate in for that extra damage. I mean, sat with a blue buff. It's going to be coming quickly off cooldown and actually will be getting himself another blue buff just to refresh that last one. And with 1 minute 18 for the Dragon. Fnatic actually have 4 men on the bottom side of the map. See that Soaz been forced back a little bit in lane here by Darien, who's now got that phage done.
He's pushing it down. He was taking some damage, but still a very big wave from him actually. Jumping away, baiting us a little bit. Just trading some damage back and forth here. Darien wants to just push it out. And most likely back away, unless he's very aggressive, because he's very far off and there's not a lot of wards.
Oh, Darien has been completely baited into that one.
Well,
that was pretty sick stuff from Soaz though, just diving behind him as he dashed forward, kicked him into tower range. Yellow Star actually popping his ultimate, which he didn't really need in the end. Cyanide coming around as well, and Darien being somewhat, I feel, outsmarted there on the top side of the map.
Well, he does have teleport. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. I'm not sure if Gambit actually wants to try and team fight for it. But then again, they can't keep giving up all the dragons for Fnatic. We're just gonna see it one more time with Soaz. Darien actually jumped in for the minion.
Yeah.
And then Soaz just walked behind him like, okay, I'm taking him to the tower then. And he's my teammate.
Yeah, Yellow Star actually got the kill there with the proc of his ultimate, which is always a nice feeling to have. But Dragon's coming up here. Let's have a look at the mini-map because Soaz is actually recalling to base.
Shop first.
Darien has come down. Both have teleport. Darien won't need it, of course, because he's already in and around that area. As again, Yellow Star going to land more crowd control. A lot of damage coming his way, though.
Oh,
Edward. There is Nami going to be knocked back, and Peke bursts him down on the killing spree. Now Diamond going to be chased by Cyanide. A good slow will land. It's all going to be about the cocoon.
Diamond died
into it.
Now
if I can get my words out. Soaz is now coming. There's no tower there for Nick, so it's all about the Q, which does land. Is he going to wait for the gold card? He flashes behind him. Nick will flash away from the binding. Dodges the cocoon as well, but Soaz may just have enough damage. No, Nick somehow survives it.
Managed to survive here still. Dragon is alive. Diamond died for it. Edward had to die as well. Both members still have flash ready in case they get out here for a fight. But Fnatic now only sending 2 members for Dragon, is pushing up this mid tower because there's no wave clear. There's ult on Nick to try and go down and join if he wants to help Genji trying to kill Soaz or Cyanide here.
Genji gonna try and be the man.
Be a man, come on.
Need. And that turret has gone down.
Teleport as well.
Dragon's gonna go. Darien's coming late to this party, and there's 2 champions that could dive over the wall. In fact, the rest of Fnatic coming in as well. Darien caught completely out. That's his 5th death of this game. Makes it at least 10, because I remember 5 deaths from earlier on today as well. Not been a good day so far for Darien. Leaves Fnatic here in this game. Slowly but surely approaching a 10,000 gold lead.
So a bit like the game yesterday between Fnatic and Millennium. Fnatic managed to get a lot of wards around the Dragon before everything started. And then he just positioned himself before the Dragon even spawned and waited for Millennium to move into the river. Gambit here, it's the same deal. We get the wards from Fnatic, they're in position. Gambit walks in to try and get some wards down and just get caught up by either Elise or Yellow Star, or Morgana, sorry, and end up dying for it. And then in the end, it's just another Dragon for Fnatic and some kills on top of it. Source before didn't manage to get the kill on to Nick Gill.
Wow, Edward forced to flash away there.
I do actually think before Source, when he went in, he flashed a little bit too early. He didn't get the damage from his Q, so he Q'd towards him, flash didn't get the damage, and therefore Nick actually managed to survive. However, I don't think Fnatic minds. Small mistake, and I might be wrong as well. It just looked like it.
Another blue buff either way for next Peke. And before the game, we talked about how passive Millennium were against Fnatic and how Gambit couldn't afford to do the same here again today. I mean, Fnatic, let's be honest, at level 1, right at the start of the game, were incredibly, you may even argue, over-aggressive as Darien going to get caught out. Ultimate's running from Morgana. Darien, where you going? Getting stunned up. Diamond is going to be coming around. Soaz got the damage. He's landed the Q. It'll be enough. And now even fighting a little bit as well. Binding will be dodged away from. Diamond keeps chasing. His ulti was already used, and Twisted Fate will help secure that one. Now a good tidal wave from Edward over the side, and I think Yellow Star will become another victim. It's going to take a while, but it is a double kill for Diamond.
Double kill for Diamond here. Gambit were ready for the gank. Nick instantly teleported up. Diamond was running as well to join in for the fight here and turned it around. Darren did have to die, but remember he was 0-5, so he doesn't really give too much gold anymore. And Gambit can actually afford to sacrifice him and pick up a double kill on Diamond here on the Skarner. Continue to build very, very tanky. Only has the Elder Lizard as damage. Will just become this tank who goes forward towards you, slow you down, try and hook onto someone like Reckless if he can. Expecting could be a target as well. We need to see once they actually build the Quicksilver set.
The buff control from Fnatic has been very, very good so far as well. Constantly invading once the blue buff of Gambit has spawned on into the map. What's the next target here though for Fnatic? With that taken down, there's an inner turret still left in the bottom lane and in that top lane. For now, seem quite content with getting a little bit of extra farm. There's a long-range cocoon, binding, satchel charge will come across, will it explode in time? Everything will explode in time. Nick's gonna fall, and it's Cyanide that goes on the killing spree.
So they get the kill once again. We see the whole Elise Morgana with Pekka set it up with the Rubberducky first, forced Nick to outlast early, and then managed to pick up the kill. Now they're moving towards his top lane. Nobody's there from Gambit to defend it. Nick still has about 17 seconds, and his ult should be the same, but it's going to be a tower for Fnatic.
Now, I mean, no real reaction here from Gambit. What are you going to do? They managed to lock up Edward. Zoa's going to try and follow through. There's a stun onto the wall, and that's surely a dead Edward here. One more auto attack from Reckless will finish that one. And Fnatic moving so quickly away from the tower to get the kills. They got the tower as well in the end, and now they're going to be pushing Inhibs. And with a Ziggs, I'm not sure how the rest of Gambit that are alive right now outside of Edward, who just went down, going to be able to hold on to this.
See, getting some damage and just poking away Diamond, looking to try and engage. Flash is ready. So if the Black Shield comes in from Yellowstar in time, he won't be able to grab anyone. And now Rex is just pushing this mid lane, Source joining in with the rest of Fnatic.
A quick spin around from top to mid lane. Constant pressure, culling used by Genji, actually will be knocked away by the satchel charge of Peke. I mean, Gambit do have a decent amount of wave clearing there. Genji going to get locked up. Where's he going to go? Actually does manage to get away to the back. Cyanide crawling through. The Spiderling will be enough to get the kill. Cyanide locked up by the bubble and eventually shut down. So 1v1 there.
So 1v1, but still Fnatic, they keep the pressure going, constantly getting some damage on the towers. Seem like they want to back away now. Should have quite some gold after some fights. Some towers going down as well. Dragon in 1 mid. No, they're actually staying with this. Oh, Diamond.
Oh, Diamond. Knocked against the wall. Satchel charge.
Oh, got
good
away.
flash, though. Good flash into the bubble. Edward really saving his life there. No follow through from Fnatic. Reckless and Yellowstar and Soas both, all three had flash available. Decided not to go through. Fnatic have got a load of gold to spend, as you mentioned before. Pretty much, well, 12 to 1800 gold across the board. Actually, Cyanide did end up picking up a Randuin's Omen now in there with his Ancient Golem.
Dragon in 40 seconds, Source can just pick up some farm, then go back to base and should be able to get to the Dragon before it spawns. He's recalling now. It's a good timing for him, and the rest of Fnatic already moving towards the Dragon area. We can see the same deal. They put up some pink wards, try and spot out Gambit if Gambit moves in to try and stop them. This time around they are very far away from it. Don't think they really want to go into a team fight here.
No. I don't think so either.
Then again, they have actually played very aggressive in this game. Even though they fell behind early, they tried to make plays, especially at the blue buff where they picked up the 2 kills. But Fnatic still has been one step ahead of them. Especially also, just look at the wards around the map here. The blue wards from Fnatic just in this Dragon area. They can see everything happening. If Gambit moves in towards them, we'll spot them. Yellowstar is waiting in the bush to land a binding, and then they can go all in.
Yeah, landing into Cocoon, the tried and tested combo out of Fnatic here. That CC enough to lock everyone up. Then you've got even the time to put that satchel charge in and knock them even closer towards you. There's a binding coming out. Didn't quite have the range. Indra actually, in terms of direction, he dodged right into it pretty much. But Fnatic here pushing that mid wave up. Top lane is actually pushing in favor of Gambit. Bottom lane is pretty much even down on the bottom side of the river. As that binding close to landing onto Darien as well. Gambit needs to be real careful here.
Fnatic are just looking for the fight because they know they're so far ahead. Diamond might be caught out here. Source doesn't manage to get onto him.
No,
Sana does.
Q landing onto the minion, but here is the push through. Cocoon has already landed. Don't even need the binding. They'll throw that out to the rest of the team, and that leaves a 5 versus 4 with Gambit trying to hold on to the turret. Will Fnatic just say, you know what, guys, let's back away. Let's have ourselves a Baron.
So Gambit actually had some good wards in the jungle here to see where Fnatic was moving. Yet Diamond I'm not sure what he was doing up there in this top lane, got caught out of position, and now Fnatic starting the Baron. Still a ward from Gambit here, so they know it's happening.
There's a ward in the back as well, that'll be spotted by the pink.
We are still very early, so you take a lot of damage from it. It's gonna be risky for Fnatic, and they actually disengage from it. Just force Gambit to move in, stop them here. And now Fnatic just put their mark on the jungle. Look at the wards.
And here is Yellowstar marching on forward. Roots of mobility. There's the flash ulti. He's going to go. Who's he going to go for? Darian, Edward. He kind of went for both, and both of them got away from it. A little unlucky there from Yellowstar. And those are the kind of plays that you need to make. Sometimes a little bit of a risk can give you a high reward.
And managed to trade flashes with Edward. So both supports wild flash for the next fight. Sana now on this blue buff once again. I mean, Fnatic's really been controlled this blue buff for the entire game. From level 1, where they moved in there, stopped them from doing the blue buff, and picked it up. I think Diamond managed to pick it up once or twice, but that's been about it.
Fnatic instantly moving around for the final inner turret that stands on Gambit's side of the map. Will they be able to hold them off? Ziggs already throwing down that early minefield, and yes, they have Twisted Fate to throw those wild cards out and get rid of those minion waves, but just the zoning that you get with Ziggs. We see it there, Cocoon actually landing onto Edward. Here's the ultimate coming out of Peke. Not quite the damage to get the kill, but they were looking for the tower anyway, even doing some good damage to Nick there on the backside. There he is, Soas going through, he's pulse trading with the tidal wave as well, and that was nicely done by Nick.
He knew it Outlast here, Soas like, oh, should I go for it? And he went in, instant Outlast. Soas got punished, and a kill for Gambit. Still lost the tower though.
Still, it's a 10,500 gold if we're really counting this one. 15-7 up in kills. If you look across the board, there's 4 with at least 3 for Peke on Ziggs. Reckless is 3-0-4. Yellowstar has continued his trend of playing absolutely brilliantly over these last couple of weeks. He's got 13 assists out of the 15 kills.
Part of every kill.
And he's been part of every kill because 2 kills actually fall into him. There's Twisted Fate going to pop the Destiny, but there's a TP around the back. Soas is going to go man mode. He might find himself 1 versus 3 though here. Rest of the team coming, but very slowly. What are they going to do? There's the kick on towards Diamond. Have they got the damage? Of course they've got the damage. It's going to be Soas. Oh no, Reckless that gets that one to go on the rampage. Q will land onto Edward as well. Oh, what a stun against the wall. And Edward now will be the next one to go down to Reckless. Fnatic are in a 5 versus 3 to siege the tower.
Let's see here, they're actually moving towards the Baron, so want to pick up the Baron buff and then go towards the base of Gambit Gaming. Once again, 2 kills. Teleport behind from Source with Lee Sin just coming, kicks Diamond back. Doesn't even matter who he kicks back at this point. You just want to kill someone, keep chasing up here. It's going to be Baron for Fnatic. Full control here. Gambit lost on 29 minutes to SK Gaming. Seems like they will be able, or they need to hold 2 more minutes here. Otherwise Fnatic can do the exact same thing SK Gaming did to Gambit. And it's been pretty much the same story for Gambit. They fell behind early, don't really have any war control, have no real pressure on the map. They try to make some plays, it backfires, and the other team just get really far ahead early on. Wasn't Millennium like 10,000 gold ahead by 20 minutes?
Yes. It's a similar scenario here.
It is.
Not in a similar way, but this is also a similar story to how Fnatic beat Millennium.
True.
As well, so some real similarities between the games so far this week in Superweek. And I'll tell you what, Gambit themselves, we talk about the Copenhagen Wolves down there at the bottom of the table. Gambit aren't all that far away from them at this point.
No, they really have issues early game. Copenhagen will choose some stupid fights in the early game where they need to still scale up with their champions. Gambit overall, when it comes to early game, especially aggression, they seem to lag behind, and that's where often the other team gets very far ahead. And Darien often ends up dying quite a lot. Edward plays very aggressive, sometimes it backfires, he gives a few kills away. And overall, it's just very hard for them, and they don't really itemize towards a stronger early mid game. They go towards late game items, which also makes it even harder for them to actually come back once they fall behind these early mid-game points.
Should also note that Quicksilver Sash, although it was done a little while ago, is with Reckless. So that basically takes him out of harm's way, if you like, from Diamond. Ultimate will be able to be escaped from for Reckless. And there we go, they're just going to go straight on towards the tower. Couple more auto attacks will do it. Cocoon's landed on towards Darien. Have they got the damage to finish through? They just want this inhib now. That's going to create all the more pressure for Gambit to be trying to hold on against this Baron up Fnatic team that have got a 15,000 gold lead against them.
They do need to go to the side lanes though and push them out. Top lane seems to be the target for them, and they can do the same thing. Move up to the tower, brute force your way in, just hit the tower as much as possible, back away if Gambit looks to engage. Otherwise you will just take down the tower like we saw here in the mid lane. We also just saw the damage that before.
Trying to set up a bit of a trap here. Okay, and Yellow start waiting off on the curve brush. Will anyone come through? Nope. There's a scan on the ward, and then he's like, I could have got a bubble in there if I'd have just tried that one. No real follow-up to be had, though, from Gambit, and now finally that wave of minions has pushed on through. There's the ulti on towards Edward, and, well, he has to just flash away from that one instantly. Knew that the follow-up would probably be enough to knock him down and out of this game. There's another minion wave coming in. The bouncing bombs and zoning power of Ziggs continuing to be a problem and stopping Gambit from really holding on. There's the kick in towards Diamond, who instantly is going to flash straight back in towards his team. So as then was the focus, but that's all Fnatic really wanted here, is to draw attention away from the defense of the turret and take it down.
Source is very low though without teleport. Fnatic still staying around with the Baron buff. Really want to get down the second inhibitor, so they just have super minions from 2 lanes pushing into Gambit's base, making it even harder for Gambit to actually come back in this game. But we might see Gambit go for the fight. With Source so low, this should be the time for them. He's actually recalling. They need to go and fight here.
Oh, Diamond actually stepping forward. They're going to go for Saina. It's a good bubble to the back. Are they going to be able to finish off? A good repel comes in. Ulti from Xpeke. There's going to be at least 1 kill from this one. The rest of Gambit pushed incredibly low. And look at that. The super minions are coming through. Fnatic in a 5 versus 4 may have enough here to finish off the game after 30 minutes. It looks like they will. Both Nexus turrets going down. The constant damage from Ziggs at the back being a problem. Nexus now going to be focused. Darian's going to dive man mode in. He's going to pay the price. Dies once again at the end, and the Nexus now free to be taken down. Fnatic going to be picking up a win. Not before they've gone for a few more kills though. Nick finished off there. Pekka gets the double. The Nexus is going to fall, and Fnatic keep up their solid run here in Superweek.
They are definitely looking strong at the moment. Yellowstar, 100% kill participation. He's part of everything. His wards are there, spot on, setting up kills. The Fnatic is overall looking very, very good. The picks work out for them. Source, again, they send in this top lane here, finding the kills, finding the picks they need. Gambit on the other hand, kind of the opposite.
Yeah, relegation must be a real fear right now.
Especially because Rocket has started winning games.
Exactly.
I mean, Rocket, yeah, did some slow games, but they win them. And that's the issue, because it's Rocket, Copenhagen Wolves, and Gambit staying around close to each other in the standings. The teams fighting to get the last playoff spot. To, of course, avoid relegation, but Rocket, they do pick up some wins. Gambit and Copenhagen Wolves, they need to start doing the same.
I said this earlier, 6 wins out of 9 from Rocket. It's kind of hard to really get that into your head, because they don't seem like a team that has won 6 out of their last 9 games. But all importantly, they don't look great. Those wins aren't pretty. They take seemingly forever to finish games. They don't feel confident. Overpower himself looked really down yesterday when we interviewed him. Even after a win, he's like, you know what, we've got no confidence. We're not sure where we're going wrong and how we're going to fix it. But they do win, and that's something that Gambit aren't managing. That's something that the Copenhagen Wolves certainly aren't managing, and there's going to be a real intense battle down the bottom of the table. You have to wonder for these 2 teams, Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves in particular, where the wins are going to come from and what's going to change, because we're halfway through the season and they've not got enough wins at this point.
And the hardest thing for Gambit is, how do they fix these issues, because they still have to travel.
Yeah.
It's always been an issue for Gambit in the LCS, the fact they have to travel back and forth, and you have less time to practice than the other teams, and you have all these issues you need to sort out. I'm not sure if they're going to go into some boot camp, try to go into boot camp for a few weeks and see if it works to work out the issues. It would definitely be an option, because it is an issue for them, and it's a shame they have to travel back and forth. It's full respect for Gambit for the fact they can play so well, like they've done in the past years with all the travels back and forth.
It's a grueling schedule, there's no doubt about that one. And Gambit have in the past said, you know what, boot camp is the way that we do it. You'd see them bunkered up for a week and a half, 2 weeks before major events. But the LCS is a different kettle of fish, a different beast, because you have to play on a weekly basis. You know, a normal week you have 2 games to play for, 4 games in Super Week. Really, really hard schedule. We also have to say, on the other side, Fnatic, another victory, 3 out of 3 so far in Super Week, go tied with SK Gaming in second position. We're actually going to go to Shox and Quickshot, who are standing by with Fnatic's mid laner Xpeke. So let's find out if there's some more insight into that match.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, congratulations, Xpeke. The curse is broken. You're not going to go equal. You're at least going to go 3-1. So congratulations on that game. Talk me through picks and bans, and why for the Ziggs? We know how many teams put a high emphasis on Twisted Fate, and you guys as well.
I expected them to ban Thix or something because I don't know, I didn't understand their bans. When they ban Orianna, it's a bit weird that they leave Thix open, no one will first pick it. And then we pretty much had a really strong champion already. Then we thought they would pick jungle, not the TF already, because we had the Thix already. But then they just picked TF and Lucian, so we could get Lee Sin and Eve, which are really strong champions. But I think Diamond is way better on those than he is on Skarner. So when we had those champions, pretty much we felt really confident already that we had good champions. And their setup was not that great, so we could pick Vayne already, just let her free farm, and we knew that the moment we just keep going equal until Laken will win, but we even we managed to win the early pretty hard, and Vayne was really strong.
Yeah, the game was definitely very one-sided. It felt like you guys were definitely sending a message. 2 confident wins yesterday, another one today. Explain to me why Soaz is running Lee Sin top, Ziggs top. Why is it working? Is it 4.10? Is it something you've done as a team? Or, I'm just looking for more insights.
I think it's more as a team. Like, he played them before, and I think he played them. Sometimes it might not work, but Thix is a strong champion that works really. It's maybe not the best versus all the matchup, but in some matches it's really good because he farms on top really easily. And the thing with Lee Sin is he's super strong because he's not going to lose the lane. He's maybe not going to own his lane, but he can roam. And Soaz is really good at that. He knows when to move, when to do the insects really good, and when to flash kick someone. And it's like a really hard engage to have Lee Sin on our top lane, since he's going to be way more tanky than on jungle, and he can freely go in whenever he wants, go out, go in, and wait for the perfect engage.
We want to turn our attention to your opponents in the league right now for a second, and I want to actually start with Gambit in this matchup because you've been playing versus Gambit and the same core of players for a couple of years now. What do you think it is that they don't seem to get going anymore in the season?
I don't know. It's hard to tell from them. It just feels like they kind of lose track of the game. Before they knew where they had to go, what they had to do, and now they kind of know. They seem to have lost a bit the thing. Even when they had Alex already, they just started to slowly become works. They had games that they were good, they had games that they were bad, but now it just feels like they are not as strong as a team as they were before. I don't think there are some games that they do really good individually, but then it comes to team play, to rotations, to everything, and they are just a bit lost. Sometimes they do something good, but most of the time they are following the other guys, the enemy team rotations.
Well, turning our attention to something a little more positive, you are on 499 regular season kills. Not sure if you're aware of that. If you pick up one more, it'll be your 500th kill, which means it's most likely going to happen against Alliance tomorrow. If Alliance pick up a win against Copenhagen Wolves, the 2 teams will be on 3-0. Who is going to win 4-0 in Super Week and why?
That's hard to tell. Like I said, for me, I think for us was to go 3-1 this week. Like 2-2 was something that was probably going to happen. 3-1 was something that could happen if we didn't play bad. And 4-0 is something that can happen if we play really good. Like I don't think today we played that good, even though it seemed like we had control. I don't think we played that good. I think we played better yesterday. So if tomorrow we play like yesterday and we get a good setup, I think we can beat them.
Why is Fnatic so much more dominant in Super Week? You guys are 3-0, and you look like the team that has won all of the playoffs, which we haven't necessarily seen all of the previous weeks. What's different yesterday and today?
The difference, I don't know what's the difference from yesterday and today. I don't know. Yesterday, I guess we were maybe more awake. We had 2 games. The first game as well is easier for us. This one was a bit too late for us. So maybe I was sleepy at least. But
past your bedtime.
But
yeah. One final question about that. Let's turn it to you personally, because you've been very vocal in the past also about, I've been playing this game for so long, sometimes it is pretty hard to find a motivation. What is that like right now in this heat of the season and the importance of the games right now?
I think it always happened to us. Like last year, it pretty much happened the same, at least personally, and I think to everyone. When the season, you just finish a season, then you start another one, and then you are like, okay, here we go again at the beginning. You know, it feels a bit weird the first weeks. Even though you are kind of motivated, you like the game, you don't really have ambitions at first at the split. But then when the end is coming, even if you are not playing at your best, you kind of you kind of think about it. Okay, there are only a few weeks left. Let's try to give our best these weeks and see what happens. Maybe even if we don't make it, we're gonna give our best and not. I hate the worst. At least the worst feeling you can have is when we lose by one game or something, and then we are like, if we practice 1 week more, we could have made it. So I think it's the best to practice when the end is coming for the super weeks where you can win 4 games in a. Like if you have a bad day, it's really bad. But if you are really prepared and you win 4 games, you pretty much got 1 or 2 positions up in the ladder.
Always remember that there's a lot of people that want to be in your guys' shoes, so congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now let's flash back over to Joe and the Fisho at the desk for an update on the standings.
Thank you very much, guys. And with that match complete, let's take a look at where the teams stand after 11 matches so far this week. Alliance is riding a 7-game winning streak and have the best start to a split for any team in the European LCS ever. They remain in first place now at 14-2.
SK Gaming's 2 losses today combined with Fnatic's win have the 2 teams now tied for second with 10 wins and 7 losses. And Millennium have moved into a tie for 4th with the Super Hot crew where both teams are 9 and 8.
And of course the Superweek action continues tomorrow, starting with the Copenhagen Wolves facing Alliance.
And later in the day, Alliance's second game will find them taking on Fnatic in a battle at the top of the table. And those matches, they start on Thursday at 5 PM Central European Summertime, which is 8 AM Pacific.
And until then, for myself, Deficio, Quickshot, Demon Shocks, and the entire LCS broadcast team, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
The teams need to bring their A game if they want to stay in the running for a possible spot at the 2014 World Championships.
It was just farm on their tower until we hit a certain level. And then we start winning.
The Voidoo's on the way, catches beautifully from Nim there, the bomber on towards. Jesus gets him down, one more shot, Candy Panda goes down, and Rating's gone out, he gets stunned down.
We can surrender if you want to just FF this?
Wait, I'm coming. Yeah, we can.
And it's a 20-minute surrender, ladies and gentlemen.
What's in game? That's in this game.
Rockat's going to get focused on towards, but the damage is going down nicely from Overpower. He's still alive around the side there. Kevin does manage to get himself 1 kill. Selma replies. He goes back on towards Kevin. Gets himself a second.
Cannon?
Says, I'm a ninja.
I can't hear it.
No,
smaller targets are easier to hit.
That doesn't make sense. Oh, come on, guys.
Already taken very low as well. It's Candy Panda. They want to get on. Just in trouble. He has to use the Zhonya's Argus intervention on himself. He goes down. Selfie just motors on through the rest of the team. Candy Panda focused on. He gets dropped down.
Millennium versus Gambit.
Remember Leon and Corky OP lane?
I do, but
you just need to go in.
People play different right now. You can't all in level 2 and people die.
This could be real bad news for Millennium again. The solo play in. Sound Cornex is going to be coming around the side, but will it be too late? J-Ree going to go low. He's gone away. He's managed to get away. Cornex is onto Diamond. Hasn't got the damage to finish him off. Creaton may just have Eddie's low, and Edward may fall as well.
I go in.
Nice.
I stand for man.
Nice. Scanner. Keep on.
Never push.
Now we ban KO, first pick Yasuo.
What if they ban Yasuo?
Wait, then we have nothing left from it. Lulu?
There's the knock-up. Has he got enough damage? He does, but he falls. There's the repel as well. Going for unlimited now. The damage surely there. Shield from Lulu. Thursday around. There's a polymorph as well. And Warlock goes down. Fnatic versus Gambit, our final match of the day. And Peke needs to get away from this one. Gold card will follow through, and Genja gets the kill on that one. Diamond in the middle of no man's land, but he's grabbed Yellow Star, and that's a double kill now for Genja.